the princess of the Sayrode Kingdom Wall, and all ready to call off the wedding, and everyone is shocked. Now see, the Pendragon house is the strongest in the kingdom, not for its riches, land, or influence, but for the fact that they can make a pact with a literal dragon. Every Pendragon for generations has done it, and everyone assumed our boy Aaron would too, but then he didn't. So now the Sayrodes figure he's now basically useless. Well, except for someone with a femboy fetish. Naturally, the Duchess is furious. She's about ready to demand heads when our boy walks in and immediately goes, "So you want this engagement gone?" One look at him and she's confused. Is this even the same Aaron she used to know? Because the curtain-hiding coward is gone. This new Aaron looks her dead in the eyes, dismisses her trashy knight, smoothly offers to escort her to her room, orders tea and gets straight down to business. If you don't like the new me, maybe we should just cancel the engagement. She would have fired back if she weren't too busy sneaking peeks at our boy's body and having some very not safe for work thoughts. So what exactly happened to him? Well, to find out we have to rewind a bit. So it all starts with our boy Raven committing war crimes against the monsters. He casually packs up this giant demon wolf, and before he can even catch his breath, this massive bird tries to dive bomb him. But bro doesn't even flinch. He just casually clips its wings midair and keeps it moving. Down on the ground, this random goblin starts monologuing about how insane it is that one dude is soloing the entire demon army. The goblin's literally fanboying, calling him the immortal Raven, the fearless demon hunter. But Raven is not in the mood for a podcast, so he just buries his sword straight into the goblin's skull to shut him up. He takes a deep breath, looks up at the moon, and drops the hardest line, 15 days left. Just 15 days until he's finally out of this hellhole. See, Raven isn't just some random sword-swinging psycho. He's actually a fallen aristocrat. Back in the day, his family was one of the most honorable houses in the empire. They weren't the richest or the most OP, but they were genuinely good people. So naturally, in a Manhwa universe, they got completely screwed over. One day, their entire estate goes up in flames, and this smug-looking bastard drags Raven out by his hair in front of a whole crowd, accusing his family of plotting a rebellion. Raven screaming that it's a setup, that the other houses framed them, but nobody gives a damn. His parents are already dead. So this smug bastard hits him with a classic villain deal. He offers Raven mercy by sending him to the front lines as a demon slayer for 10 years. It's basically a guaranteed death sentence, a suicide squad reserved for criminals and slaves. But Raven swallows his pride, drops to his knees, and swears that if he survives, he's going to clear his family's name. But fast forward, and against literally all odds, our boy actually survived the full 10 years. He's been grinding in the trenches, and now he's back at the base camp with only 2 weeks left on his sentence. He's walking past all these drunk, useless hunters and chained-up criminals, just minding his own business, when a group of absolute NPCs decide it's a brilliant idea to pick a fight with him. Raven packs the whole squad up in about 3 seconds flat. One kick and Fatty is kissing the ground. Then without missing a beat, he draws his sword on the second guy, then grabs the baldy by his shiny dome and absolutely spikes his head into the ground. He casually leans over the last guy who's barely conscious and whispers, "If you want to die before the demons get you, you know where to find me." Then he just casually walks off, thinking about how he only has one big hunt left before he walks away. A free man. Cut to somewhere out in the forest on Lord Pendragon's territory, where a literal giant dragon is having a chat with this femboy knight, telling him that the time has finally come to honor his promise. So let me put you onto the power scaling in this universe really quick. Dragons are basically walking tactical nukes. They are the ultimate weapon, and no demon is surviving a 1v1 against them. No contest. And the only people who actually have the cheat codes to tame these beasts? The Pendragon bloodline, hence making them the most OP house in the empire. Fast forward to 13 days before Raven gets to clock out of his sentence for good. He walks into his commander's tent to report that the front lines are getting absolutely cooked by demons, and they're about to get overrun. Meanwhile, this useless commander is just chilling, mid-mukbang, surrounded by slaves, completely unbothered. He just smirks and tells Raven to chill out because the cavalry is arriving tomorrow. And we're not talking about some random cannon fodder. The Duke himself is pulling up, and he's bringing a literal dragon. As he heard that, Raven's jaw practically hit the floor. Like our boy has been grinding in the mud for 10 years and thought dragons were just bedtime stories, especially since the rumor mill said the Pendragon family fell off hard. But the commander told him not to think about useless stuff like that, and just do as he's told, and then quickly hands him out his orders to protect the Pendragon brat. Raven walks out staring at the giant dragon banner flapping over the camp, completely baffled. Why would a top-tier VIP pull up to this trash-tier battlefield? Then the dread sets in. He actually has to babysit some spoiled, pampered rich kid while everyone else gets a front-row seat to watch a mythical beast nuke a demon army. But what can he do? So he shakes off the annoyance and heads over to the young lord's tent to introduce himself. But the moment he speaks, he freezes. The voice that answers back, it did not sound human at all. Raven drops to one knee anyway, trying to do his job, and says he's here for guard duty tomorrow. But this eerie voice just cuts him off, telling him to go pack it up because a bodyguard won't be needed. Raven, knowing they are about to get wiped out, politely pushes back like, "Look, with all due respect, if we don't have a giant fire-breathing lizard out there tomorrow, we're all dead." The voice just hits him with this chillingly calm reply, "The dragon will be there. Now leave." Raven walks away sweating a little because that was not the voice of a human. Cut to the next morning. The whole camp, the commander, the hunters, literally everybody is standing outside the VIP tent, waiting. Then, out of absolutely nowhere, the tent just straight up explodes. Debris is flying everywhere. NPCs are screaming, scrambling, and ducking for cover. And as the dust clears, the artist decides to absolutely flex on us. A colossal white dragon rises up, fully decked out in gold armor with golden horns, and standing right next to this monster is a figure in silver armor and a red cape. He flips up his visor, revealing this majestic, blonde-haired, blue-eyed femboy face. He looks out over the terrified crowd, introduces himself as Aaron Pendragon, and with a literal weapon of mass destruction looming behind him, goes, "Let's start the demon subjugation." According to what our boy heard from the Demon Corps members, the Pendragon House will assist in the large-scale subjugation, and he's thinking that with the dragon on their side, taking care of the monsters won't be a big problem. Cut to the battlefield, and our boy is having trouble because bro has never done this noble protection gig before, and is low-key nervous about it because right till now he'll throw his comrades in front of the monsters if it means he'll get to survive. But the second demons start pouring in from every direction. Raven locks in, tells Aaron to stay close, pulls out his weapon, and charges straight into the horde like a complete maniac. While Raven's down on the ground turning demons into a red mist, the white dragon is up in the sky doing its thing. It opens its mouth, charges up, and unleashes this massive beam of blue fire that just scorches everything in sight. Raven looks up at all this destruction and thinks to himself how the dragon is genuinely terrifying, while Aaron watches in awe, saying she can't believe white dragons are actually real. Raven agrees, admitting he thought they were just bedtime stories. The dragon lands, Aaron looks shaken, and Raven reassures him everything's fine. The battle's basically already won. In his head, Raven's patting himself on the back, thinking this is the easiest campaign he's ever been on and what a legendary success this is going to be. Then everything goes sideways so fast it'll give you whiplash. Out of nowhere, the remaining demons stop fighting and start circling in the sky, forming this massive spinning funnel above them, and Raven's stomach immediately drops. He looks up and screams that the big ones have arrived. He grabs his weapon, spins to Aaron, and tells him to command the dragon right now. Aaron closes his eyes and the dragon closes its eyes too, connecting mentally, but before it can do anything, two demons come screaming directly at them and Raven scrambles to intercept, trying to buy some time to him. But just then this swarm of demons dives down, thinking the dragon's about to torch them all. Instead, the demons bypass Raven entirely, crash straight into the white dragon, and start tearing into it, biting, ripping, and eating it alive in front of everyone. Raven watches this with his jaw on the floor. He's completely frozen. Then he snaps out of it and starts screaming at the dragon to fight back, to do something, but the dragon just sits there taking it. Raven whips around and grabs Aaron by the collar, screaming at him about what the hell he's doing. Why isn't he commanding it? And then a massive explosion blinds all of them and sends everyone stumbling. When the dust clears, there's a fresh horde of absolutely gigantic demons charging straight at them, and Raven goes pale, saying these things nearly finished them all off. Now it's Raven and Aaron versus a demon army with no dragon backup, and things are going badly fast. Raven's juggling two demons at once while trying to keep an eye on Aaron fighting one of his own, and his brain starts doing this horrible highlight reel of everything he got wrong. He'd walked into this campaign thinking the dragon was basically an instant win button, like it was the most powerful creature in the world, no demon could match it, and the whole military operation was riding on it. He'd been so confident, so smug even, thinking there was nothing left to do because the dragon had it handled. He'd spent the whole battle just standing there, protecting Aaron and watching the fireworks instead of treating this like an actual war. He'd underestimated the enemy completely and trusted the dragon blindly. And now the dragon is dead, his allies are being eaten alive around him, and the battlefield looks like a scene straight out of hell. Raven finally opens his eyes and lets out this smile. Bro has already accepted defeat and was about to tap out peacefully. But just then a group of goblins charged at him, and although our boy was all ready to call it quits, he's not dying by the hands of some pesky goblins, that would be too embarrassing. So he digs deep, swings his weapon one last time, and packs them all up. He's leaning on his weapon just to stay vertical, barely keeping his eyes open. But then he looks over at this massive white dragon lying dead in the dirt, and man actually cracks a smile. That one was real stupid, he says. He drags himself through literal puddles of blood, just to double-check the body. Yep, the dragon is officially packed up. Just as he's catching his breath, he hears coughing. He turns around and spots Aaron barely hanging on by a thread. Raven's just shocked the guy hasn't logged out yet. He marches over, grabs Aaron by the armor, gets all up in his face, and demands the truth. Why the hell did the dragon stop fighting? Did you actually order it to stand down? Aaron just gives him the silent treatment. And that right there? That's the straw that breaks the camel's back. Raven absolutely loses his mind, screaming his lungs out about how they had the W in the bag. They were this close to winning, and this idiot just threw the whole match. He's shaking, demanding answers when suddenly a massive spear gets shoved right through his chest from behind. Raven face plants into the dirt, coughing up blood, and out of the corner of his eye he sees the squad commander strolling up with the smuggest smile you've ever seen. This bastard casually walks through all the carnage, crouches down, looks at our boy all amused, and goes, "Wait, I just pierced your heart and you're still breathing? Damn. The rumors about you being immortal are actually true." Then this bastard stands up and unfurls a new banner. Raven's eyes go wide. It's the Imperial Army crest. Now he's all confused. All sorts of questions are coming to his head. Like, why is this bastard commanding the Imperial Army? Why did he attack me just then? Balta starts his villain monologue and goes, "All of this was already planned. From the downfall of your house to you ending up being in the demon subjugation squad to this brat dying here. Then he walks over to Aaron, puts a blade to his throat, and looks back at Raven like, make sure you keep your eyes open for this. Aaron closes his eyes and slices. Aaron's head hits the dirt right next to Raven. Our boy is completely stunned. His brain is hitting a 404 error trying to process this betrayal while the commander walks back over, faking sympathy. Shame, really, he says. That kid should have been packed up a long time ago, just like you. Then he just starts casually kicking Raven. Repeatedly. Raven's eating dirt and spitting blood while this bastard twists the knife, giving him a whole lecture about how close he was to freedom. He yanks Raven up by the hair, looks him dead in the eye, and asks the most out-of-pocket question. So, if I chop your head off right now, does it grow back? Let's test that healing factor. And man, you can actually feel Raven's soul leave his body right here. 10 years. 10 years of surviving a hellhole death camp, fighting in brutal wars, and watching innocent people get slaughtered, all just to clear his family's name and finally get his freedom. He was literally inches away, and then the commander drops the final nuke. The treason charges, the exile to the fighter camp, his family's ruined legacy, all an inside job, set up from day one. Even the son of the Pendragon was in on it. Every struggle Raven ever went through was a rigged game from the start. The commander smiles, saying the only thing that didn't go perfectly to plan was that the dragon turned out to be a complete fraud. Goodbye, little Raven, he says and swings his sword. In the next moment, his head goes flying and lands close to Aaron. With their mission done, the army retreats. Cut to a few moments later, and the dragon wakes up and starts talking about how all of the required conditions have been met. In the next second, this portal opens up and starts sucking all of the blood. Then the dragon takes flight and goes for the blood of 1,000 humans, the blood of 1,000 demons, royal blood, royal dragon blood, and the meeting of the sun and moon. All of the conditions have been fulfilled. I will now fulfill the oath. In the next second, the horn on its head starts glowing, and with that, our boy's severed head and Aaron's severed head start glowing. Then the dragon looks at the moon for one last time and mutters, everything from now on will be on you, Dragon Rider, and then unlives himself. Yo, I've never thought I'd see a dragon commit suicide. The scene shifts back to our boy Raven, and right now, he is literally just floating. Drifting in the absolute void, he thinks to himself, if he died, but this feeling is way too familiar. This is the exact same feeling he gets when his immortality kicks in and heals his wounds. Before he can even process what's happening, he feels someone grab his wrist. He pops his eyes open, and there's a maid just sitting there, holding his hands. He sits up, and the maid gets jump-scared so hard by this random blonde dude moving, that she hits a pitch-perfect scream, bolts out of the room, and starts yelling down the halls. My lord has woken up. Raven gets out of bed, looks around, and realizes that he's not in the trenches anymore. This place is the definition of luxury. High ceilings, rich drapes, and the whole 9 yards. Suddenly the butler Melbourne comes sprinting in, bawling his absolute eyes out. Man is crying literal waterfalls, asking if it's actually true that the young master is finally awake. He leans in frantic, asking Raven how he feels and if he remembers anything. Raven is looking at this guy like he's speaking an alien language. Young master? The butler sees the confusion, points out the massive window and tells him to look, and right there, towering in the distance, is the massive Pendragon castle. The butler looks him dead in the eyes and drops the lore. You own this, young lord. You are Aaron Pendragon. Raven's brain completely blue screens. Then, almost scared of what the answer is going to be, he asks, Aaron Pendragon? That's me? He jumps up, grabs the edge of a water basin, and stares into his reflection. And yep, that is Aaron Pendragon's blonde-haired face, staring right back at him. My guy got body swapped. The maid starts panicking, thinking he's got amnesia. But Melbourne shushes her, telling her to chill. The young lord has been in a coma for 3 whole years. Raven just stares at the wall, letting that sink in. 3 years since that absolute bloodbath. 3 years since he got his head chopped off. He knew his healing factor was OP, but waking up in the body of the kid who died next to him, inside a royal castle, yeah, that definitely wasn't in the patch notes. Before he can even strategize, the massive double doors get kicked open. A woman comes sprinting in, literally holding up her expensive dress so she doesn't trip, screaming son at the top of her lungs. Raven has absolutely zero clue who she is, but she just charges at him, crying about how it's a miracle, completely overwhelmed with emotion. But just as she's about to tackle him in a hug, Raven notices something crazy. She runs right past this old woman standing in the corner. Wait, what old woman? Raven looks at her completely baffled and points, asking who she is. The ghost grandma just hits him with a wink and the classic shilly finger. Then the mother wraps him in a massive hug, crying, asking if he remembers his own mother. And Raven is just standing there stiff as a board, staring over her shoulder at a ghost that apparently only she has the premium subscription to see. Grandma smiles, waves her hand around and points out the window. Outside the window, the dragon is perched on the tower, staring directly into his soul, looking at it. Our boy is totally confused about how he is alive. Raven accidentally whispers the dragon's name out loud, and this giant beast apparently has super hearing because it snaps its head around and drops a roar so earth-shattering it literally blows out the mansion's windows. Glass goes everywhere, everyone ducks, and this massive dragon launches off the tower. Raven throws his hands up, sweating bullets, thinking, how the hell does he know who I am? because his last memory of this dragon was watching it die. His mother sees this giant apex predator flying at them and hits absolute W mom status. She steps right in front of Raven, telling the dragon, "You aren't touching my boy." But then, the ghost grandma, who is still just chilling there casually, walks up to the ledge, reaches her hand out and treats this legendary beast like a golden retriever. The dragon sniffs her hand, closes its eyes, and completely powers down. Raven is screaming at her to watch out, which makes his mom super confused because from her POV, her son is just yelling at the air. Then the ghost grandma winks at Raven and shoos the dragon away, and it just casually flies off. Then she gives him this warm, serene smile and completely fades out of existence. With the dragon gone, his mom lets out a massive sigh of relief, turning back to him, frantically checking if he's okay. And Raven? You can practically hear the gears turning in his head. He flashes her the most Oscar-worthy, perfectly sweet, completely fake smile. "I'm fine, mother," but in his head, he's already locked in. He's connecting all the dots. The luxury castle, the loyal servants, the title. The dragon that somehow recognizes him with all of that is certain that he's become Aaron Pendragon. Since the situation is so bizarre, he decided to pretend to be Aaron Pendragon and in the background do the information gathering to find out what's happening. Then the scene shifts and our boy is just sitting there having a massive "how did I get here" moment, thinking about how his life has been a complete disaster for the last 10 years. For a whole decade, this man was stuck in the demon core. They only send the absolute scum of the earth there, and surviving past Tuesday is considered a massive flex. But our boy isn't normal. He survived 10 whole years grinding his stats, maxing out his regen abilities, and basically turning himself into a certified, unkillable demon-slaying machine. He was this close to freedom too. The campaign with Duke Pendragon was supposed to be his final run. Once it was over, he was bagging his discharge papers and walking away. But then everything goes horribly wrong, and both he and the Duke end up catching the ultimate lull and dying. This was supposed to be it, but then he wakes up, but instead of his absolute unit of a body, he's stuck in this blonde, delicate femboy. Our boy is absolutely fuming. He's reincarnated into the body of Aaron Pendragon, a 17-year-old softie who literally spent his days reading poetry and planting flowers before dropping into a 3-year coma. The dude had zero survival instincts, and Raven is hating every single second of his new existence. And bro, the universe is just spamming him with annoyances. The second he opens his eyes, his personal maid Lindsay is literally force-feeding him like he's a damn baby bird. Raven, trying to keep whatever dignity he has left, tries to assert some basic independence and just stand up to wash his face, but this maid has a total meltdown. She goes into full panic mode, practically crying, and physically blocks him like he's made of glass and going to shatter if he takes 2 steps without a walker. Before he can even catch his breath, his sisters crash the party. The older one, Aaron, immediately starts yapping endlessly about garden walks and cornflowers, while the little one, Mia, attaches herself to his leg. So now Raven, a man who used to bathe in demon blood for fun, is sitting there rocking the most painfully fake customer service smile, internally begging the universe for just 60 seconds of peace. But hey, there's a silver lining. Aaron's non-stop yapping is actually feeding him the ultimate lore dump under the guise of helping his memory. Turns out, the original Aaron was a total wimp who hid in his room painting and couldn't even lift a sword. Thanks to this guy, the legendary Pendragon name had completely hit rock bottom, and the other nobles were treating their family like an absolute joke. Hearing this, Raven shifts gears from annoyed older brother to absolute menace and starts doing the math. He's 17, there is still time for him to save both the Pendragon house and his family, thanks to that bearded bastard. He already knows his past exile, his time in the demon core, and his death were all part of some massive setup. So our boy is sitting there, gently patting his little sister's head but rocking this terrifying psycho smile. He is already mapping out how he's going to completely dismantle everyone who set him up from the inside out. On paper, he's the soft boy Aaron Pendragon. But on the inside, he's the demon of the battlefield, Raven Vault. And that combo is about to be the whole kingdom's worst nightmare. But right in the middle of his epic villain planning session, Aaron snaps him out of it to drop a nuclear bomb of information. "Oh, by the way, Aaron, Lady Luna's coming," and our boy is like, "Who?" For a second, Aaron is confused, but then she goes, "You have lost your memories. Luna's your fiancée. She's the stepdaughter of Count Seirod, and she's literally on her way to the castle right now." Our boy's brain just blue screens. He just stares at her, eyes wide, completely malfunctioning. Then the scene shifts to the cavalry. The knight is telling Luna that they are almost to the Conrad castle and will be soon in the duchy, but this girl is not here for a fairy tale romance. She's already mentally drafting her breakup text in the carriage. Her escort, this smug, annoying little weasel named Joseph, turns to her and asks her how she is feeling. She's about to meet her fiancé after 3 years. Luna hits him with a know your place NPC stare and tells him to focus on his job. But internally, she's completely over it. You see, Luna remembers the old Aaron. The dude was such a massive wimp that he literally hid behind the curtains the last time she visited. A fully grown noble, playing hide and seek because he was scared of social interaction. She's already filed him under absolute loser. Her dad, Count Seirod, has officially decided to cancel the engagement, and Luna couldn't be happier. The Pendragon family name is completely cooked. Their reputation is in the gutter, and she wants out. Sensing an opening, Joseph tries to shoot his shot, yapping about how if he had been her fiancé, her family would be legendary. Luna listens to his ranting for exactly 4 seconds before telling him he disgusts her and to get out of her face. Cut to a few moments later, and they are inside the castle. The whole family had come to greet her. Mia and Aaron are over the moon seeing her. The whole family is giving her this warm welcome, asking her about her journey once his family stops hounding him. Aaron steps forward all confident and tells her that they should continue this conversation in his room, and our boy's mom shoves him in and starts the chat. Luna looks at our boy, notices that he's all awake, and immediately thinks that nothing has changed in the past 3 years. Our boy's still a bum who can't manage anything without his mother's help. He looks her dead in the eyes, super confident, and just smoothly says it's been a while and he'll escort her to her room. Luna is completely stunned. She can't believe it's the same guy. This is the guy who couldn't even look a servant in the face, and now he's walking down the hall radiating pure "I own this place" aura. By the time he gets her to her room and casually orders Lindsay to bring tea, Luna is standing there blushing, forgetting how the English language works. She's having a whole shoujo manga moment, wondering if the Pendragon name isn't as dead as she thought, and if her fiancé just had the ultimate glow-up. But while she's in her feelings, Aaron casually takes a seat across from her, looking completely unbothered, running absolute supercomputer calculations in his head. He doesn't even know the local noble politics yet, but his built-in demon hunter radar is going off. He clocked that she was hiding something the exact second she walked through the door, so he decides to poke the bear. Still rocking that lazy, dangerous smirk, he hits her with a casual, "You know I've changed a lot. If you don't like the new me, maybe we should just talk to your dad and call off the engagement." Luna literally launches out of her chair like it's on fire. "No!" she yells before catching herself, sitting back down and trying to act like she didn't just expose herself. She is spiraling internally. She came here specifically to break up with him, but her mouth absolutely refused to cooperate because this new Aaron has her entirely too confused. Aaron is just watching her with half-lidded before he can interrogate her further. Lindsay bursts into the room to ruin the tense tea party. Turns out Joseph, yes, that ugly-faced bastard, stirred up trouble even after Luna had warned him not to do something stupid on the way here. But nah, this idiot didn't listen. He's outside starting beef. Luna closes her eyes looking like she wants to die on the spot. Aaron just stands up, leans across the table, points a finger right at her, and drops the nice guy act entirely. "I saw it on your face the moment you walked in. You might as well just tell me what you're plotting." Luna starts stammering, her eyes darting everywhere trying to play dumb. Aaron just nods slowly. "You can explain later," he says. Right now, he's got some knights to deal with. Cut to the throne room and this blabbering bastard Joseph is standing dead center, basically telling the legendary Pendragon family to take their pride and shove it. The dude is here to cancel the engagement, and he's got this slimy, highly punchable grin on his face, offering some gold deposits and forest land as a breakup fee. Melbourne is one popped vein away from losing his mind, pointing out how insanely disrespectful this whole setup is, but Joseph just doubles down, basically taunting them like, "Look, your guys are broke, your miners are mad, so maybe you should just take the handout." Helena is literally 2 seconds away from flipping a table, but she holds it together just long enough to reject him to his face. House Pendragon's honor isn't for sale. Joseph just smirks, asking if that's their final answer, and casually drops that this is probably their last lifeline to avoid going totally bankrupt. And right at that exact moment, Aaron walks in, with Luna trailing right behind him. The entire room instantly goes dead silent. All of the Pendragon knights immediately drop to one knee, seeing Aaron. Joseph thinks that this is his moment to shine. He figures Aaron showing up is perfect because now he gets to humiliate him right in front of Luna. He puts on this super fake warm tone like, "Oh, it's been so long, my lord." And Aaron just looks him dead in the eyes and goes, "Who the hell are you?" Bro's entire master plan just imploded on contact. Aaron casually waves him off, explaining he lost his memory, and Joseph is literally buffering like, is this guy joking? Is he serious? But his ego won't let it go. He decides, memory or not, he's a knight and he won't be disrespected, so he starts raising his voice. But Aaron, who is now casually chilling on his throne, just stares at him. He cuts him off mid-sentence and basically says, "You barged into my house uninvited, acted like trash, and I'm telling you to leave. I won't say it a third time." And just like that, Joseph immediately folds. Luna is standing off to the side watching all of this go down, seeing the guy who was puffing out his chest 5 minutes ago suddenly look tiny next to Aaron's sheer aura. Then Aaron turns to her, flashes a smile and goes, "Look, we should have just led with the engagement cancellation. Come up here, I'd rather talk to someone who actually matters." Luna walks over looking like she's marching to the guillotine. Aaron takes one glance at the buyout offer gold mine crystal deposit, 2 territories, and without missing a beat goes, "Not bad, we'll take it." As he said that, the entire room exploded. Helena and Melbourne are throwing frantic hand signals, trying to get him to stop, but our boy is playing 4D chess. He stands up and lays out the facts out loud. House Pendragon is broke and needs rebuilding. Plus Count Sayrod has already made the decision, and it's highly unlikely that he's going to change his mind. He was never going to change his mind, and this engagement drama is just a waste of time. He looks directly at Luna to confirm it. Luna opens her mouth to argue, but she physically can't. She's standing there, looking at this dude who used to be a curtain-hiding coward, who is now sitting on a throne systematically dismantling her family's leverage, and she realizes with absolute horror that she is completely embarrassingly down bad for him. She's blushing hard, but Aaron's completely oblivious to the romance. He smiles and says it looks like he won't get an answer today, but her parents are making the call anyway. So if his answer is yes, then he officially announces the end of the engagement and strolls out of the room, leaving Luna utterly devastated and Joseph looking like he swallowed a lemon. Later, Aaron is walking down the hallway with Lindsay scrambling behind him, already doing the math in his head. Bro secured the bag. The gold and crystals alone are massive, and crystal deposits mean he can hire actual battle mages. None of that engagement drama was worth losing out on this kind of loot. But then he saw a picture on the wall and stopped dead in his tracks in front of a painting. It's an old woman petting a dragon, and he knows he's seen it before. He asks Lindsay what's up with it, and she replies, telling him that this is the picture of Atia Pendragon, his grandfather's older sister. Aaron whispers her name out loud, and a voice right behind him goes, "I heard you." He spins around, and standing right there in the middle of the room by the giant windows is the exact same woman from the painting. She hits him with a smile and goes, "I see you've summoned me, young Pendragon. I too have something important to talk about. Let's have a chat." So our boy walks into his room, and Ghost Granny has already claimed the couch. He shuts the door and is basically like, can I help you?" Ataya hits him with the ghost rules, explaining that saying her name out loud was basically the password to unlock ghost communication. Our boy takes a seat across from her, nodding along with her explanation and antics, but inside, his brain is doing backflips. Like the dude has spent the last 10 years throwing hands with demons, monsters, and God knows what else, but having a casual living room chat with Casper the friendly grandma? That's where he draws the line. But hey, ever since he respawned in this body, life's been a whole circus of curveballs, so he just rolls with it. Then Lady Atia completely kills the awkward silence. She points dead at him and goes, "Who the hell are you? Because you are not Aaron Pendragon." Our boy's heart drops into his stomach, but before he can even start sweating or coming up with a lie, she waves her hands like, "My bad. Didn't mean to be so dramatic," and tells him that Soldrake already told her everything. Realizing that there is no point in lying now, plus telling Granny the truth won't hurt either, because he's the only one who can see her, so Granny can't snitch on him, even if she wanted to. He tells her the whole truth, how on June 21st, both he and the real Aaron caught a massive L on the battlefield at Alton Prairie, and the next thing he knows, he's waking up in Aaron's body. Figuring out how and why he got hijacked into this life is basically his main quest right now. Ataya processes this for a second and just goes, "Yeah, alright, I believe you." Raven is confused by how quickly she bought his explanation and asks about it, so she just shrugs and goes, "Whether or not I believe you doesn't change the fact that you are here. Plus, there is a high chance that the Aaron you met on the battlefield was a fake." Then she goes on to drop the explanation about the Pendragon family and the importance of making a pact with Soldrake and opening the mausoleum. Now, the mausoleum isn't just a place where the souls of the ancestors are enshrined. This place is basically the lifeline of the Pendragon family. Their fortune, knowledge, and most important of all, the familiar spirit of Soldrake are stored there, but every heir has to pass a test and prove himself worthy. If Soldrake likes you, you get the Dragon Pact and the house thrives. If you fail, you get benched and the family just has to watch their empire crumble while they wait for the next kid to grow up. Even absolute units from past generations barely scraped by, but the original Aaron? Dude was the weakest link in Pendragon history. Man walked into the trial, got absolutely folded by the dragon, and got sent to the Shadow Realm for a 3-year coma. That's why there's a power vacuum and the house is in shambles. Then Atia smiles and says something wild. She looks at our boy and says that is the reason why Aaron has a shot, because he's a brand new soul in Aaron's body. She gets uncomfortably close to his face and lays out the mission. He's got to pull up to Anona Forest, fight his way through the horde, reach the mausoleum, and prove to the dragon he's worthy. One chance to lock in the pact and unlock all the Pendragon VIP perks. Now, a normal guy would hear all that, start crying, and ask for a map. Our boy? He just smirks and goes, "Sounds like light work." Atia is stunned. He casually follows up by explaining that he's a veteran demon slayer, and hijacking House Pendragon's resources fits perfectly into his own revenge arc anyway. He figures he needs about 2 weeks to clean up the trash vessels and prep for his dragon speedrun. Then the scene shifts and Aaron is training for what's to come next, and even if life changes, he's still sticking to his motto of not trusting anyone, and not relying on anyone. He's dead set on doing it alone. And while this is happening, his brain's doing this real-time tactical breakdown. Check the size, count the numbers, figure out how they attack. But then right in the middle of all this chaos, a memory flickers him on his knees, staring at a dead white dragon, completely spent. That image alone was apparently enough, because sparks literally start flying from his eyes and he just wipes out every remaining monster in a single blow. Lindsay is standing behind him watching all of this go down, and her reaction is basically, "Yeah, he's gorgeous." Aaron starts changing his clothes right in front of her. No warning, no shame. And poor Lindsay has to stand there processing what she just witnessed on multiple levels. But Aaron's barely paying attention because he's staring at his own hand, thinking about the time he had woken up as Aaron. That body was basically trash, too weak to even hold a sword. But after just 2 days of training, he's already back to peak fighter shape. Plus he retains all of his demon hunting skills. The combat abilities are perfectly inherited. The transmigration took a lot from him, but not that. and he's genuinely grateful to still be breathing. That gratitude lasts about 30 seconds before Killian shows up, asking if he's been practicing fencing and offers to help. Eren tells him to hold that thought and round up the knights instead, because he's got an announcement to make. Cut to the main hall of Conrad Castle. The knights are assembled as our boy had instructed everyone, standing at attention. Then Eren tells everyone his plan of opening the mausoleum. And as he said that, the room goes dead silent. Then Killian waves his hand like a disappointed dad, and starts listing every reason this is a terrible idea. The path is infested with monsters. Eren's only trained for 2 days. And oh, by the way, the Annona Forest is in complete shambles. Monsters everywhere, bandits everywhere, villagers basically left to fend for themselves. And it's only a matter of time before the whole fence breaks and everything goes sideways. It's a genuinely grim picture, but nah. Our boy didn't care. I don't care. I'm going alone. The butler practically throws himself at Eren's feet, begging him to wait, reminding him that his last wise decision literally filled the treasury with gold and crystals. So maybe, just maybe, delegate this one to Killian. Eren sighs and explains they don't have enough soldiers to guard the crystal deposit, that the mausoleum needs to open regardless, and that they're leaving in 15 days. Then Killian does something incredibly stupid. He straight up tells Eren he's not accepting that decision, and will be commanding this campaign himself. Eren looks down at him, walks down the stairs, and asks very calmly if everyone here thinks their lord is unfit to lead. He tells Killian to draw his sword. Killian pointing out that Eren's hobbies are drawing and reading, so maybe sit this one out, buddy. Eren responds by pulling his blade, and the fight is on. Killian blocks the first strike and is immediately surprised that was not the swing of a man whose favorite activity is watercolors. Back and forth they go, Killian insisting a weak boy who spent years bedridden could never beat him, right up until Eren dodges his blow, grabs the sword mid-air and drives it straight into Killian's chest. Killian goes down. The entire hall is frozen. Eren tosses his sword on the floor, turns to the soldiers, and repeats himself. In 15 days, we'll head for the Annona Forest. I'll open the mausoleum. Does anyone have an objection? If yes, then come forward. But nope, the whole army drops to its knees. Then the scene shifts to Lugin, who's casually sipping tea when this monkey bastard comes in and starts complaining, asking why on earth she volunteered to join Eren's expedition, especially since the engagement is already broken off, and in his very professional opinion, Eren is probably not coming back alive. He's pushing hard for Luna to go home, get a real escort, and forget this whole thing. Luna just sighs, calls him unbearable, and then delivers this perfectly composed explanation. The Pendragons are one of the 5 ducal families of the Empire, blood related to the Emperor, and broken engagement or not, they are still deeply tied to her house's success. She needs to figure out what Eren's planning, and what he's capable of, so she's staying until the expedition departs, and then going with him as far as the Belent Gates. Joseph buys her explanation and agrees to take part in the expedition, but tells Luna that she has to promise that she won't go past the Belent Gate, casually, over a sip of tea like she didn't just out-argue him on 3 different levels. And as she's sitting there, she lets herself think about it. If Eren actually pulls this off and opens the mausoleum, it brings glory back to House Pendragon. She catches herself getting a little flustered about that, and shakes it off. Joseph, watching her face from across the room, is absolutely seething. This kid not only humiliated him in front of the entire court, but now he's got Luna intrigued? He bites his finger and quietly decides he's going to make sure Eren regrets ever leaving the castle. Cut to 2 weeks later, and all the preparation has been completed. The army's assembled, everyone's geared up, and Eren's walking out in full white armor. His mother grabs him in this tight hug and just completely loses it, begging him to promise he'll come back safe. Eren, to his credit, doesn't brush her off. He smiles, tells her he'll return once he opens the mausoleum, and proves his worthiness to the dragon. And that's apparently enough to make her cry harder. He looks over at his sisters next, and they're doing that thing where you're crying and smiling at the same time. He tells them everything's going to be fine, and then Lindsay shows up with his horse, letting him know that it's time. Eren mounts up and turns to face the army. Killian's expression is stone cold and calm. Lindsay's quietly terrified. Luna's watching him with that detached, slightly arrogant look she does, and Joseph, this monkey-faced bastard, is just tense and brooding in the background, clearly planning something. As they were about to leave, Melbourne steps forward and presents a sword on red cloth. Widow's Wheel, a family heirloom, he says, has been passed down through generations. Eren takes it, holds it up, and takes a good look at the sword. Then he orders his men to advance, while thinking to himself how, with this victory, he brings the Pendragons back to their former glory, clears the Vault family name from the traitor stigma hanging over them, and finally has a reason to be here. He raises his horse on its hind legs, swings the sword, and shouts for the march to begin. They don't even make it far before the road is blocked by a monster pack. A knight rides up to report the obvious. Eren's already reaching for his sword before the guy finishes the sentence. Our boy incited the monster genocide, tearing through an entire horde solo while his army watches, and by the time it's over, he's already turning back to yell at everyone to keep moving. Killian and Lindsay are watching with the satisfied faces of people who knew exactly what they'd signed up for. Luna and Joseph, on the other hand, look like they need a minute. Eventually, the column reaches the Belent Forest Gate. Big imposing gates, the whole thing. And Eren pulls up, raises a fist, and orders everyone to halt. He tells Killian to hold the soldiers there while he goes ahead to scout the situation himself. He dismounts, and immediately Lindsay is at his side with a glass of water, asking if he's tired. He looks at her, puts a hand on her face, and tells her she's got the day off. Go wash up and do whatever she needs to do. He doesn't need her for reconnaissance. Lindsay starts to protest because of course she does, and Aaron just points and tells her he's going alone. She blushes, agrees, and heads off. It takes him about 30 seconds inside to confirm what he already suspected. This place is a disaster. Not enough people, not enough resources, and soldiers walking around in uniforms that would embarrass a village militia. He's seen the Demon Slayer Corps run tighter than this. The Belen Forest Gate is one of the most strategically important sites in the entire region, and whoever's been running it has apparently been treating it like a retirement home. He pulls Killian aside and asks where the local knights and their commander are. Killian hesitates for a second, but then realizes that Aaron is no longer his scrawny self, so he lays down the truth to him. The soldiers deserted and are now operating as a roving gang of bandits somewhere in the surrounding area. What's left behind is, in Killian's diplomatic words, a bunch of incompetent stragglers. Aaron doesn't bother being diplomatic. He calls them undisciplined fools, tells Killian to prep a detachment, and announces they're going after the deserters today. And just so nobody's confused about how he plans to handle this, he adds that they'll be cutting off the limbs of anyone who runs. Cut to said deserters, lounging around an abandoned monastery in South Norton, mugs of beer in hand, laughing about how the Pendragon kid finally woke up from his little coma. One of them says it's been getting boring lately and they could use some action. Another one grins and says he wants to see the look on Aaron's face when he slits his throat. So we're in Aaron's private quarters at Belen Fortress, and he's called Killian and Joseph in for one final rundown before the morning raid. Aaron decides that he'll need more troops for the expedition. Killian, trying very hard not to look panicked, gently points out that stripping the fortress bare might, leave it completely defenseless. Before that conversation spirals into something ugly, Joseph smoothly cuts in and offers Count Serod's knights to fill the gap, a little gift from their stay at Conrad Castle. Aaron looks at Joseph like he just smelled something off because he still really doesn't like this guy, but he's also smart enough to know that free soldiers are free soldiers, and burning bridges with the Serod family right now would be genuinely stupid. So he swallows his feelings, accepts the offer, and moves on. Killian backs the whole plan too, because the situation is actually serious. Their bandit problem isn't some small-time crew anymore. The guy running it, Del Joffrey, had already bailed on the Pendragon household with 20 soldiers in tow, and given that was a while ago, that number has almost certainly ballooned into something much uglier. So Aaron asks Killian to give him the full rundown on this Joffrey clown. Apparently the guy used to be a Pendragon knight and was decent enough with a sword, but had an ego the size of a small country. After the whole dragon incident went down, he walked up to the Duchess with a straight face and demanded a royal title, plus a chunk of prime real estate near the fortress as his reward. The Duchess told him to get lost, so naturally, instead of accepting reality like a grown man, Joffrey threw a full-on tantrum, deserted with a bunch of soldiers, and set himself up as a bandit king down in South Norton, terrorizing the locals ever since. Aaron listens to all of this and immediately sees exactly where this is heading. If they don't crush Joffrey right now while he's still manageable, this guy is going to get bold enough to actually attack the fortress. So Aaron turns to Killian, points at him, and tells him he's leading the raid. Killian blinks. Aaron explains the logic pretty simply. The soldiers don't know Aaron at all, and him trying to roll up barking orders would be a disaster. Think about it, this is a guy who spent the last few years with a reputation as a bedridden, sickly kid. He shows up trying to act like a general, and the men are just gonna laugh in his face. There's no shortcut to that kind of credibility. Killian, on the other hand, they already know and respect, so the call makes itself. Killian puffs up with pride and accepts the command, and everyone gets sent off to be ready by dawn. But just as they're heading out, Aaron calls Killian back for a second. He hops up on the edge of the table and then, completely casually, apologizes for driving a sword through Killian's chest back in the throne room. Killian just about loses it. The man literally gets misty-eyed, drops to one knee, and insists he's fine, he's alive, and honestly, he deserved every bit of it. Aaron just smiles and tells him to come back with a win. Meanwhile, down in South Norton, Joffrey is proving what a despicable bastard he is. He and his men are running wild through the village, trampling people with horses, burning things down, leaving bodies in the streets, and Joffrey himself is standing in the middle of all of it, monologuing like the delusional little warlord he is. A terrified mother literally gets on her knees and begs him to spare her child. This man does not care. He goes on about how he's the rightful king of these lands and they failed to pay tribute, and then he executes her on the spot. Then he looks at the crying kid, gets even more annoyed, saying how he hates loud children, and swings. Then he turns to his men and goes, "It's time we should take the fortress, march to Conrad Castle, execute Aaron in front of his mother, and then marry the Duchess to claim the throne." Robert has a thing for the Duchess. Honestly, I can't even fully blame him. Back to Aaron and Killian, who are now standing on a cliff overlooking the ruined village below. Aaron scans the wasteland and Killian tells him this is pretty much the norm. Demons have been cutting off supply lines for years, and over 75% of their territory looks exactly like this. Aaron sighs, and you'd think he'd just be depressed about it. But no, his brain immediately starts running numbers. Wipe out the monsters and bring in hardworking settlers. And this exact spot could comfortably hold a city of 10,000. He's barely finished his mental real estate pitch when black feathers start drifting down from the trees above. Aaron catches one and starts wondering out loud whether it's a gargoyle or some kind of flying monster. And then a massive harpy comes screaming down from the canopy straight at him. Aaron doesn't even flinch. He IDs it immediately, tells his men to get into position, and honestly, internally, the man is delighted. He's been waiting for a proper warm-up. Aaron doesn't even let the harpy finish her landing before he's already swinging at her. She barely scrapes out of the way with a screech. But Aaron isn't interested in finishing the job. He waves up 5 of his best crossbowmen, flashes them this calm, and tells them to take her alive. The archers open up and absolutely pepper her wings with bolts, and just like that, she drops out of the sky. Killian walks over, sweating, muttering that this whole area must have turned into a demon spawn point. Erin agrees, and then before either of them can even exhale, the bushes behind them explode and 3 goblins come tumbling out waving daggers, attempting what might be the most embarrassing ambush in recorded history. Killian panics and shouts for everyone to fall back. Then Erin does something stupid fast, a single quick draw, a flash of steel, the sword back in the sheath before anyone's brain even registered the motion, and the goblins completely lose their minds, screaming and scattering in every direction. Killian is just standing there, jaw fully detached from his face, having a quiet personal revelation about exactly who he's working for. He tells Erin they should finish the monsters off and move on. Erin says no, just a flat casual no. Then he looks at the cowering goblins and the pinned harpy and announces that these guys are being recruited. The knights look at each other completely shocked. Aaron lays out the logic like it's obvious. Goblins have incredible eyesight and harpies can fly. That's a free aerial scouting unit. Killian practically gets down on his knees, begging him to reconsider, saying he has literally never heard of anyone taming demons. Aaron just shrugs and says he read about it in a book once. So Aaron drops his sword in the dirt and walks right up to the group to start his little interview. He asks the biggest goblin what they're doing outside the forest, and the goblin, clearly terrified, explains that they got bullied out of their own territory by things way scarier than them. Wolves, ghouls, orcs, white dragons, the whole nightmare lineup. Fair enough. Then Aaron turns to the harpy and asks her point blank if she eats human flesh. The harpy shakes her head so fast she might snap her own neck, swearing up and down she only eats sheep and snakes. Aaron has a quick flashback to his past life, where he watched a harpy eating human intestines. He looks back at her, smiles the most sarcastic smile a human face is capable of producing, and says, "Sure, I believe you." Then, just to make absolutely certain nobody in this clearing has any funny ideas, he grips his sword and takes out the massive tree behind them in a single clean strike. The demons are frozen. Aaron grabs the harpy by the neck, looks around at all of them, and lays it out simply. He owns these lands, they serve him now, and if anyone disobeys or tries to run, he'll personally feed them to the white dragon. The goblins and the harpy fold immediately, swearing complete and unconditional loyalty. Because yeah, dragons are terrifying and this man just deleted a tree. Killian watches all of this unfold and looks genuinely emotional, turning to the other knights and telling them they need to take notes. Aaron just smirks and says that soon enough every noble in the country is going to come to the same conclusion. With that done, the squad moves out. The goblin is now sitting on the harpy's back, acting as their personal airborne scout, guiding them through a shortcut toward the village. As they close in, Aaron splits the group. Killian and the main force hold back as a second wave, while Aaron and Breeden push ahead to hit the abandoned monastery. Luna watches him ride off from nearby, dressed in black, doing a very bad job of pretending she isn't worried about him. The monastery, meanwhile, is a fenced-off den of absolute scum. Inside, one of Joffrey's guards has a woman on a rope and is dragging her crying kid by the hair across the dirt. The mother is begging, the kid is sobbing, and the guard is screaming at her to shut up and be grateful they're still breathing. The kid keeps crying. The guard gets annoyed, grabs the boy's head, winds up, and swings. And then his arm just leaves his body. This bastard then collapses in the dirt, completely in shock, slowly looking up to find out who just made him a one-armed man. It's Aaron, standing right over him, sword out, not even breathing hard, looking at this man the way you look at something mildly inconvenient. The mother looks up at him like the sky just opened up and whispers, "Your Grace," and Aaron doesn't even acknowledge it. He's already locked eyes with Joffrey. He rests his hand on his belt, lets a cold smile spread across his face, and delivers the line cleanly. "We finally met, you piece of trash." So Joffrey's standing there with a shaking finger pointed at Aaron, screaming at his guards, asking where this guy even came from. "Buddy, maybe figure that out before the sword is already in your face, because that's exactly where things are." Aaron closes the distance so fast it barely even registers his movement, and suddenly there's a blade resting against Joffrey's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood, and Aaron's just looking at him completely calmly and saying, "Who gave you permission to speak, trash?" At this point, Joffrey's soul submits its resignation letter on the spot. He scrambles backwards, dives behind his guards like the absolute coward he is, and starts yelling orders for them to kill Aaron. The guards do what guards do, draw their swords, charge forward, and accomplish absolutely nothing. Because Aaron pulls out a second blade, grips the sheath in his teeth in full Zorro mode, draws it, tosses the scabbard on the ground like punctuation, and just runs straight through all of them. It's less of a fight and more of a career-ending highlight reel, the last surviving soldier screaming in pure existential horror before he goes down too. The courtyard goes dead quiet. Aaron turns back to Joffrey, raises his sword, and is roughly 2 seconds from ending this man's entire story, when Joseph drops in from nowhere and blocks the strike. Luna is yelling at this idiot to come back, asking what the fuck he is doing, but he ignores her and turns to Joffrey with a smug smile and casually asks if he could use some help. And Joffrey, who at this point would shake hands with a raccoon to avoid dying, says yes immediately. Aaron steps back, standing completely relaxed in the middle of the pile of bodies he just created. Then this guy turns to Lady Luna, puts his hand over his heart, and starts monologuing about how Eren is a good-for-nothing who can't even be a count, much less a duke, and then adds how I am the only man you need. Bro thought this was a confession scene. Joffrey doesn't care about any of that, he just wants to survive the next 5 minutes. He grabs his sword, and with that, both of them charge at Eren together. Joffrey screaming that even if he's changed, it's still quite early for him to look down on them. Eren watches them coming, lets out this long tired sigh, and blocks both swords at the same time without even shifting his weight. Then he pushed both of these bastards back, turned to Luna and told her to fall back to some safe place while he dealt with these 2 idiots. But she was having none of it, so Eren called for Khazal and ordered him to take this nuisance away so he could pay attention to the fight. Then he ordered Tay-Tay to contact Killian, just like he had told her this morning. By this time, both of them had recovered. Joseph says it's pointless for him to call back up at this point because by the time cavalry would arrive, they would be done with him. But our boy just laughs, waves his hands, and tells these idiots to come at him. These 2 once again charge at Eren, telling him not to get cocky because they have more battle experience than him, but Eren just sidesteps the first attack and steps on Joseph's sword, breaking the sword before he can process what happened. Eren is already behind him, delivering a satisfying boot to the face, sending him flying and crashing into Joffrey, and then he points his blade at them and starts roasting their swords, their technique, and their entire careers simultaneously. Then just to make the point permanent, he stabs one blade into Joseph's leg, lets him sit with that for a moment, swings his other sword, and takes Joseph's left hand clean off. Joseph completely loses it, screaming and sobbing, and Eren just puts his boot on the man's chest, looks down at him, and tells him to get off his land. Joseph does not need to hear that twice. He scrambles upright, crying, and disappears. Eren watches him go, then slowly turns back to Joffrey. He asks Eren if he had sold his soul to the devil or something in exchange for power, and tries to cope by reminding him that his men still outnumber Eren's. Eren just smiles and very casually mentions that the Pendragon family is rather well known for their knights, and right on cue, an entire cavalry comes thundering over the hill under dragon banners. Eren gives the order, his soldiers roll forward to handle the rest, and he turns back to Joffrey and asks, "You trash, you didn't hope for a quick death after betraying the Pendragons, did you?" Then in the next second, the cavalry rides right over this guy. The next thing we see, Joffrey is nailed to a massive wooden cross, left arm pinned, right hand half nailed, just dangling there like the world's most deserving scarecrow. Brobber's out here doing a reverse Jesus, dying for his own sins, and every single splinter was earned. Eren and Killian stroll up to check out the scenery, and then Eren turns around to look at the slaves. Joffrey had been keeping, and man, the sight hits like a truck. These people are barely human anymore. Torn rags, hollow eyes, practically held together by suffering. Then Eren clocks the room next door, and it's just a literal mountain of human skulls spilling out. Eren doesn't say a word. He walks straight up to Joffrey, shoves his sword clean through the guy's stomach, and points at the skull pile. "Did you do that?" Joffrey immediately starts shaking, crying, and begging for forgiveness. Eren just stares at him with this look of total bone-deep disgust and goes, "Forgive you? Not a chance. You betrayed the Pendragons." Joffrey starts fully panicking now, sobbing and begging Eren to just kill him and end it. And Eren looks at him, looks at the starving, broken peasants sitting on the floor and goes, "Nah, they get to decide what happens to you." Then he turns to the villagers and goes, "Boil him, burn him, have fun with it." The peasants go dead quiet for about 2 seconds. Then they look up at Joffrey. Then they look at each other. Then they start picking up rocks, wooden stakes, their bare fists, whatever's in reach, and they absolutely lose it on this man, screaming about their brothers and sisters the whole time. Meanwhile, Eren heads to the village shrine, pushes open these giant doors, and finds himself staring up at a towering stone statue of the goddess of light. He had barely taken a step inside when some bandit immediately jumps out from behind the statue, swinging his sword as fast as his arms can manage. Eren doesn't even blink. He blocks it one-handed, overpowers the blade, sweeps the guy to the floor, pins him with a foot to the stomach, and stabs him clean through the heart. Blood splashes all over the goddess statue. Eren looks up at the statue and just starts talking. He says, "You'll not curse me for committing a cold-blooded murder in your house, will you? I got a second chance at life, and I'm not about to spend it playing by rules that protect evil people. Good folks get my respect. Evil scum get zero mercy." Then he rips off his holy medallion, tosses it into the donation box, and says, "This is my path. If you're going to damn me, at least wait until I'm done." Cut to the village entrance, and Eren is getting the full hero welcome. A woman walks up holding her baby, practically in tears, thanking him for everything. Eren plays it completely cool, tells her not to worry about it, and casually offers to send building supplies to help reconstruct the village. The crowd goes absolutely wild, waving and chanting, "Long live Eren! Glory to the House of the White Dragon!" Our boy soaks it in for a second, then they head out. Once they're far enough from the village, his monster squad rolls up like loyal golden retrievers asking about their reward, with the harpy front and center complaining about being exhausted. Eren laughs and promises them a good reward. Then Killian walks up smiling, pointing out that South Norton is finally free, and asks if they're moving on to Anona Forest next. Eren just shakes his head. "Not yet. I've got one last thing to take care of first." The scene shifts to a few days prior. Eren is strategizing with Granny, and she hits him with a wild idea: recruit the orcs of Ancona. Why? Because they're currently locked to the Pendragon territory, and their combat stats are way higher than your average soldiers. If Eren can get them on payroll, they'd be an absolute cheat code. Aaron sits on the table looking skeptical. He replies, saying that he doesn't think that would be a good idea because the orcs care about fighting and killing. Why would they ever join me? Granny and the orcs drop the golden rule of orc politics. They only follow the alpha. Since Aaron just got beat by the Soldrake, the orcs think he's weak. The only way to get their respect is to pull up and physically beat the respect into them. If he pulls it off, all of their might will be in his hand, but Aaron still doesn't like the idea of seeing him hesitating. Atia asks him if he has fought an orc before. Aaron closes his eyes and has a Vietnam flashback to his early days as a demon slayer. He remembers fighting just one of these guys, and it was an absolute nightmare. This orc was built like a tank. Aaron literally shoved a spear and a dagger right into the dude's chest, and the orc just pulled the spear out like it was a minor inconvenience, and charged at him with a giant meat cleaver. It was a straight-up Dark Souls boss fight. Aaron had to dodge for his life, wait for the orc to gas out, and then go full feral, jumping onto the beast's shoulders and manually hacking its head off with a sword. Coming back to reality, Aaron crosses his arms and smirks. Back then, it was a grueling fight, but with his current stats, he's confident he can sweep them. Granny is thrilled and tells him that if he manages to be the orc leader, getting to the mausoleum and opening it will become way easier now. Aaron is confused, but we don't get answers just yet. Cut to the present day. Aaron's squad is riding through the forest toward the mountains, and his team's morale is absolutely in the trenches. Killian is sweating bullets, saying this is a suicide mission. Then his discount monster squad chimes in. The goblin is waving his arms, panicking that the orcs are going to slaughter them, and the harpy is literally crying, whining about how she doesn't want to die. Aaron lets out a massive sigh. He tells his squad that if they don't stop whining and start strategizing, he's going to feed them to a dragon himself. Suddenly, someone starts screaming up ahead. Killian recognizes the voice. It's Joseph. The goblin peeks ahead and confirms it's orcs. Aaron hits the gas and charges straight toward the commotion, while Killian screams at him to stop. When they pull up, the scene is just pathetic. Joseph is on the ground, shaking like a leaf, pointing a trembling sword at 5 massive orcs, yelling at them to not come close. Standing next to him, Luna is absolutely roasting him in her mind. As to how they got into this situation, let's rewind a bit. Luna was yelling at this idiot for plotting against Aaron, and was telling him that if he doesn't behave properly this time, she'll make sure that he gets the boot for now, and if he fails to protect her, her family will exile his bum ass for good. Joseph is literally crying, begging her not to fire him, therefore he must have done something stupid and hence is in this situation. The orc chief looks down at Joseph leaning on a club the size of a tree trunk. He glares at this crying grown man and basically goes, "You are pointing your sword at me. Do you want to fight me, puny human?" Joseph looks like he's about to wet himself. Then Aaron arrives on the scene, casually asking what the hell is going on. Seeing Aaron, Joseph throws away whatever tiny shred of dignity he had left, sprints over to Aaron, and begs him to save his life. Aaron just looks down at him in pure disgust, wondering how this absolute fraud ever got knighted. Killian and the squad finally catch up, screaming at Aaron to stay back. But the orc chief notices the Pendragon banner. He locks eyes with Aaron, points at him and says, You're the one I've been looking for." The very next second, the orc chief flexes his aura and it is straight up Conqueror's Haki. This unbearable wave of fear magic washes over the area. Killian is instantly paralyzed, sweat is pouring down his face, his throat closes up and he can't even move a muscle. In pure terror, he mentally begs Aaron to retreat. But Aaron? He is built entirely different. Unfazed by the pressure, he casually hops off his horse. Killian is having a mental breakdown, wondering how Aaron is even walking right now. Aaron tells his squad to stay put and keep their swords sheathed. He strolls right up to the orc chief, completely looks him dead in the eye and smiles. 1v1, me and you. The orcs are stunned, but the chief just gives a wicked smirk and cracks his knuckles and is ready to send Aaron to the doctor. Then they have a stare down and Aaron did what any reasonable person would. When an orc chief gets in your face with a headbutt so clean it damn near rearranges the dude's entire nose. Point blank, no warning, just pure disrespect delivered at full force. The orc staggers back and for a second everyone freezes. Killian's brain short-circuits watching his boss just casually assault the leader of the Ancona orcs, and then he glances at the wall of angry green monsters standing behind the chief and thinks to himself, we are fucked. But the orcs' homies, they're not mad. They're dying laughing. Their chief just got his face caved in by a human, and apparently that's the funniest thing they've ever seen. Chief, understandably, does not share the sentiment. He's back on his feet, absolutely seething, club in hand, ready to turn Aaron into a stain. But Aaron just stands there looking like he's posing for a painting. Sunlight and everything, and calmly asks why the Ancona orcs even left the forest in the first place. Didn't they swear a blood oath to House Pendragon? The chief's response is basically, actually bro, that's your fault. Aaron got bodied by Soldrake, the creature the orcs worship as their sacred forest guardian. And in orc culture, losing to your own deity means you're a loser. And orcs don't pledge loyalty to losers. So they bounced, went rogue, decided to go conquer some territory on their own terms. Aaron puts it together instantly. These guys don't care about politics or oaths or any of that. They just wanted an excuse to go wild and spill blood. And Aaron handed it to them. So he does the only logical thing, he starts cracking his knuckles and walking straight at the chief. Aaron points out he showed up unarmed, no sword, nothing, and then looked at the chief and asked him, you know what that means? The chief goes still, because even he knows what that means. Orc law is orc law. If your opponent comes without a weapon, you drop yours. And you never ever dodge a one-on-one challenge. because running from a fair fight is the biggest L in orc culture. So the club hits the dirt. The chief gets into his stance, and a half second later they're both screaming, sprinting at each other like it's a Dark Souls boss fight and someone just hit the fog gate. The chief swings first, and Eren just vaults completely over his head like it's nothing. Mid-air, he's doing the math. If he were a normal human, his skull would currently be a fruit smoothie. The chief spins and tries to swat him out of the sky anyway, and Eren extends his leg to block it. The impact is so heavy the ground cracks apart under the orc's feet from the sheer force of it. Killian, Luna, the orcs, the soldiers, everyone watching has completely lost the ability to function. Luna's got her face covered. Killian looks like he's reconsidering his career choices. The dust settles and Eren's just standing there, unbothered, glancing down at his shoes like he's checking if they got scuffed. He does some quick mental math, insane strength and trash agility compared to the orc he killed in his past life, then looks up and flat out disrespects the chief to his face. Why aren't you fighting at full strength? The chief steps out of the dust cloud grinning and explains it pretty simply. Normal humans are too weak. They die too fast. He only goes all out against someone who survives his first real hit. Otherwise, it's just not fun. Hearing that, Eren went, "Let's see it." And the chief absolutely lights up. He screams that Eren's about to experience the actual power of the Ancona orcs, and without another word, his fist rockets toward Eren's head at straight-up lightning speed. The wind pressure alone opens a cut across Eren's cheek before the punch even lands, and Eren has a very quick, very honest, "Okay, he actually is fast" moment. The chief's talking trash, telling Eren not to die of a heart attack from fear before they even get to the good part. They rush each other again. The chief throws a haymaker and Eren crosses his arms to shield his head, but the hit lands so heavily that Eren actually yells out from the impact. Luna immediately covers her eyes. Killian is screaming his boss's name across the battlefield, completely convinced he just watched Eren get killed. The orc was also convinced that he sent Eren to the afterlife, but then at the same time something feels off. He felt the impact, sure, but it didn't feel like squishing a guy, and then the dust settles and bro, Eren casually strolls out of the crater without a single scratch on him. Nutman is literally out here complaining that he's a bit rusty because he's only been fighting low-level mobs lately. Luna is standing there with her jaw on the floor, and even the other orcs are starting to crack smiles. Meanwhile, Killian is having a full-blown panic attack. He's looking at Eren like he's a ghost, thinking, there's no way a normal human just tanked a full-power hit from an orc. But then his bodyguard instincts kick in. Since Eren is the heir of House Pendragon, Killian hops on his horse and yells at his knights to charge in and save his boss. But our boy just raises a hand and stops the entire cavalry in their tracks. With blood on his face, he hits them with the absolute Giga Chad line. "Back off, this is a 1v1. Killian really wanted not to follow that order, but bro remembered the beating that he got last time and told his men to stand down. Suddenly, one of the orcs in the crowd actually starts clapping and laughing. He's hyping Eren up, pointing out that just surviving a hit from Karth, who's the strongest warrior in the Ancona forest, is an insane flex. Eren starts walking menacingly toward Karth with a smirk, saying every day is a school day, and now it's time to show him what real power looks like. Karth tries to puff his chest out and gloat, saying, "Yeah, you survived one hit, but look at you, you're bleeding out. You got 5 minutes max." Eren just wipes his forehead and asks, "Bro, why are you celebrating early?" Right as he says that, the massive gash on his face literally knits itself back together. Yo, this is some Wolverine-level regeneration. He smirks and brushes it off as just a scratch. Karth is absolutely shook. "Wait, you can heal?" He loses his mind and charges at Eren, slamming his hands down to deliver a ground-shattering blow. In the next second, pieces of the earth are flying everywhere, but Eren smoothly dodges it. Our boy is already doing the math in his head. He figures out that these Ancona orcs are all brawn and zero brain, so he just needs to throw the big guy off balance. Eren decides to play dirty and starts trash-talking. He tells Karth that his whole tribe is just a bunch of brainless meatheads who only know how to swing their fists. Predictably, Karth gets triggered out of his mind. He screams that he's going to shove those words down Eren's throat and goes in for a massive full-power kick. Eren sees it coming and intentionally takes the hit, blocking it with his arms. Crack! His arm snaps like a twig. Killian starts screaming from the sidelines, completely losing his mind, while Karth starts grinning, thinking he's got the fight in the bag now that Eren's crippled. But then a crazy smile spreads across Eren's face. He reaches out with that same broken arm and grabs Karth by the leg with an iron grip. Karth's brain completely short-circuits. "Wait, didn't I just break that?" Eren grins and lets him know the arm is already fully healed. It was bait from the very start. Eren lets go of the leg and uses Karth's massive body as a stepping stone, launching himself into the air. Karth is caught totally off guard and can't even dodge. With a cold, dead-eyed stare, our boy delivers a devastating strike straight to Karth's dome. The giant orc hits the dirt hard, spitting blood. It's a clean KO. Killian and Luna are literally speechless, their brains unable to comprehend what they just witnessed. But the funniest part? The other orcs don't even care that their boss just got folded. They are absolutely losing their minds, jumping up and down and cheering, saying how Eren is surely a powerful human. So the orcs are scrambling to pick their boss up off the dirt, and Eren is just standing there casually holding his snapped arm. Killian hops off his horse having a full-blown meltdown, begging Eren to get a medic right this second. But our boy is just mildly annoyed. He sighs, thinking to himself that the pain regeneration is worse than the injury itself, and then he casually just flexes his injured hand, A magical light goes off and boom, good as new. With his arm fully healed, Eren strolls up to Karth, who's currently kissing the dirt on his knees, and hits him with the ultimate ultimatum. You work for me now. Karth, respecting the law of the meatheads, accepts his defeat without complaining, but asks what the bossman actually wants from them. Eren drops the master plan starting today. They're prepping to clean out the Ancona forest to open a mausoleum. Karth is a little confused, pointing out that Eren is literally supposed to be the guardian spirit of the forest, so why are they raiding it? But Eren knows exactly how to manipulate this battle junkie. He essentially tells Karth, bro, by the time we reach the destination, there are going to be so many monsters in our way that you'll literally get sick of fighting. That was all Karth needed to hear. His eyes light up like a kid in a candy store, and he starts aggressively waving his arms, hyping himself up, screaming that no weakling monsters can stand in their way. Seeing that the big guy is officially on board, Eren decides it's time to make it official. A knight hands him his sword, and as Eren dramatically draws the blade, Karth and his orc buddies instantly drop to one knee, pledging their absolute loyalty and their lives to House Pendragon. Luna is standing there watching this like it's a movie, completely speechless, while Breeden is in the background looking bitter as hell. Fast forward to the evening. The sun is setting over the mountains, and our boy is ready to ditch the dead weight. He tells Luna he's leaving a few of his soldiers to safely escort her crew back home. Luna goes full submissive, bowing and apologizing for basically everything. But Eren isn't done. He turns his attention to Breeden. He looks dead in the eye and goes, if you ever point a sword at me again, I'm taking way more than just your hand. This bastard gets absolutely terrified and nods along. With that done, Eren orders the soldiers to ride off. Luna watches him leave, clutching her chest, completely flustered, realizing that our boy is actually going to pull off the impossible and fulfill the dragon's conditions. Cut to nightfall, and the newly formed monster squad arrives at the edge of the Ancona forest. The whole army looks insane. You've got an army of orcs marching, and even a little demon just chilling on a harpy's head. But the aura of this forest is no joke. Killian is sweating bullets, and even the demons are visibly spooked by the heavy atmosphere. Karth, of course, is just smiling like a psycho. Eren, meanwhile, looks at the forest and goes, it'll start from here, the battle I'm meant to fight. Cut to Soldrake, who is currently perched on a pillar, looking majestic as hell. Bro is staring up at the moon like Batman and drops this incredibly cryptic line, sensing that someone has arrived who doesn't have the soul of a Pendragon. We jump back to our squad in the Ancona forest, and it is an absolute bloodbath. They're stuck farming low-level snake monsters. Karth is just out here one-shotting these giant reptiles with his club, completely annoyed. Man's complaining that he can't even get a decent warm-up pump going because the enemies are actual trash mobs. But while the orcs are yawning through this, the regular human knights are fighting for their lives. Several snakes ambush the backline, and one knight is literally a millisecond away from getting his face bitten off. Luckily, Eren swoops in like a boss, cleanly slices the monster in half, and gets a dramatic blood splatter right in front of the guy's face. The knight drops to his knees thanking him, but our boy just casually tells him to fall back and get patched up. Speaking of patching up, Eren puts Karth in charge of treating the wounded, which is an absolutely hilarious visual. A giant, bloodthirsty orc playing combat medic. Killian jogs over, still stressed out as usual, but reports that casualties are low so they can keep pushing forward. Eren asks Karth how much further to Soldrake's domain. Karth points ahead, saying there's an abandoned quarry just up the road with a cave system that connects straight to the Guardian Spirit. Listening to this, Eren tells the squad they're going to push to the quarry, set up camp, and raid the cave at dawn. He adds that if any monsters try to jump them on the way, he and the orcs will handle the front line. Hearing this, Karth and his boys literally scream in excitement. They just love violence. By nightfall, they reach the quarry, and the vibes are immediately atrocious. The place is super creepy. Eren asks Karth why this whole mining operation was abandoned. Karth drops some spooky lore, explaining that the local goblins used to mine minerals here, but one day the entire population just vanished into thin air without a trace. Eren turns to Kazal, the token party goblin, to see if he knows anything. Kazal immediately starts sweating and completely snitches on his own race, shouting, bro, don't look at me. I live outside the forest. Plus goblins don't do hard labor. I'm way better at stealing than working. Everyone nods along. They're like, yep, totally believable. Since it's getting late, Eren decides it's time to hunker down. He tells the squishy human knights to hit the tents and get some sleep, while the orcs handle the night watch. Cut to the middle of the night. A lone knight is sitting on guard duty outside a tent when he hears some weird wind currents rustling nearby. And instead of waking up the giant, heavily armed orcs, bro breaks. Rule mantra 1 of horror movies is to go investigate the creepy noises alone. He follows the magical aura up some stone steps, and before he can even react, he gets absolutely skewered through the chest by a hidden monster. The knight hits the ground hard, bleeding out, desperately trying to muster enough strength to call out to Eren, but it's no use. Meanwhile, inside his tent, Eren's gamer instincts are already going crazy. He's sitting there putting the puzzle pieces together in the dark. An entire tribe of goblins doesn't just pack up and disappear. There is really something creepy going on around here. Outside the camp, a lich is standing at the cliff's edge right where Eren pitched his tent, waving his staff like he owns the place. The next second, rotting hands start punching through the dirt and skeletal goblins and two-headed zombie wolves are crawling out everywhere, all dripping in this gross purple necromancy glow. Eren doesn't even blink. He dual wields his swords and just launches himself straight into the chaos. A giant zombie wolf lunges at him, and our boy looks at him and goes, "Huh, a nice springboard," then uses it to bounce off one of its heads midair, does a full parkour flip, and buries his blade into the second skull on the way down. The monster's dying scream wakes the whole camp, and Killian, Karth, and the rest of the orcs stumble out half asleep, weapons in hand, completely dumbfounded to see Eren already soloing half the graveyard. Killian just stands there for a second, completely confused, asking what in the hell is happening, and meanwhile Eren is already back in it, locked in with a half Cerberus, rams his sword through its eyes, hops back to the ground, throws out a few clean slices, and the thing just collapses. Then he turns around like nothing happened and goes, "Oh, you were asking something?" Killian walks up and Eren explains the whole thing, pointing to the tiny skeleton still stuck to the beast's body. Killian clocks it immediately. Those are the goblins from the mines. Karth goes wide-eyed and asks if that means they were actually killed, and Eren just goes bingo and lays it all out. The Lich wiped out the entire tribe and turned them into an infinite respawn farm just so it could gatekeep the mausoleum from them. So here's the plan. These trash mobs aren't stopping until the guy running the summoning circle is dead, which means Killian and the orcs hold the line while Eren goes boss hunting. The orcs don't even need a pep talk, they're already swinging their clubs and turning skeletons into gravel. Killian though, man, he's having a full fanboy moment mid-combat. He's slicing through undead left and right, sneaking glances at Eren, internally screaming about how different this guy is from the broken lord he used to know. He gets so in his head imagining Eren taming Soul Drake and restoring House Pendragon to glory that he decapitates a monster clean off and just screams that they are the proud cavalry of Pendragon. Back to Eren, who's out here dodging spear volleys while fighting off giant zombie snakes, and he figures out pretty fast that all the aggro is being funneled directly at him. The Lich is going for him specifically. So what does he do? He impales a massive snake through the brain and just hoists the whole corpse up as a meat shield, blocking every single spear like it's nothing. And while he's standing on top of this dead snake using it as cover, he's also doing math in his head. The fall of the Pendragons, the Valtas, none of that was bad luck. There's something way bigger going on, some deep state operation actively hunting his bloodline. And instead of being scared, this man just grins. He's basically like, "Oh, you want to run a conspiracy? Cool, let's play." He slices another snake clean in half and quietly promises himself he's taking back everything, however many secret organizations he has to go through to do it. The respawning is starting to stack up though, and even Eren's starting to feel the pressure of the sheer numbers. He takes one quick second to read the battlefield, and then the Lich just teleports directly behind him out of nowhere, his blade already at Eren's throat. So a quick lore dump, a Lich is basically a sorcerer who looked at the concept of mortality and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna hit skip on that," and sealed his own soul inside an object to live forever. And these guys did shady things on the level that even the Empire, who are usually pretty chill about witchcraft, draw a hard line at Liches. It's an instant send the Suicide Squad situation. So naturally, they dispatch the Demon Slayer squad. Not because these guys are competent, oh hell no, because no one is gonna care if these guys die. And normally that's exactly what happens, a 98% casualty rate. Our boy Raven actually gets a severe PTSD flashback to his rookie days just thinking about it. He remembers the first time he and two homies walked into a Lich's boss room. Within 3 seconds of crossing the threshold, homie A takes an invisible hit, and his head just pops. Everyone freezes. Raven's brain completely blue screens, and before he can even reboot, homie B spots something moving in the fog, loses his entire mind, screams, "I want to live," and bolts in the opposite direction. The Lich, this calcium-deficient bastard, hasn't even stood up from his throne. He just lazily drags one finger through the air, spawns a scythe out of the ether, and snipes homie B mid-sprint. Head explodes. Double kill. Raven is just standing there watching this guy. That's when Raven remembers the local folklore. The Lich's main summon is a wraith. You can't see it. It has no hitbox, and if its sickle touches you, you are dead. Cut back to the present, and Raven snaps out of the flashback just in time to hear the swoosh of a scythe aiming for his neck. Our boy hits the frame-perfect parry, throwing his sword up to block it. As the weapons clash, the gem on his sword lights up, glitching the wraith into visibility for half a second. So now Eren is standing there all confused, thinking to himself, what the hell happened just now? Just then Killian starts screaming that the soldiers are dropping dead out of nowhere. Raven spots a sickle coming for Killian's blind spot and yanks him out of the way, and then he starts thinking about the whole situation, how the wraiths have an unusual presence. Those who have never faced them will die before even realizing what hit them. Plus you can't kill the wraith. To kill him, you've to kill the Lich. Kill the Lich and the wraith goes with him. The problem is the map is swarming with these invisible bastards. The red shirts are dropping like flies, and if Raven pulls out now, it's guaranteed that the soldiers won't survive this. Right as things look completely cooked, the ground starts vibrating, the sky turns Mountain Dew green, and this absolute lunatic named the Orc Magical steps up with a massive stupid grin on his face. He pats Raven on the shoulder and goes, "My turn, Pendragon boy." Dude drives his staff into the dirt, and the earth just gives birth to a hyper-luminous world tree. Massive glowing branches erupt from the soil, bulldozing through the entire skeleton army and catching the undead dragon from the bottom up. The entire battlefield is instantly transformed into a botanical garden of mass destruction. Raven stares at this majestic display of nature and asks, "Bro, why didn't you lead with that?" Cradle just hits him with the classic RPG excuse, long cooldown takes forever to charge and can only be used once. So yeah, they just blew their only nuke. Raven looks at him like he wants to commit a hate crime and turns around to say, "Alright, we need to locate the boss," and his eyes immediately lock onto a high cliff in the distance. The sky behind it is glowing villain purple, and standing right at the very top was the Lich, casually aura farming. Eren spots the Lich and tells the orc magician that he found their guy. The orc boy doesn't even look up, he just tells him to go handle it, and waves him off and he'll hold off the monster horde. That's all Eren needed. He's already sprinting toward the cliff while skeletons are getting absolutely yeeted over his head because Karth is out there taking full batting practice with his club. A stray arrow drills him in the shoulder mid-swing. Dude doesn't even flinch. Eren cups his hands and screams across the entire battlefield. Lich is up top. Karth blinks, then immediately signals him back. Eren doubles back, jumps straight into the orc's massive palms and gets launched into the actual stratosphere. He clears the entire cliffside, drops blade first toward the summit and brings it down on the Lich. The Lich barely gets his staff up in time. The impact shoves both of them back, and Eren settles into his stance, clocks that suffocating purple aura bleeding off the guy and smiles. "You want my soul that bad? Come take it." Then his cloak catches the wind and he feels it, that dense, wrong kind of pressure stacking up right behind him. He glances back. The Wraiths didn't stay on the battlefield. They pulled back to the cliff to play secret service for their boss. Eren peeks over the edge. Karth's holding the line down there, but it's just skeletons left and the Empire boys are running on fumes. Human stamina has a hard cap. This fight just got a timer slapped on it. The Lich's eyes streak crimson as he starts channeling, and massive jagged bone hands erupt from the stone to crush Eren's legs. Eren glances at them, casually cuts them into confetti, and closes the distance with his sword already at the Lich's throat. Then every alarm in his body fires at once. He drops flat to the dirt as two invisible scythes whistle through the exact airspace his neck just occupied. He rolls out and exhales through his teeth. That was a bait. Classic pin and punish wraiths covering the caster. Swing on the Lich and they take your head clean off. Eren tells himself that he's not winning the fight as things are. He needs to separate them first, but he doesn't get the chance to reposition. The Lich jabs his staff forward and unloads a massive concentrated torrent of fire. Eren throws his guard up, but the sheer volume boxes him in no escape route. Right on cue, both wraiths dive into his blind spots. An invisible sickle gets within millimeters of his throat. Then the sword once again starts shining in that same blinding, hyper-intense blue light. And then a shockwave of pure azure energy blasts outward so hard the Lich has to physically shield his eyes. And for Eren, time just stops. He's standing in the middle of some astral river, water rushing against him, and this ancient voice rolls through his head like thunder. "You who have a completely different soul than Eren Pendragon. I want to see what you truly are. If you intend to wield my power, prove you deserve it." A massive spectral dragon leans down until its snout is practically touching his face. Eren opens his eyes, looks it dead on, and says the name. Soldrake. He snaps back. The blue aura around him isn't glowing anymore, because bro, he became the aura at this point with the light gone. The Lich recovers his vision and orders his spirits to finish it. Eren looks up, eyes crackling with blue lightning, and goes, "Oh, your little pets finally decided to show themselves?" Because for the first time since this whole nightmare started, he can actually see them. Two skeletal Grim Reapers are standing right over him, eye sockets burning that sick purple. Eren draws his second blade and drops into dual wield. The wraiths let out this absolutely unhinged shriek and dive at him from both sides simultaneously. Eren drives his glowing sword into the stone to anchor his aura and raises the second blade at the incoming Reapers, and one single sweep later, they're ash. The Lich stands there completely frozen, watching his immortal summons stop existing. Eren walks out of the smoke, his entire gauntlet is wrapped in cold blue fire crawling up his arm. He walks straight up to the stunned sorcerer, presses the tip of his sword to the center of the Lich's forehead, and goes, "This is the end for you, you bastard." Eren doesn't even waste a frame of animation. Man drives the steel straight into the Lich's skull in the next second, instantly blue flames cooking this undead wizard from the inside out. The Lich doesn't even get to scream. He just turns into a vape cloud and his staff snaps in half. And down on the battlefield, the entire skeleton army stops moving. They freeze mid-swing and drop. Karth is standing there watching a skeleton fold like a lawn chair, and Kartul puts two and two together immediately. Yeah, Eren folded him. Then the rest of the Bone Squad evaporates into that standard black ice air freshener mist. Up on the cliff, Eren is watching the fog float toward the moon, getting all philosophical like, he didn't die, he ascended. Bro, he got turned into atmospheric pollution, but let him have his poetic moment. Down at camp, the reality sets in. Some of the red shirt extras didn't make it, and the squad is genuinely going through it. Eren just stands behind them, offering the silent protagonist moral support, and they give the fallen proper burials, crosses, prayers, the whole 9 yards. Cut to later that night. Camp is quiet. Kartul is keeping the watch while our boy is getting this flashback to the day when everything went to shit later. 1 second he's holding a letter, smiling. The next second the head of the Pendragon clan is screaming in his face. The man's in magical handcuffs getting framed for a crime he didn't commit. Cut to a medieval BDSM dungeon. Raven is chained to a post, getting his HP reduced to 1%, apologizing to his whole family tree while the rain pours outside. Then the trauma double dips. The memory morphs again into little Eren crying over his dying dad, promising to become the greatest dragon rider, and begging him not to die, but Dad dies anyway. Eren wakes up in his tent drenched in cold sweat, heart doing 180 BPM, gripping his own hair and wondering what the hell just happened just now. Those were Eren's memories. Why was he dreaming about it though? He thinks about it for a bit when it gives him a headache. He grabs his sword and steps outside to catch some air. Kartul's still up and gives him the lynch. It's 3 a.m. bro. Go to sleep look. Eren sits down and they start talking. Kartul compliments him on how he saved everyone's ass back there, saying how if it weren't for him, all of them would be cooked. But then Eren pulls out his sword and goes, "It wasn't me. This sword saved me. This thing called Widow's Wail." Eren looks at the dragon engraved on the steel and realizes that the crazy blue power spike he got earlier. Kartul asks if this had something to do with the Guardian of the Forest. Eren nods and explains how the sword has Soldrake's power and Soldrake has it. But before he could complete that sentence, he remembered the conversation he had with Soldrake back on the battlefield. He remembers how Soldrake has ultimate power and could see through everything, and that is why he knows that Raven is not Eren. Then once again he remembers the dream, seeing him zoning out. Kartul asks him if something is wrong with him, and our boy immediately shoots him this annoyed look. Seeing Eren like that, Kartul was scared as hell and asked if he did something wrong. Eren puts a hand on his head, tells him it's not his fault, he just had a nightmare, and then goes back to the camp. The next morning, the sun comes up, everyone's awake, and Karth breaks the silence with the 6 scariest words in any fantasy story. "I've got a bad feeling. Listen to me. When the resident demon tells you the vibes are off, you pack your bags." Kartul instantly agrees, saying their survival rate just took a nosedive. Right on cue, ominous blue smoke starts rolling out of the cave. Killian points out that demons have radar for this stuff, meaning whatever is sitting in that cave is something the demon is terrified of. Eren stares at the smoke and his brain immediately clocks in that this has something to do with the mausoleum. Eren thinks about his family and thinks about the debt he owes them. Plus, Soldrake is waiting for Eren, so he can't just turn back now. He draws Widow's Wail in slow motion, drives the tip into the dirt, looks back at the squad with zero fear in his eyes and goes, "Get ready, men." Cut to inside the dungeon, and Karth is holding a single torch. But why, bro? This place is already shining with all the crystals around. Suddenly, Karth hits the hard brakes. His posture snaps and his ears start rotating, and bro goes into full bloodhound mode. He starts sniffing, then pointing down a side tunnel and going, "It's here." Killian gives him his flowers for the crazy tracking, and even outpraises it, explaining how orcs' senses are something crazy indeed. These guys can track the natural flow of mana to find hidden water sources, which is massive, because trekking through a giant underground geode will turn your kidneys into beef jerky real quick. So they let the orc act as the party's tom-tom, and the second they step into the corridor zip, tiny glowing motes of light start buzzing around their heads. Everyone looks up, and boom, we have officially entered a Disney movie. 2 high-tier elemental spirits, one neon pink, one electric blue, are doing playful loop-de-loops around the boys, having the absolute time of their lives while the squad stands there frozen, wondering what is happening. Eren asks Kartul if these things are dangerous. Kartul shakes his head and goes, "Nothing of the sort, but I'm surprised to find these things here. This cave has almost no life force around, plus this is a place that is out of the reach of the Earth Goddess, meaning these things shouldn't be here." Eren thinks about it for a minute and then says, "Maybe these guys are stuck here." While the boys are actively calculating the cost of a divine loitering ticket, Eren's eyes lock onto the waterfall. Right in the dead center, tucked behind the rushing water, is a glowing crest. He points at it. "Yo, tell me I'm not tweaking. Is that a literal god-tier shield just stuck in the wall?" It is, but before anybody can call dibs, the lake starts swirling. The water starts violently boiling. Huge bubbles breach the surface, and a second later, a skyscraper-sized snapping turtle made entirely of pressurized water erupts from the deep, opening a jaw big enough to swallow a Honda Civic. Karth starts screaming that the room boss just spawned, and the kaiju immediately starts raining down razor-sharp hydra spears at them. The boys are diving behind wet rocks, fighting for their lives, while Eren does the quick math and shouts, "It's not hunting us, it's guarding the drop." Now, a normal person plays defensive cover here. Eren decides to test God. He draws his crystal sword and casually strolls toward a multi-ton raging water deity. Killian is in the back, losing his voice. "Bro, what are you doing? Get back." But Eren is in his own zone. He walks right up to the shoreline as the turtle charges a second hydro pump, holding the glowing blade right to its snout, looks this ancient and spiritual entity dead in the eye and says, "Calm down." The turtle does not in fact calm down. It screeches right in his face, so Eren's aura spikes, his eyes go dead and cold, and he repeats the command. The crystal sword catches the cavern light, and it doesn't even slash the beast. The sheer holy pressure, radiating off the steel, causes the monster to violently detonate. When the mist clears, Eren is standing there soaking wet. With the boss nuked, the waterfall parts to reveal the prize, a legendary shield stamped with the Pendragon crest. Killian snatches it, reading the stats and losing his mind because it has a broken AoE passive that auto-heals the party. The orcs are slapping Eren on the back for soloing the water spirit, and Eren's doing the awkward anime laugh. Haha, yeah, crazy reflexes, but internally, bro is sweating through his boots. He looks down at his hand because he didn't do that for that moment. It was like he was being controlled. The sword swung itself. As they take the long staircase out, the party starts arguing the lore. The orcs claim it was the blessing of the forest guardian, but Killian had another theory. He's dead sure that it's the Pendragon power. But the second Eren hears that last name, his brain immediately throws up the visuals of the dream he saw this morning. He reminds himself that he's not a Pendragon, he's Raven Vault. Cut to a few moments later. They hit the top of the stairs and step out into the freezing night. Killian points across the courtyard and starts celebrating. We made it. Standing in front of them is the Pendragon mausoleum. In the next second, Eren's sword starts going off again, and Killian's in the back screaming how the sword is doing the thing again. Eren grips it tight and goes, I feel something. He points it forward and realizes they're standing in front of a mausoleum. The tip of the blade is burning bright, and then this thick-ass fog starts rolling straight out of the doorway. Karth was the first one to see it, and he immediately started freaking out, asking where this fog came from. But Eren saw something that everyone else missed. Something's moving inside it. He starts yelling, something's coming. But in his head, he already knows two hooves punch through the fog first, glowing this wild galactic purple, and then the whole rider comes charging straight at them. Eren steps up to block for the squad, but the orcs behind him are absolutely shitting themselves, going, "Whoa, is that?" Killian loses his mind and screams, "That's Gordon." Eren locks in, sword up, and confirms it. Gordon Pendragon. And sure enough, there he is, the main character of the past era. Karth, the orc gang, finally recognizes the figure and goes, "That's the predecessor." Eren squints at the guy and notices his body is translucent and wonders if this thing is a ghost or something. But then Eren's brain does that thing where it spirals, wait, how do I even know him? Once again, memories start surfacing in his head that weren't his. Before he can sit with that, Gordon pulls out the sword. His thing also has the shining feature, a massive beam of light shoots from it to the sky. It's so bright the whole squad is covering their eyes, shielding their faces, and looking away. And then Eren peeks through his fingers and his eyes go wide, because flying right behind the mausoleum, heading dead at them, is a dragon. The whole squad looks up in unison, and the energy shifts immediately. This thing has enormous white wings stretching across the sky. Everyone is in awe to see this majestic being. Well, except Tata and Khazal. These guys are looking like they could shit their pants any moment. The dragon locks eyes with Eren. He lets out a small smile and goes, "So you are finally here, Soldrek." The dragon swoops low over the squad, the wind from its wings nearly knocking everyone sideways, and lands right behind Gordon. It curls its tail around him like a bodyguard and just stares at the group. Killian looks up and whispers, "That's incredible." The orcs go, "The guardian spirit." And Eren? Eren's face is completely blank. Then a voice comes. "Who are you?" Eren damn near short circuits. Killian starts freaking out. Mr. Gordon spoke, but Karth points out the obvious. He's a wraith. How is he talking? Eren hits them with that half-lidded dead inside expression and thinks, yep, this is going exactly how it went before. Then he remembers something from the past. He has heard this voice before on the battlefield when he met Eren for the first time. He immediately realizes what's going on here. The thing doing the talking is not Gordon but the dragon itself. Eren grips the sword. The dragon repeats itself. "Who are you?" The squad's looking at Eren like, "Bro, say something." But he just stands there frozen. Then finally he shouts, "I'm Eren Pendragon." The dragon's eyes do this little sparkle thing and it leans in close enough that the squad scrambles backward, going, "That's too close. That's too close." Soldrake looks Eren dead in the eyes and goes, "You are not Eren Pendragon. Do not think you can deceive my gaze." And Eren's got nothing. He just stares up, shocked, completely out of words. The dragon's eyes seem to peer into something deeper, and it says, "I will ask again, who are you?" Suddenly we are hit with another flashback of the day. Everything went wrong for our boy, and suddenly he started screaming, falls on the ground, clutches his head, and starts screaming, "Who am I really?" Bro's having an identity crisis, so Soldrake's not about to let our boy catch a single breath. He hits him with the "who are you" question again, and right as he says it, every bad memory Eren's got comes flooding in, all at once. First it's the public humiliation, then it cuts to these knights walking up, laughing in his face, mocking him. The memories keep stacking, one after another, and Eren's just sitting there screaming, "I really don't want to see this again." But nah, Soldrake does not care. The dragon's rummaging around in his skull like it's looking for something specific. Then the memories shift to his first run-in with the orcs. The pain in his head spikes, but this time it feels different, and Eren clocks it. Soldrake isn't just torturing him. The dragon's showing him this stuff on purpose. More flashes. Now it's a man and a woman looking down at a baby, both smiling. Eren goes, "Wait, are these even mine?" He looks closer at the woman. That's the Duke's wife, and the guy next to her, that's Gordon. Cut to her on a sofa, cradling baby Eren while Gordon plays with the kid, and Eren's watching this baby giggle and thinking, "Is that me?" Killian's in there too, chasing baby Eren around, messing with him. Eren can't handle it anymore. He's screaming at Soldrake to stop. The dragon keeps rolling. Now Eren's on a couch reading, his little sister beside him holding a baby. Then the worst one hit, his dad dying. The whole family crowded around, crying, begging him to hold on. The old man cracks his eyes open one last time, reaches out his hand and just stops. Everyone drops their heads. Next memory, same gut punch energy. Eren, completely wrecked after the funeral, locked himself in his room, painting his father on horseback. And all of this is taking a real toll on his actual body because now he's coughing up blood on the floor. Killian sees it and screams, "Your Grace!" The orcs all yell, "Eren," at the same time. Soldrake still doesn't care, goes right back to asking his name. Aaron's choking on his own blood, barely conscious, and he forces it out. I'm Raven Vault. Then he shuts his eyes again, figuring now he'll get the Raven memories. Nope. First it's just dark, then faces start surfacing. The moment he woke up, Lindsay was standing there terrified. Then a girl with a little kid holding a rabbit. Aaron and Mia. Mia comes sprinting up and hugs him. Another flash, Helena wrapped around him, tears running down her face. Then the harpy, the goblin, and the big orc brawl where he's grinning at his enemies with the whole squad at his back, and Kartul ripping a forest of roots out of the ground. Then the most recent stuff, him and his crew walking through that cave full of crystals. He's still on the floor choking when he hears his squad screaming at him to hold on, to just endure it, but seeing him like this they can't take it. Killian and the orcs are about to throw themselves between Aaron and the dragon. Karthul asks Karth if going against the guardian spirit is really a smart move, and Karth just says, Aaron is my friend, then if this keeps up he dies. But Karthul grabs his arm and screams at him to stop, like, you seriously want to fight that thing? Aaron grabs his sword, jams it into the ground, and uses it to drag himself up. Looks the dragon dead in the eye and goes, I am the rightful heir to the Duchy of Pendragon, Aaron Pendragon. And his dead dad, watching all this, looks so proud, flashes him one last smile and fades out. Then while our boy's still putting the pieces together, Soldrake throws his head back and lets out this absolutely massive roar. The sound alone sends knights flying and the orcs are clutching their ears. Then the dragon goes quiet, lowers its head, locks eyes with Aaron and says, our pledge has been completed. Aaron Pendragon and Raven Vault, you are the one who will become the successor of the Pendragons. Aaron leans on his sword and smiles, and his whole squad comes sprinting at him asking if he's okay. Aaron's got blood running down his cheek, but he waves it off like it's nothing and just goes, I'm fine, don't worry about it. Then he tells them, the oath's done. The dragon chose him, and everybody just freezes for a second, processing that before it clicks. Killian throws his hands up, screaming that Aaron got chosen, the future of the Pendragons is safe. Kartul is grinning, going, now he's bonded with a guardian spirit. Kart's also celebrating. He's like, yeah, this guy's literally the only one who can beat pulling this off. And then the dragon just slowly lifts its head to the sky. Aaron catches it and looks up too and goes, what's wrong? Soldrake looks at the sky and replies, we've got company. Aaron squints into the distance and clocks these massive dark shapes. First thought, dead serious. Oh, birds. Half a second later his brain catches up and it's pure horror in his mind. He goes, no, 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 no. The orc next to him goes white and starts yelling that this can't be happening, because it's not birds, it's a wall of dragons closing in fast. The Khazal's screaming, Tata's shaking so hard she won't even look up. Within seconds, 6 absolute units are circling overhead. Then a voice drops out of nowhere asking if this is the Queen's new contractor. Aaron spins around and there's this huge purple dragon staring him down. Soldrake tries to shoo them away, asking, she didn't summon them, so why are they here? Her business with the Pendragons has nothing to do with this crowd. A green dragon Iguan slides in behind her going, not this time. She turns on him and Iguan immediately bows his head and says they came because they had to. Don't you know why? Soldrake just looks at him like, you really think you've got the right to question me? And Iguan shuts up instantly and lowers his head. Respect the hierarchy. Then the black dragon turns on her and goes, my queen, I sense not just your aura in this person, I sense the aura of the demon god too. Aaron's face does the thing. He frowns, completely lost, like, the what now? Soldrake's not having it. She flares her wings and lets out this scream with everything she's got. A wind tears across the field and just bowls the knights over, sending them sprawling. But the dragons don't even flinch. They just watch. And she tells them flat out, unwanted guests need to get off her territory. She's ordering it. As the Queen of Dragons, and Aaron turns around real slow and it finally lands. He looks at Soldrake and goes, wait, you're the Dragon Queen? The dragons trade looks. The brown one flaps once and they all start lifting off. The purple one is still locked on her the whole time as they are leaving. The black dragon says, we'll retreat today. But if this man ever sets foot on our lands again, none of this stays a secret. Wings beat and all 6 are gone into the distance. Soldrake just watches the sky. The orc finally exhales like he's been holding it the whole scene and goes, okay, what the hell just happened? The goblin still parked on the terrified harpy says, it sounded like they were dancing around something. And the orc explains, a dragon's voice only reaches whoever it's talking to. They heard the first one a few minutes back through Gordon, but that conversation just now? Nothing. Silence. Which means Aaron was the only one hearing all of it. He clocks that he's the only one who got the full exchange, and Soldrake only calmed down once the oath was sealed. He files it away. He'll figure it out later. Then he just stands there with his head tilted back, brain buzzing. 6 dragons, a god of dragons, a demon god. He goes, man, I don't know nearly enough about anything happening here. He glances at Soldrake, watching the sky, and thinks maybe she'll actually tell him she's the queen after all. He remembers getting reborn, still has no idea why it happened, and frowns at it all over again, so he turns to her. The queen turns back, and Aaron puts on this little smile, raises a hand and goes, hey, can I ask you something, and could you maybe lean down for it? My neck's kind of killing me. Soldrake smiles back, looks him over, and says she's got something better than that. Aaron goes, huh, and then she lights up her body going transparent. Killian sees it and panics, screaming that she's vanishing, and then a flash whites out the entire field. Aaron throws his arm up, the light too bright to look at, and he slowly lowers his hand to a completely clear, empty sky. No dragon. He just yells out in straight panic, looking up, and her voice answers from where he's not looking. He frowns and glances down, and there's a blue flame in front of him. Out of it, a pair of heels, then legs, then the whole woman, gray hair and a gorgeous blue dress, and the only thing left of the dragon is the pair of wings on her back. She walks up to him, looks him dead in the eye, and says, "I'm right here." Aaron's just standing thinking, Soldrake has a solid rack, so Soldrake just straight up ignores every shocked face around her. Killian, the orcs, all of them gawking at the fact that a dragon is now a gray-haired dragon waifu, and she turns to Aaron like nothing happened and goes, "You said you wanted to ask me something. So? What is it?" Cut to the road. Everybody's riding out now, Aaron on horseback with Soldrake walking behind, and the two of them are deep in some conversation nobody else can get in on. Kartul leans over to Killian and goes, "Hey, can I ask what those two are even talking about?" And Killian just furrows his brow like, "Why are you asking me? Go ask them yourself." The shaman gives him this look. "We're orcs, my guy, we can't just stroll up to a guardian spirit." And Killian's like, "It doesn't matter anyway, you could stand right next to them and you still wouldn't hear a word." Because that's the thing they all start piecing together. None of them can hear a voice at all, except Aaron. For some reason, Aaron hears her perfectly fine. And Killian's sitting there going, "Wait, a dragon that turns into a human? I've never even heard of that being a thing." Then Killian, watching the two of them walk and talk up ahead, gets this grin and adds, "Plus you know she's kind of gorgeous." The shaman just stares at him and says, "Well, we orcs won't understand that." Up front, Aaron's actually trying to get answers. He waves a hand and goes, "Those dragons that showed up, what was their deal? They clearly didn't like us talking. Why were you two basically about to throw hands?" Soldrake looks ahead, thinks about it, and gives him, "You'll understand in time." Aaron just stares at her, says nothing. Then he asks her, "You say my past is Raven?" Then she's got to know about how he and Aaron both died for no clear reason, and what that Boltai said in the end. Our boy got this feeling that she must really know what's going on and why he ended up reborn inside Aaron's body. So he asks, and Soldrake goes, "Time will reveal the reason to you." Then he asks another question and once again gets hit with the same question. Then he asks another and once again gets the same answer. At this point, Aaron's done. He stretches his arm out and basically yells, "Is that the only line you know? Just tell me what I need to know." And Soldrake, completely unbothered, looks at him and goes, "You talk too much." Then adds, "Pendragons rarely even speak with me." Aaron just drags a hand down his face like, what is wrong with this woman? He genuinely thought making a deal with her would finally get him some clarity, and instead, and right as he's spiraling, it dawns on him to look forward. Huge snake, out of nowhere, mouth wide open, rocketing straight at him. Killian and the orc scream in unison that it's a demon. Aaron's already reaching for his sword, and before the blade even clears the sheath, Soldrake's just there, and one swing makes the thing clean in half. The body hits the dirt. Everybody's frozen. Aaron goes, "Huh? That fast?" And then it gets weird because Soldrake calmly picks up a chunk of the snake's meat, inspects it, opens her mouth, and brings it up to eat. The whole crew just watches in horror. Kazal and Tata look at her all terrified and say, "Well, she is a dragon." Meanwhile, Killian was busy noticing some different things and internal thoughts. Even in this form, she doesn't look that human, though she sure is a beauty. But that? Yeah, a raw demon snake straight off the floor is not a very human move. Aaron just watches her, thinking, cut to the night. Tents were already up. Soldrake is perched up in a tree staring at the sky, Aaron just walking up with a dead animal in one hand and his sword in the other. He drives the sword in, butchers it down, gets some small cuts of meat, and brings them to the fire. Soldrake watches, and as the meat starts catching this golden crust, the smell hits her and she's locked in. Aaron slides a piece her way, takes a bite of his own and goes, "Look, if you're going to be in a human's form, eat like one." She stares at him, then takes a bite. She looks up at the sky and she smiles, says, "You're an interesting one, Pendragon." He goes, "I'm a Pendragon," then frowns at the fire and adds, "Quieter, but I'm also Raven Vault." Soldrake just keeps watching him. Aaron just closes his eyes and smiles, saying he's done talking about his past since she wouldn't get it anyway. Then he looks at the meat and tells her how he used to make this all the time back in the days and asks her if she liked it. Then he changes the topic and is about to ask something else, but she beats him to it. She smiles and goes, "From now on, you can call me Soul." Aaron blinks because she was smiling. He takes a good look at her and thinks, so dragons can smile too. Then he grins right back, raises an eyebrow and goes, "Cool. So the dragon god and the demon god?" But Soul hits him with, "Time will tell." Aaron just throws his head back and goes, "Damn it, is this all you can say? Tell me everything right now, woman." Cut to the Pendragon castle gates, and there are maids absolutely everywhere yelling and screaming that the master's back and he's made the pact with the dragon. As they hear that, every girl in the court bolts for the balcony to get a look. Helena's up there wiping away tears, just staring down the road. Aaron and Mia are screaming from pure happiness and joy. "He's here. He's actually here." Helena just goes, "That's my son. That's my pride." Lindsay lets out this huge breath and smiles, thinking how she was worried when she had waved him off at the gate. Thank God he's in one piece. Meanwhile, on the ground, the whole street fills up. People are waving and shouting that the Duke's back. Aaron rides in on horseback while Helena and his crew walk forward. Meanwhile, Kazal and Tata are having the best time of their lives. Wow, a lot of people here. Kartul's cracking up, like this place is alive. And overhead, Soldrake's just gliding above the city like it's nothing. Then the butler catches sight of the rest of Aaron's entourage and just loses it. He's pointing and going, "There's a goblin and a harpy. Why are these demons here? And who's the winged girl?" Nobody on Aaron's side is reading the room. They're having a great time. Aaron then pulls his sword out, points it straight up and shouts that the Pendragons have won. From this moment, they're back under the dragon's protection. Hearing this, everyone's like, where is the dragon though? Then the crystal in Soul's forehead lights up. Her wings blow up to full size. This massive blue flash of mana goes off in front of Aaron's family. Soul's full form. She flaps once, lets out this menacing roar, and rises over the city. Then the scene shifts, and now we're at the banquet. Fireworks going off outside, men in expensive suits eating expensive food and discussing important rich people business. A girl sits at the piano and starts playing. The maid finds Aaron and goes, what a banquet. This is my first one. Aaron claps and explains they're celebrating the pact between her brother and the dragon. Then she looks around and adds, even lords from neighboring countries showed up, and big-time merchants. Lindsay spins around like, wait, where's Aaron? Aaron's in this white outfit, looking fancy as hell. He walks up to Soul and asks her what she's doing here. Why is she not at the banquet? She turns, laughs, and goes, haven't you talked with me enough? Aaron frowns. Soul goes, you're the heir. Shouldn't you be down there working the banquet? Aaron sighs and admits hosting guests is a pain and he doesn't get human society that well. Soul says she's been with House Pendragon a long time and never once heard of a dragon showing up to a party. Aaron's like, why not? You've got a human form. And she gives him this long look and says, yeah, he really is different from the Pendragons before him. Then she leaps off the roof, opens her wings, and just like that, she's gone. Aaron watches her shrink into the sky and then he feels it. That prickle on the back of the neck. He turns around, a whole crowd of girls, sparkling eyes are running towards him, yelling, we found him. They want the full story of how he made a pact with the dragon and they're charging. Aaron clenches his teeth, frozen, no idea what to do. Down below, Lindsay brings a plate of meat to some rich merchant who immediately goes, you've got a great body. Be my mistress? She laughs it off, confused, and then hears the giggling. She turns and sees Aaron completely swarmed. One girl's gushing. She's never heard of a man beating an orc in hand-to-hand combat. She introduces herself, Cecina, pure bloodline. One of the most important houses. Then a blonde raises her hand, 4 giant rings on her fingers, like I'm Mabel. House Goldman, we basically run the empire's economy. Surely you've heard of us. The redhead next to her snaps that Mabel isn't even nobility, just a merchant. Mabel waves the rings again, funny. Coming from someone whose family can't even afford mithril jewelry. It's about to throw down right there. And Aaron's done. He just thinks every one of them wants to attach themselves to me, and I do not have time for this, and physically peels out of the circle and walks off. Then he hears it from the weakest one in the building. He looks over and an orc is whacking Killian on the back going, 10 glasses and you're already gone? Killian dying goes, do not compare me to you. Off to the side, Cartool's doing little magic tricks for Aaron's baby sister. This is called magic. She goes, my bunny's flying. The orc spots Aaron and lights up. Come drink with us. Show us that human grit. Killian's yelling, he's busy, you idiot. But Aaron just smiles, walks over, pats his sister's head and goes, actually, great idea. We're not losing this. Drinking contest. Go. Deep into the night now. The maid's helping Aaron walk, and he's clutching his head, going, it hurts. It really hurts. She asks if he's okay. He apologizes for being a handful, and she just smiles and says it's fine, then blushes a little and tells him this is the first time he's actually had fun since his father passed, so she's happy too. Aaron softens, looks down and goes, yeah? She leads him by the hand to his room. He asks what his mom could possibly be doing in there this late. The maid says, probably just tea. Doors open. It is not tea. It's a wall of girls in gorgeous dresses, every major family represented, all red-cheeked and smiling at him. Aaron freezes, looks around in dawning horror and goes, what is this? His mother steps out beaming and goes, you made a pact with the dragon. It's time you had an heir. As the Pendragon, which of these will bear your child? And Aaron just stands there in a full system crash before finally choking out, Mom, what are you even talking about right now? Killian explains the current situation, telling our boy how it's an ancient Pendragon tradition. Any Pendragon who makes a pact with a dragon has to produce an heir with a noblewoman from a neighboring state. She mentions the spot was originally meant for Count Sayrod's daughter, but that engagement fell through. As she heard that Aaron started crying, she clearly developed some sort of bond with her. But Aaron just stares at her like, what is happening inside your skull right now? But she bounces right back to sunshine mode. Don't be sad, brother. Every lady here is from a worthy family, and now the flexing begins. The redhead announces her house is one of the most famous in the empire, first emperor's blood, nobler than even the imperial family. The girl in pink counters that her dad's a general with 10,000 soldiers and overwhelming force, solves everything. Then the one dripping in jewelry just smiles and calls them both idiots, because the future belongs to whoever controls the economy. And then it's full chaos, all three screaming at each other to mind their own business. Aaron watches this whole circus for about 2 seconds and goes, I'm deciding this. Now, he asks what exactly is going on here. His mom starts, it's the Pendragon house, and he cuts her off. I get it. Then he walks over, puts his arm around the maid Lindsay and goes, I choose her. For a second it's dead silence. His mom froze, sister froze. Every rich girl in the room hits him with that exact frown of pure disappointment. And Lindsay has no idea what's happening, going bright red, she is about to decline, but Aaron covers her mouth and goes, sheet. Then he makes his case. This girl's taken care of him for years, sticking with him through every hardship and also on the way to the expedition. The horse wasn't the only thing he rode, so he'd figured for a while now that one day he'd have to take responsibility. After saying all that, he apologized to his mother for keeping quiet about it. Mom jumps in. No, that's fine. You are a man after all, but the whole point of choosing a bride, and Aaron's already nodding, is to strengthen the family. I know. Then he narrows his eyes at the noble girls and pivots hard. But you all came here to celebrate my pact with the dragon, right? He says allies like them could be invaluable if hard times come. And then he hits them with it. He's just like Lindsay, who took care of him while he lay unconscious for 3 years. The girls snap in unison. She's an ordinary maid, and Aaron told these bitches to calm down. There are only fools in this room, people with nothing of their own, who can only ride their family's reputation. Nobody's got to come back to that. And once again the whole room is silent. But our boy doesn't stop there. He adds that he already has comrades, Killian, who fought fearlessly for him. The soldiers who never abandoned the Pendragons at rock bottom, the orcs in their unbeatable strength, Tata the harpy and Kazal the goblin, who had his back, everyone who didn't run when he went to the mausoleum. Those are his real comrades. He takes his mom's hand and goes, the Pendragons aren't weak enough to depend on allies anymore. Mom and sister are tearing up now. Then he turns to Lindsay, who immediately starts shaking and goes, whatever Lindsay says, she's becoming my lover. She whispers, of course, young master. He pulls her in and announces, from now on, my maid Lindsay is Lady Pendragon. Then the scene shifts. Aaron's sitting in a chair, and grandmother is standing behind him. She says she can't believe this is the same guy who used to be a rude mercenary, or that these are his real feelings. Aaron goes, who knows? He asks why she's still here, since he's already opened the mausoleum. Grandma says she figured she'd see the heir's face before leaving. She tells him he's changed, and without powerful allies, times like these are going to be rough. Aaron goes, I've got a plan. The Pendragons have the dragon's backing now, so plenty of people will line up to serve them. And then he smiles and adds that he knows heroes who'll become famous in the future. So his plan is to befriend them while they're nobodies, turn them into subordinates, and build a powerful force for everything foreign and domestic. Grandma grabs his hand and laughs that he's perfect for the role of ruler. Aaron goes, how can you grab me? You're a ghost. She goes, then can I hug you? Aaron, no. She floats off to the window and says she was joking. And seeing him like this, now she's got no regrets left. Then Aaron grits his teeth. When I made the pact with Saul, 6 dragons came. Grandma whirls around. There were other dragons? He thinks back to the black dragon, which mentioned the god of dragons and the god of demons. From the way Saul and the dragons talked, it sounded like they're somehow tied to him being reborn. Even that freak said everything's connected. Grandma's never even heard of these gods. Aaron says when he pushed Saul on it, all she'd give him was time will tell. Over and over. Grandma smiles and points out he's calling her Saul now. She told me to. Anyway, I can't really talk. She smiles and says it's time for her to go. For a second, our boy couldn't understand what was going on. But when Granny's body started fading out, he finally got it. Adia reaches out, tears in her eyes, and tells him that whether the dream he's chasing is his own or Raven's, she believes he can pull it off. To dear Pendragon, she says, and Aaron just loses it, screams Grandma, and hugs her while she's still got arms left to hug back. She closes her eyes, tells him to keep living, and then she's gone. He looks down at her portrait and quietly goes, yeah, this was always going to happen. Then the scene shifts and we're at a wedding. Lindsay's in the white dress, there are like 300 plus people packed in. The calendar reads year, and our boy is officially a married man. Cut to a smaller room after. Aaron's on the bed clearly chewing on something. When Soul's voice drifts in through the window, she floats in, takes one look at him, and basically goes, so you picked this girl, huh? Why'd you marry a maid? Aaron replies, saying that a real wedding with a noble house comes with a mountain of obligations he does not have time for. To whom does he make an heir? Doesn't matter. He'll speedrun that problem later. Soul's a little deflated and asks the question she actually came to ask. Why isn't he interested in her? Aaron says, Lindsay took care of him for 3 years and he trusts her. End of story. Then he asks where Soul flew off to when they were talking earlier. Turns out she's been up at Rhea, a stone dragon statue on the mountain behind the castle. That's where she was back when she swore her oaths with the Pendragons. Aaron asks if it doesn't get boring up there, and Soul says it's the same everywhere, since nobody can actually hear her. Aaron points out the Pendragons. She replies saying that she never really talked to any of them. Not Gordon, not his ancestors. She looks up at this huge moon and says they never wanted this form anyway, and to respect their wishes, she stays in her dragon form. And you can watch Aaron connecting the dots. His grandma's whole you're getting closer to her line. Every time Soul complained that he talked to her too much. So Soul goes, look, whoever you are, you made a pact with me. And Aaron cuts in to say he can't get used to how she keeps addressing him. Call me whatever, he says, just not that. Soul thinks for a second and goes, fine, I'll call you Ray. And Aaron freezes because that's what his family used to call him. Soul catches the look and asks if he hates it. He smiles and says no, he actually loves it, and told her to call him that from now on. Soul's kind of floored by the whole thing, and then she just says it out loud. You're completely different from every other Pendragon. Then she looks up at the sky and goes, Alex, the first Pendragon. It looks like your promises will finally be fulfilled. Cut to this bird delivering newspapers across the kingdom. The headline reads, the Pendragons have made a pact with the dragon again, and the news has the whole country in an uproar. Some guy reading the announcement just goes, "The Pendragons are insane." Baldy tells his buddy their territory is basically the size of a small country now, with only 5 knights. The green cloak mustache guy adds that if this works out, they're walking away with land and titles. They both turn around with greasy little smiles and ask a third guy what he thinks. Then we're at a port, a big ship rolling in. There's a guy parked in a chair reading the same report, and he notes it's not just the dragon who fell in line behind Eren, it's demons and orcs out of the Ancona forest, orcs too. He stares out the window. This Eren guy is not as simple as he looks. Over at the castle, somebody comes running in screaming that Eren made a pact with the dragon. Count Seirot is not happy with how all of this turned out, and turns to Luna and whines he can't even get a minute of rest. But Luna was busy thinking about Eren in her head. Then it gets darker, literally. Somebody snaps their fingers. A cloud of dark energy pops into the air, and a paper appears out of it. One of them reads the name Eren. A guy with a little beard smiles and says it's for the world they want to build. Another in a black hood raises his hand over the page, says the same line, and torches the whole list with purple fire and says how the future they are planning for people like Eren is a problem for that. And some bearded dude mid-bite of a slab of meat just goes, "Guess I've got to handle this one." The one in the cape smiles and says he's been waiting for the Hound of the Empire, his demon platoon commander, and then the camera pans to Balti, and nothing has changed about this bastard. Even in this timeline, he's still a scumbag. Then the scene shifts back to Pendragon Castle. Lindsay walks up to Eren, she asks where he's headed, and Eren says he's off to Bellant Gate to go recruit some fresh bodies for the cavalry. Cut to the fortress where those fresh bodies are already regretting every life choice. Killian is absolutely screaming at the recruits, asking where all their energy went, and it's been 1 hour. These guys are wheezing, barely able to wave a wooden stick around, and Killian's standing there like, if you can't handle a pathetic stick, you've got no business being a Pendragon knight. Eren rolls up and asks one of the knights how the rookies are doing with the basics. Killian shrugs and says a few of them claim they want to be knights, but there's zero fire behind it. Eren frowns and points out this is the first time they've recruited this many at once, so of course they're second-guessing themselves. Then he smirks and basically tells Killian that raising them isn't really his job, and promotes him to cavalry commander on the spot. And Killian lights up like a kid on Christmas. Immediately wheel on the recruits, yelling that the master expects greatness from them. Drill this into your bones for life, follow my lead and you'll be true Pendragon cavalry. The recruits, half dead, are just thinking, what is this mustachioed maniac even talking about? And isn't he like super weak? Eren folded him in like seconds when they fought earlier. Eren leans against a tree, watching the whole circus, and his brain starts wandering. Lately it's the same story every time. New blood shows up, grumbles, and drags their feet about the cavalry coming. And then the heavy stuff creeps back in. Those images of the demon god and the dragon god, he can't shake. It's exactly like those dragons warned him. He doesn't know what his enemies are capable of, which means he's got to make this cavalry as strong as humanly possible. Meanwhile, Kartul is just chilling under a tree reading his book while Mia is plopped down on him. Just then he heard these voices and turned to the tower where Sol was chilling with her buddies. Sol left Rhea to come travel with them, and Eren can tell she's having way more fun. He watches her staring up at the sky and figures, at least, she looks happy. Then she glances down, calls out to him, and tells him that a group of warriors is riding for the gate. Down at the entrance, a few unknown knights are just standing there in dead silence. The recruits clock them, and one goes, "Oh, those are wandering knights, guys who picked up a sword and travel the world." Another rookie's like, "That's actually so cool," and figures they heard the Pendragons are blowing up and came to hop on the bandwagon. Killian goes to meet them, introduces himself as captain of the White Dragon Cavalry, and asks where they're from. The first one's Reed Pollock, a wanderer from Vandal, roaming the world, looking for a master worth serving. The Baldy's named Barrio Luton, and he's operating on pure musclehead logic. He just wants to fight strong opponents. And the third, masked and silent, flat-out refuses to give his name. Killian's thrown, Barrio and Reed start cracking up and tell him not to bother. Even they don't know the guy's name. They just met him on the road and decided to roll together. Killian asks if they actually want to serve House Pendragon. Barrio smirks and says they heard the Pendragons are short on knights, so they'll happily be the sword in their hand for the right price and fame and fortune, obviously. He's basically going, relax, we'll fix your little staffing problem. And Reed throws in that they won't even need training. All this boasting is making Killian mad. He was about to bitch slap these bastards out of the territory, but then Eren strolls over grinning and says if they're wanderers surviving on their own steam, then they've got the strength to back up all that talk, and he tells Killian to spar them. Killian, thrilled, takes Barrio first and the recruits are stunned. The captain can hang with this giant. Killian knocks Barrio's blade clean out of his hands, immediately wheels on Reed and asks if he needs a written invitation. Reed barely gets his sword up before Killian parries, disarms him too, and lays steel against his throat. The recruits are losing their minds. This is the best thing they've ever seen. Killian turns and asks Eren how he likes the wandering knights, and Eren goes, "We're short on people, so we'll take them." Then there's the masked one, still standing there like a statue. Eren smiles and invites him to give it a go, and the guy just says, "Nah, don't want to." Killian's already decided this man is rude. Eren, full arrogant Duke mode, asks his name, and the warrior turns away and says he doesn't feel like sharing. That's the last straw for Killian, who calls him a fool, grabs him by the cloak and demands to know how he dares talk to a duke like that. The masked warrior just drops Killian flat on the ground effortlessly, and seeing this, thinks he's strong. "I want him in my cavalry." So Killian's losing it now, yelling every insult he can think of at this wandering knight. He's ready to throw hands, but Eren wants this one for himself. So he tells Killian to stand down. He slides his sword out, rests the blade on his shoulder and goes, my turn. He squares up across from the wandering knight. The guy looks him over and asks if he actually wants to fight. Eren frowns and goes, isn't this how you challenge a knight to a duel in Valar? As he hears that, Killian's eyes go wide. Wait, he's a Valar? And one of the recruits turns to the captain like, who even is this guy? Quick lore dump time. Way back down south, a bunch of countries went to war over some disputed land, and one of them was basically a non-stop war machine, just massacre after massacre for generations. The warriors it pumped out got called Valar Knights, while Killian explains that growing up in that hell means each one is worth about 1,000 normal soldiers. They don't fear death, they sharpen their swords purely for the craft, and Killian's a little shook, because these guys were basically a campfire story to him the first time he's ever seen one in the flesh. Meanwhile, Eren's still holding his blade in the man's face, and Killian's like, how'd you even know that he's Valar? In his head, Eren had already run the whole checklist. The look, the southern accent, the 2 swords, one short, one long, it all clicked. The second he saw him, he's fought a Valar before, back when he went south with the Demon Slayer squad, and this guy's a carbon copy. His eyes drift to the horse, and yeah, there's a mace and shield strapped to the saddle, and a crossbow too. Man came packed for every possible scenario. So Eren smirks and lays it out. Valar cavalry don't bow to anyone but their master. Not money, not bloodline, not even the emperor. Nobody's putting these guys on their knees. They run on pure strength and technique, and they're proud as hell about it. Then he says, you came looking for a master worth swinging your sword for. Tell me I'm wrong. The knight frowns, looks up at the sky and goes, I'm not interested. The stars led me here. Barrio and Reed just blink at that. The knight nods at the two of them and adds that he's only walking with them because they gave him water. And here's where Eren's brain does its thing. Valvans are sea people. They navigate by the stars, but the one thing they physically cannot do is go without water. So Eren goes, see, the stars didn't let you down. They walked you straight to Eren, Pendragon. The knight's face goes serious, he pulls out his sword, and he goes, money, influence, bloodline, or power, nothing matters to him. Then he looks Eren directly in the eye and goes, if Eren wants him to serve, he's got to put his life on the table. Lose, and he dies. Eren just says he already knows how things work down their way. The recruits lose their minds. Reed squints, it's just a basic stance. Barrio's confused too. The sword's held like any random foot soldier would hold it, so why that style? And then Eren moves. He blurts in, swinging right at the knight's face, fast enough that Killian flinches at the speed and the knight goes too slow, parries it clean and starts driving Eren's blade down. The pressure forces Eren onto one knee. The valve swings at his face. Eren slips it at the last possible second, lightning quick, and the knight's genuinely surprised he got out of that. Eren launches up and tags him, a thin red line opening across the man's chest, but the knight clips him right back across the face, and now their blades are just screaming off each other. The recruits are stunned. Reed's going, what is even happening? The other one's looking at the captain for answers, and Eren, mid-clash, is thinking he's nearly there. This combo usually works on 2 sword fighters, throw their balance off with the first swing, then hit on the dodge. He touches his cheek and admits if he hadn't slipped that second strike, his head would already be on the floor. This guy's the real deal. The knight's furious now. Who the hell are you? You're really just some pampered noble's kid? And Eren goes, nah, I'm the same as you. He's killed plenty monsters, demons, people, and never for fun, only to stay alive. I smell the exact same thing off you. As he said that, the nameless knight Drew went into the dual-wielding stance and his face got all psychotic. Eren clocks it instantly and goes, you are using both hands now, huh? And asks if he's finally being taken seriously. Then the camera pans over to Karth and Bro's whole sleep routine is interrupted by these cheers, so he wakes up yawning his whole soul out, complaining that it's way too loud to nap. Karth figures somebody's having a scrap nearby. So the orcs go wandering over to where a crowd's gathered. He walks up to Killian and asks what's going on. Then they see it, and both of them just go numb. Because Eren is out there throwing hands with this warrior, and it is not a fair fight in the way they expected. It's terrifyingly even. Eren's blocking blows from this knight, and mid-clash the warrior suddenly glances away. Eren's eyes follow him. Some trembling guy in the crowd gasps that this swordsman is going toe-to-toe with the Lord. Karth turns to Killian like, who even is this guy? And Killian just goes, yeah, I'm trying to figure that out myself. Eren jumps back, swings, and the blow sails clean past the warrior's head. Then he drops the blade downward and Barrio goes, oh, that was a feint. Killian's losing it. That's so cool. The blades crash together. Then the warrior swings a second sword and Killian nearly has a heart attack. Bro's got a second sword. The warrior with crazy eyes in the crowd is already calling it. The Lord is finished, but Eren leaps over the strike and spins around and the nameless knight leans back out of the way. He rushes Eren again, and Eren clocks it like, okay, this one's real. He steps back, Killian's whispering, wait, is this another feint? And Eren reads the angle of the sword and goes, no, the real attack's coming from the left. Parries it. Karth straight up yells that there's no way. The warrior swings his right blade. Eren just grabs the dude's wrist, stops it cold, sweat pouring down his face, and he tells the knight, you're good. And the warrior, having the time of his life, goes, you're good too. Genuinely the most respectful slap fight in the kingdom. Then Eren's eyes flick down to the guy's leg. Oh no. The knight's winding up a knee trips Eren, sending him to the ground. And here's where our boy's brain kicks in. Kicking, huh? Excellent. He plants a hand, loads up, and sweeps the knight's leg right out from under him. Now they're both on their knees swinging at each other. The knight blocks Eren's strike with both swords, their faces inches apart, and Eren just grins at him. The crowd's eating it up. Reed says it's an incredible fight. Barrio admits he genuinely can't tell which of these two is the bigger monster. Cartul nudges Karth, smiling, like, could you stand up to this guy? And Killian poor stressed. Killian is thinking to himself, I actually tried to fight this guy. Back to the battle. Both of the guys are in the zone now, and Eren casually asks the warrior, do you want to know the weakness of dual blades? And the knight, still grinning, goes, what is it? So Eren throws a fistful of sand right into the guy's eyes. Cartul and the rest are like, sand? Karth adds that Eren must have grabbed some when he got knocked down earlier. The knight slams his eyes shut and jumps back, and Eren goes for his blade. The warrior cracks his eyes open just in time to see a sword screaming toward him and lets go of his weapon, so Eren's strike whiffs, and Killian's stunned, like that wasn't the moment for it. The orc figures Eren ditched the swing because he's gassed out, and that's bad news. But the warrior, grinning, calls out an attack from the right, then shouts he's actually going straight up the middle. Except Eren's sword hand changes direction with absolutely cursed speed, and the blade ends up right at his neck, and no one can believe what just happened. Meanwhile, Eren, holding the sword steady, tells him, yeah, no doubt about it, your knights are strong, and adds that if he didn't have this sword, he might have more. The warrior's genuinely surprised he got beat, and Eren, still dripping sweat, says this isn't the first time this sword saved his life. The knight looks down, throws his sword to the ground, then he kneels right there in front of Eren and tells him he's a true Valar rider. He closes his eyes and introduces himself, Elkin Isla, and Eren kind of freezes hearing the name. Elkin declares that from this moment he'll be Eren's sword and he'll destroy his lord's enemies, and this is his oath of allegiance. But our boy didn't hear any because his mind is occupied somewhere else with the name that just got dropped. This isn't the first time Eren's hearing the name Elkin Isla. In his past life, this dude's name was everywhere Elkin was. The Stormbringer, the single strongest knight Valar ever produced. And Eren's just standing there mentally pulling up the guy's entire future resume like he's scrolling a wiki. A couple years from now, this man becomes the Sea Dragon King of the North, Knight of the Duke of Arangi, and swings his sword in that name across 100 battles. A grin creeps onto Eren's face because he's basically cheating. Sure, right now Elkin's a nobody kneeling in the dirt, but not for long. So Eren kneels down too and gets level with Elkin, and Killian and the Wandering Knights are all standing there, absolutely baffled, watching the Lord drop to one knee for some rando swordsman. Eren tells Adia to lift his head and just lays it out flat. Yeah, Elkin's his sword and Eren's the Lord, but they're really not that different, just different jobs. Then he narrows his eyes and says what he actually wants is for Elkin to be his ally. His gaze drifts over to Killian, the orcs, and the demons. An ally, he says, just like all of them. Elkin's genuinely thrown by that. Elkin just closes his eyes and bows his head. Elkin mutters that this Pendragon guy is interesting. Reed, hyped, blurts out, Eren's going to rule the world someday. Barrio goes, I'm following him no matter what. And Killian frowns and goes, hang on, nobody offered us the whole become my companion speech. Eren's sitting there all calm when Saul calls out, asking if he's done, and she and the Griffins come descending from the tower. Barrio and Reed nearly fall over. These guys are just stunned at the Griffins existing. Eren turns and goes, Soldrake. She lands looking dead serious, and now Killian and Isla and the rest of the gang are completely petrified because of the energy radiating off her. Barrio's like, what is this pressure? Reed's asking who this girl even is. Killian says, that's Soldrake. The knights look at him like, explain. And Killian's like, yeah man, I'd love to understand it too. Reed puts a hand to his face and decides she's got this mystical beauty thing going on. Beautiful, sure, but the aura makes his whole body go numb. She's a 10, but she might be a war crime. Sol stops in front of Eren, and he turns and goes, okay Isla, let me introduce her. She's Soldrake, the white dragon. Barrio's losing it that Atea is casually standing in front of an actual dragon. Reed's already doing the maths. Dude's this strong now. What's he going to look like later? Meanwhile, Eren's watching Elkin's back and thinking, huh, I was wrong about this guy. Flashes back to meeting Soldrake in his past life, how her sheer pressure floored him, and how you can't beat that with normal force because that's just what dragon power is. And yet Elkin walking up to her is totally different from how Eren expected. He closes his eyes like, yeah, this man's gonna keep surprising me right to the end. Then Eren looks up at the blue sky and basically opens his recruitment spreadsheet out loud. He's expanding past their turf now, going hunting for the living legends he remembers. He pictures a guy lounging on a literal mountain of gold. Dorian, young entrepreneur of the Free City. His net worth comparable to a national treasury's, then a tower with a tree growing out of it and violet mana pouring off it. Gia Oblon, the incredible sorceress down south in Valdis, who basically invented half the magic items in the world. Then a man on a snowy cliff, Avantar, a 20-year-old warrior who bent every loyal knight to his will with only 100 men under him. The tactician, Eren's whole edge is that his memories are priceless intel with them. He just slowly drafts every guy who ever made it to the top. Future knowledge is Ekai protagonist doing free agency signings, basically. Then Cartul holds out a hand with some glowing green ore in it and says it's from the Elder. Everyone leans in. Killian asks what it is, and Kartul laughs and explains it's a mineral packed with magic that lets them talk to the Elder easily. Killian's like, man, magic really is convenient. Kartul brings the stone to his face, gets wrapped in mana, aura flaring, and then reports that a group of well-armed people just walked into the Annona forest. A couple dozen soldiers, he figures, led by a man in an ogre helmet. And Aaron just stops. An ogre helmet. Carther's like, what? Somebody killed an ogre and made a hat out of it. Killian puts a hand to his face and notes that if that's true, this is a genuinely terrible enemy. But Aaron's already gone quiet because there's only one person in this whole world who wears an ogre helmet. Aaron screams the name Baltai. With a dark aura exploding off him, he storms at Kartul, demanding to know where, but the orc says the Elder just cut out. Without wasting a single second, Aaron ordered everyone to prepare. They are going to the orc village. Cut to Annona forest. Evening sky, dead orc on the ground. Baltai says the pursuers are handled. Strong, he'll give them that. Then he grins, taps his helmet, and says, yeah, the orcs were tough, but not as tough as the ogre he made this from. Cut to a few moments later. Now we are in the centaur's territory. He's reading a report and going on about how the Pendragons, juiced up by Soldrake's power, are out here recruiting soldiers and basically running the whole region like they own the place, and it's eating him alive. So he pulls out this creepy pink mirror, and inside it there's some hooded guy radiating this nasty pink mana. Mirror Guy starts talking about the shield, the spear, and the bow of the Empire, 3 legendary pieces of gear, and he's basically saying as long as they've got those 3, their cavalry is going to be the strongest in the entire world. Then we cut back to our boy, and the scene here is completely different. A big peaceful tree, a whole orc village, and kids running around everywhere like it's a daycare. They're swarming Karth, climbing all over him, and yanking his hair out while he's begging them to stop before he goes bald. One of them parks itself on Killian's shoulder. And Killian, our cavalry captain, is sitting there genuinely shook that the scariest, most ferocious orcs alive produce these tiny, adorable gremlins. Karth just shrugs like, yeah man, even tiger cubs look like kittens, what'd you expect? It's all wholesome right up until one kid bolts toward Aaron, takes one look at the dark aura pouring off him and his eyes glowing blue like a final boss, and nopes right back the way he came. Killian quietly clocks that Aaron's been radiating doom energy ever since he heard the news. Killian thinks about the exact moment that happened, and how at that time the aura coming off of him felt like that of a dragon's. Then we get the funniest reaction shot, because another kid runs off screaming from Isla, who's standing there leaking black mana while reaching out toward the children. Seeing him so disappointed, Killian figures out Isla just genuinely likes cute stuff. The dude's terrifying aura is writing checks his soft heart can't cash. Anyway, the village elder pops up on a wooden ledge with his staff and announces Lord Pendragon showed up early, and Kartul casually drops that, oh yeah, that's his dad. The elder spots Sol chilling up on the ledge and immediately tells everyone to show respect to the guardian spirit of the forest, so the whole settlement drops into a bow. Sol reads the room instantly and goes, yeah, nobody's gonna talk business with me sitting here looking like a god, so she pieces out to rest on the side. But before she dips, she gives Aaron the real talk. She gets why he's angry, but if he lets that rage run the show, he's gonna lose himself. With that, Sol flies up into the treetops, and Aaron finally sits down with the elder, introduces himself as Aaron Pendragon, son of Gordon, and gets straight to it. The elder explains that a couple dozen armed soldiers slipped into the forest and somehow walked right past his tracking magic. He didn't even notice until they were already inside. Kartu's like, they got past your protection? There's gotta be a mage with them, and the elder agrees, because the official report is just soldiers plus one massive wolf. But no way they pull that off clean without magical help. Oh, and the patrol they sent to check it out? Yeah, none of them came back. Aaron's brain immediately starts connecting dots. A huge wolf, strong enough to wreck an orc, plus a helmet made out of an actual ogre, and now he has no doubt that it's Baltai. The guy's personally leading his demon slayers into the forest. The elder guesses they're heading for the centaur tribe, and that's where Aaron has to give us the history lesson. The centaurs have lived in the Ancona forest forever, and ever since the Pendragons rolled in and the orcs set themselves up as their protectors, the centaurs, who already hate humans with a passion, have been beefing with the orcs non-stop. Aaron's frustrated because, as an outsider, he can't just barge in and start swinging, while technically nothing's happening yet. And of course, that's the exact moment Killian comes crashing through the door yelling that the centaurs are out in the streets attacking. Aaron's confused. The centaurs have stayed out of conflicts for ages, so why now? Why today? He gets his answer real fast when a centaur loses an arrow straight at his face. Aaron snatches it clean out of the air, looks down and freezes. Stamped on that arrow is the emblem of the Empire. Killian's losing it. Why do the centaurs have imperial arrows? And Aaron already knows. They teamed up. The centaurs, the Empire, Baltai, all of them are lined up on the same side. That's the snapping point. Blue mana starts violently pouring off Aaron. The air goes electric, and Killian calls out to him one more time. Aaron just says he's done holding back. He's held it in way too long, and gives the order, spare nobody and wipe every last one of them off the map. Up in the treetops, Sol watches the whole thing kick off. Okay, so Aaron's already done the math on this one, and it's simple. The orcs and the centaurs have been beefing for ages, so the second the centaurs smelled an opportunity, they shook hands with Baltai and the Empire to settle the score. And if that's the case, Aaron's more than happy to grant that death wish. He crushes the arrow in his fist. The air around him goes heavy, and Killian's standing there bug-eyed because this is the exact same monster aura Eren gave off that time. With that, he charged into the battle, and the squad was like, what is he doing? The centaurs answer with a crossbow volley, 3 bolts straight at him, and Eren slices all 3 out of the air in a single swing, without so much as slowing down or even acknowledging they existed. Isla's surprised how quick Man parried a triple crossbow shot like he was swatting flies. Eren closes the gap, lands a hit so clean the blood goes everywhere, and the squad is hyped. But here's the thing, the centaur doesn't flinch. It swings right back. Eren blocks it easily, bares his teeth, and clocks that these guys aren't scared at all. The centaur's eyes are glowing red, drool is running down its chin, and it starts ranting that Eren and his people are invaders who'll finally get wiped out this time for real with their new power. Eren goes, wait, what new power? And that's when the whole field goes feral. The centaurs swarm in as one unit, fighting spirit cranked past the limit, all chanting the same line about defending their forest. Karth throws a fist. The centaur beats back twice as hard, and Karth's genuinely confused because every single one of them is moving identically, like they're synced. He yells over to Kartul, asking if these horse-faced bastards were always this strong, and Kartul had suspected that something was wrong, but now he's sure it's magic. The whole tribe's hypnotized. Their fear and their rage are being hijacked to puppet them, forcing them past their limits and turning them into mindless berserkers. Then it gets ugly. Killian sneaks up behind one, and the centaur just back-kicks him with both hind hooves square in the gut. Dude's coughing blood, armor caved in, and pretty sure his ribs are now gravel. The squad scrambles to him while the centaurs are out here cracking everyone's armor like eggshells with their kicks. Isla gets a sword to one's throat, and Eren shatters another one's sword, but instead of folding, that centaur whips out a crossbow and fires point blank. Eren tilts his head, lets it sail past, and just goes, you guys are shameless. Then he looks up at the tree and calls out to Sol for backup, please. The horse people, do something. And Sol just stares straight ahead with this dead expression and says, nah, both the orcs and the centaurs are like children to her, so she's not getting involved. Eren didn't say anything, but in his mind he must be thinking, if they are your children, then act like a mom, do something. Stop them from fighting. He was a little stunned at the hard pass. Meanwhile, the fight behind him is going terribly. His people are dropping left and right, and Eren flashes back to those orc kids, which only winds him up more until he's blazing bright blue. Then he hears a scream, a tiny orc kid bolting from a centaur that's already winding up a spear throw, and Eren snatches the kid out of the way right before it connects. Little guy cries, then breaks into this teary smile, thanking him for the save, and that moment of softness is exactly when Eren turns around and sees the full picture. His entire squad flat on the ground, the village wrecked, and the realization hitting that they are flat out losing. So instead of swinging harder, he gets smart. He hops on his horse and shouts at every centaur on the field, calling them out as half horse, half people, which gets all of them to actually stop and listen. Then he twists the knife. He says he used to think centaurs were proud warriors, but fighting with the weapons of the very humans they hate and going after children? That's so low they're nothing but a tribe of worthless half-breeds. And to really seal it, he stomps a centaur's skull flat under his horse's hoof and tells them their fallen brothers are weeping in hell right now. The centaurs absolutely lose it, and the second they're all foaming mad, Eren books it. He rides off and the entire centaur horde abandons the village to chase him down. Karth was confused by Eren's sudden move, like he did that to force the centaurs out of the village, but dealing with so many of them is impossible. Meanwhile, up in the tree, Sol's been watching the chase this whole time, and then she lifts a hand and summons a griffin. The thing swoops down and lands right in front of Isla. He looks over to Sol and immediately knows what he has to do. Back to our boy, and he's still playing bait, leading the centaur squad away from the village. Once he dragged them far enough out, he stopped and let them keep advancing, except he'd backed himself right up to a cliff edge. Red Eyes up front started criticizing our boy's action, saying how it was noble of him to sacrifice himself to save the village. But all of that would be in vain, because after they are done with him, they won't stop until the whole orc village gets wiped. So this is a dumb move on Eren's part. Eren just gives them this nasty little grin and goes, y'all are literally just horses. I can clean up the lot of you myself. But inside, different story. He clocks that these centaurs are juiced up on enhancement magic and thinks, yeah, realistically I'm cooked, I can't take all of them. The centaur chief raises his weapon, promises to wipe that smug look off his face, and the whole pack charges at once. Eren's blood is boiling, and then 3 arrows come flying past him and bury themselves straight in the hearts of the 3 centaurs closest to him. Eren whips his head around like, who the hell? And there's Isla, soaring in on a freaking griffin under the moonlight, crossbow in hand, eyes locked in. Eren shouts his name, completely caught off guard. Isla calmly loads another bolt and goes, like I said, I'll be the sword that cuts down all your enemies, then levels the crossbow at the centaurs. Everyone on the field cranes their necks up, and the centaurs straight up panic, screaming that it's a griffin from the protector of the forest. And these things are no joke divine creatures that serve dragons, brutally strong, used for hunting and war, and an absolute nightmare to tame, which is exactly why a griffin rider is such a big deal. So the centaurs do the only thing they can think of and unload everything at the sky, arrows flying everywhere, but Isla and the griffin just weave through it all. Man's loading bolt after bolt, holding spare ammo in his teeth because his aim is that ridiculous, picking off 1 centaur and then 2 more. The griffin dives, claws out, and rips into another, while Isla pulls out a metal baton and cracks a charging centaur right across the face. Aaron's watching this whole aerial dance and the memory clicks back in his past life. This guy was called the Storm Petrel, and yeah, the nickname fits him perfectly. The centaur leader sees his crew getting dismantled and does the smart thing, calls the retreat and bolts straight into the forest. Isla clocks it from above and realizes if they make it into the trees, the griffin can't follow. They'll regroup, and this whole fight starts over. But before that happens, an arrow nails the leader right in the leg, and he goes tumbling to the ground. He flips over groaning, looks up, and there's Aaron standing behind him, crossbow still raised, casually inspecting the thing like he's at a weapons expo. He goes, "Gotta say, Empire crossbows are seriously good quality," then grins down at the leader and adds that honestly, these crossbows are worth way more than a bunch of forest half-horses. The leader tries to crawl away, and Aaron just strolls over, points the crossbow at him and tells him even if the pain fades, good luck moving anywhere on a busted knee. The centaur chief snarls, baring his teeth, then he pulls out his shield, raises it, and it begins to glow. The centaur's wounds light up, his hand stitches itself back together. The pain vanishes, and his eyes fade from that angry red back to normal. Totally bewildered, he asks why Aaron would help him. And Aaron, proud as ever, just shrugs and says he only patched him up because if the guy stayed all rabid, he'd have to shoot him again. Then he gets to the actual point and asks where he can find the man named Baltai, the one who gave them these crossbows. So the centaur leader just freezes when Aaron drops that name, then asks how the hell he even knows it. Aaron's not playing the answer game, though he swings the crossbow right back up and goes, "I'm the one asking here," and repeats himself. What's the deal with that ogre-faced bastard Baltai and the centaurs? Baltai showed up in the forest out of nowhere with a sales pitch saying how the Pendragon clan had their Drake power back and were stacking up new fighters, so sooner or later they'd come for their old enemies, the centaurs. So why sit around waiting to get jumped? Baltai flashes that nasty grin and offers to arm them first, wipe out the orc village, and take back the Ancona forest. Aaron just half closes his eyes like, so some random dude makes baseless accusations, and all of you idiots went on and waged a war. The leader gets embarrassed and admits it had to be magic. He remembers a mirror, and inside it was some hooded guy with glowing purple eyes, and the second the dude started talking, everyone lost their minds and got swallowed by rage. Aaron walks back towards Isla, looking genuinely bummed, lifts the shield and heals every downed centaur on the field in one go. They all sit up, totally confused about where their wounds went, and the leader's eyes light back up. Aaron breathes out, looking kinda wrecked, and admits that's about all the healing juice he's got left. Isla asks why he even bothered, and Aaron says the real enemy is whoever shoved everybody into this mess, so they're all in the same boat here. That one lands hard on the leader. Aaron tells him straight that he can't bring back the centaurs who died, and the leader just shuts his eyes. They were tribe warriors, dying in battle isn't something they'd cry about. Then he looks Aaron dead in the eyes and goes, "You're nothing like your ancestors," puts his hand on his heart and declares the centaur tribe is rolling with the Pendragon clan from now on. Aaron and Isla just freeze, completely blindsided. The two other tribesmen hesitate for a sec, then shrug like, if the elders in, we're in. Aaron picks his head up all proud and says he's counting on the centaurs to be the strongest cavalry guarding the forest. Handshake, allies, done deal. Cut to a giant tree under a fat full moon. Peace rolls back over the forest. The water spirits patch everybody up and there's a big feast. Over at a bar packed with orcs, Isla's off alone, staring out the window until two little orc kids come bug him, one straight up gnawing a chicken leg and both losing it over how cool he looked on the griffin and climbing all over him. His cold little heart melts and he just starts patting their heads. Meanwhile, Aaron and the crew are having the serious talk. Cartool's stuck on that mirror magic, and when Aaron asks if that's even a real thing, Cartool says he can't say for sure, but it's heavy, probably hypnosis mixed with some kind of power boost. Then he drops the creepy part. The centaurs weren't just getting pointed at a target, somebody was puppeteering several of them at once, which means a seriously scary mage. Later, Aaron climbs out onto a branch to brood, and Soul flutters up, asking why he's so down. She mentions she caught a Griffin Rider's aura around Isla, clearly not his first rodeo on one, even if he didn't want to talk about it. Then she side-eyes Aaron and points out he didn't get swallowed by the angry dragon's aura back there. His ears perk up. He flashes back to snapping that arrow in pure rage with this huge blue aura exploding around him, and asks what that power even was. Soul explains he can tap into a dragon's power since he's her contractor, but how well he controls it comes down to who's holding the leash. Aaron says if he lets that force fully take the wheel, it'll completely cloud his vision, and then he just sits there chewing on something he can't crack, because in his past life he was already in the Demon Slayer Corps by now, fighting the Troll King way out in the southern sea of trees. So it's weird as hell that this time around Baltai's tangled up with centaurs instead. His fingers start tapping as the whole picture wires together. The Pendragon's falling, the Vault clan getting wiped, and Baltai telling him that it was all pre-planned. Aaron looks down heavy and says out loud that he tried to go home once. Then he crosses his arms, stares off, and swears he'll find the exact spot where it all went wrong, where his family lost its honor. So we cut over to Sarod Castle, and Count Sarod and his daughter Luna are literally face-planted on the floor, losing their minds because the Emperor's children just pulled up to their house. The dude with the long blonde hair and red eyes is Prince Ian, and the girl next to him, just vibing with a cup of tea, is Princess Ingrid. These two are just chilling at the dinner table, while every single person in the room is groveling, and Ian lifts his head with this disgusting amount of smugness, and then for absolutely no reason full sends the entire table, plates and all, crashing to the floor. Luna and her dad almost astral project out of their bodies, and Ian just props his hand on his knee and goes, "That was slop, not food." Ingrid, dying of secondhand embarrassment, tells her brother to chill because she's still got tea left. Ian leans over all sweet like, "Oh, I was waiting for you to finish." There's not a smile left anywhere in the room, and Ian decides to make it worse by jabbing his finger forward and announcing he didn't come here to have a good time anyway. There is only one reason he made the trip. His neighbors are the Pendragon family, specifically Duke Pendragon. Hearing that, Count Sayrode perks up, all confused, thinking, what's that got to do with him? Then this bastard lets his real self out, saying how, to him, Aaron's a pathetic little worm, and the idea that this dude woke up from a coma and somehow scored a pact with a dragon does not compute. So he turns to Luna and asks what she actually knows about him. Luna tilts her head and says she knew Aaron before, but it's like he became a whole different person. Then she goes full tomato red and adds that he's gotten strong and confident. Ian catches that blush instantly. He walks right up to her, fixing his hair and hits her with, "Is Aaron better than me?" Luna's eyes are shaking because there is no correct answer here. A golden aura explodes around Ian and he starts giggling, then straight up cackling, and out of the aura a whole lion materializes behind him. Everyone watching thinks it's some Conqueror's Hockey legendary pressure thing. He whips around to Ingrid screaming about how wild this is, then walks back to Luna, grabs her chin, yanks her face toward his, and tells her to follow him and that it's an order. His face here is genuinely gross. He adds that Aaron has officially crossed the line. Luna's shaking because her only thought is she literally cannot say no to the second Imperial Prince. Meanwhile, over on the Pendragon side, Aaron is getting the rundown from Melbourne. Aaron asks, kind of confused, if the Imperial kids are really coming to visit. Melbourne clarifies it's the second prince and his sister Ingrid, and Aaron goes, wait, what did you just call them? So the butler drops a quick lore drop. Princess Ingrid is Aaron's ex-fiancée. Ian broke the engagement off. Aaron basically screams, I had another bride, and Melbourne's like, you didn't know? Aaron stares into the void, remembers Aaron mentioning a second bride who was a royal princess, and it all clicks. He drops his head into his hand thinking what we're all thinking. This keeps getting messier. Quick time skip and we see Killian standing in front of a crowd of warriors. A month after the Centaur mess, a ton of new knights joined up, strengthening Pendragon's military. Isla chose some warriors too and assembled his own Griffin Rider squad, and our boy also didn't slack around in the past month. He was training hard and has gotten pretty good at controlling Soldrake's aura now. Plus it's almost summer. Pendragon is visiting Sisuk. Aaron is planning to use this trip as cover to recruit even more soldiers. So Aaron asks Melbourne if this visit is about hammering out the engagement situation. The guy says he doesn't actually know but warns him to be careful, picturing Ian standing with his back turned. He explains the second prince has been named future emperor, and across the empire he's known as a tyrant, so maybe this bastard is here to flex his new title on Aaron's face. Aaron tenses up a bit, and Melbourne adds the cherry on top. If Ian doesn't like one of your jokes, he might literally do anything. But Aaron cuts him off, asking why the second prince got bumped up to future emperor in the first place. The guy goes quiet, and Aaron leans back as the answer hits the eldest prince's health tanked hard. Aaron throws his head back and goes silent. Then his eyes snap open because something doesn't add up. He remembers holding a letter in his past life where the next emperor was supposed to be some guy named Goofy. He asks Melbourne if the eldest prince's name is Goofly, and the guy says, nah, the eldest is Sean, never heard of a Goofly. This stops Aaron cold because that name doesn't belong to either prince. Total unknown. He flashes back to fighting the Troll King and realizes the future has officially gone off script from his previous life. Then Aaron beckons with one finger and a dragon with a blue aura rises up right above him. He looks up all half-lidded and confident and says, now he's got a reason to meet this prince. Cut to the royal arrival, Ian's blazing with a golden aura in the main hall, and everyone bowing is getting crushed by this raw pressure because he's royal blood and they physically can't lift their heads. Then Ian looks up and sees Aaron walking straight at him. Seeing our boy was fine, Ian cranked up the pressure even more, but nothing happened. They stop face to face and Ian extends a hand asking why Aaron's holding his head so high. Aaron just asks why he wouldn't. Ian's not even emperor yet. Ian's face twists and he says, we'll see about that. At this point, our boy had enough of his Loftsley show, so he pulls out his dragon and lets this bastard know that he's still playing in the minor league. Ian was very surprised to see our boy's dragon, and he immediately started comparing. He's thinking how he's got first emperor blood. His conqueror's haki is on the same level as his old man's. Ian starts yelling about how Aaron wouldn't dare, then immediately cuts himself off and glances at his sister. Ingrid's standing there with her hands on her belt looking completely over it. Ian says her name, and she just hits him with the most bored expression humanly possible, and tells him not to start problems for no reason. Aaron clocks that she called him brother, and puts it together. Okay, so she's a royal princess. Got it. Then his eyes slide over to Luna, who's just standing there blushing, and clearly has no idea why she's even in this scene. Ingrid does a little curtsy, introduces herself properly, and says she's glad to finally meet him. Aaron raises a hand and says, likewise. They start walking through the hall together, and Ingrid's waving her arms around, explaining that the two of them were engaged before they were even born, but never actually met. She giggles, covers her mouth, goes a little pink, and says Luna described him spot on. A brave, handsome man. Aaron's face is pure deer in headlights. Meanwhile, Ian's lunging in trying to get his hands on Aaron, and Ingrid just casually takes Aaron's hand and asks him to show her the castle. Luna watches all of this in complete silence. So now Aaron and the princess are strolling around hand in hand with a visibly pissed Ian behind them, and Aaron's internal monologue is just, yeah, nothing makes sense anymore. The rest of the Pendragon family comes out to say hi. Aaron says it's been ages since she's seen Ian and Ingrid. Aaron flashes this ridiculously sweet smile and says she's pleased to meet them. And the second Ian sees Aaron, his entire brain blue screens and reboots in simp mode. While Aaron's over there telling Ingrid they actually met before at the White Castle, Ian's already gliding toward Aaron, asking her name, tucking his hair behind his ears and trying everything to look cool. He hits her with Aaron a name like a flower from paradise and then starts going off about how he's a fearsome warrior with no equal in the capital, standing there with eyes closed and talking about being blessed by the gods. And Aaron? She just nopes out a sharp little hop, fingers crossed, and half a second later she's standing next to Aaron instead, telling him he's positively glowing today. Ian is cooked. He's a whole prince and he's still catching strays. Then little Mia walks up to him and gets completely overwhelmed by his aura and his big angry energy, bursts into tears and runs over to grab Isla's leg, looking back at Ian with the most devastating watery eyes. Ian rounds on him, demanding to know who he is. Isla, being Isla, goes, "I don't have to give you my name." Ian looks at him with pure murder in his eyes and starts screaming about disrespect. "Say your name right now." Isla rushes over and explains he's a Knight of Vale, and Ian side-eyes her like, oh, so he's one of the weird ones. Isla just goes, "Can't," and leaves it at that. That one word cracks Ian wide open. He bares his teeth and raises his fist, and Ingrid looks over and says, for the millionth time, knock it off. Ian freezes mid-swing, and Ingrid calmly tells him if he causes one more problem, he doesn't get to open his mouth for a full year. The three dudes in white uniforms start whispering to each other, because back in the Imperial cities, this man is the tyrant, nobody breathes wrong around him. And yet from the second he walked in here, he's been getting absolutely steamrolled. Ian rubs his fingers together and turns back to Aaron and goes, "Hey, White Worm. Let's go somewhere private, we need to talk." Aaron shoots him this annoyed look and asks what's with the nickname, and then gives him a nickname on the spot to make things even. Cut to a few moments later, and now they're sitting across from each other, and Ian opens with, "You've changed." He swirls his glass and says, last time they met, Aaron was a pale, weak, pathetic little worm, which is exactly why he broke off the engagement with Ingrid. But our boy didn't care about any of that, and hit him with, "Why are you here? Do you actually want to talk about the engagement?" Ian makes a sour face and says he's not handing his sister over, then sets his glass down and goes off about how he hasn't been shown a single ounce of respect since he walked in the door. And what exactly is that supposed to mean for a member of the royal family? Aaron just holds his glass and says plainly that the Pendragon family doesn't live in anyone's shadow and he'll do as he sees fit. He closes his eyes and says, "That's all." Our boy hadn't even finished the sentence when he saw Ian charging at him. But our boy was way too calm about the situation. He casually throws wine on his face, grabs his arm, and cracks him with an elbow. Ian goes flying back, nose bleeding. But he catches Aaron by the arm and throws him over his shoulder face first toward the table. Aaron grabs Ian's arm on the way down and throws him right back, pinning his hand the second they land. Ian starts trembling in pain, and that's when Aaron notices the kitchen knife sitting right next to Ian's shaking hand. Aaron keeps eyeing it, then suddenly lets go, springs back, and stands up. Ian gets up fixing his hair and asks why he let go. Aaron says it felt like Ian was holding back. Ian stares at him and says he could grab that knife and try to stab him, but he wouldn't get away with it that easily. Aaron sets his jaw and asks one more time, "Why did you come here?" Both of them flare up with blazing auras. Ian wipes the blood off his face and then slowly starts laughing. Aaron has zero clue what's happening, just staring in total confusion until Ian finally says it. Aaron backed him into a corner, and he likes it. He sticks out his hand and asks if Aaron wants to join him, and if he says yes, he'll make him the very center of the empire. Since Aaron's not biting, Ian keeps pushing. He needs Aaron's strength, his military power, the whole pitch. Aaron's sitting there with those bored, half-shut eyes, internally clocking how different this dude feels now. That scary tyrant energy from earlier, gone. Different person entirely. So he asks what join me actually means, and Ian hops off the table and explains the imperial family is in a full-blown civil war over the throne. Multiple princes, secret noble alliances, the whole political mess. Then he points at himself and goes, "I'd love House Pendragon on my side," and starts sweetening the pot. Gold, silver, the empire's riches, hell, even help building an independent nation. Aaron tilts his head, thinking this guy becoming emperor just doesn't add up. The terrifying aura from before and this calm dude standing in front of him are two completely different people. The whole empire knows Ian is a bloodthirsty tyrant, but that's obviously not who he actually is. A prince who wants the throne but deliberately makes everyone think he's a monster? There's only one explanation, so Aaron just casually drops, "You don't want to be emperor." Ian nearly gets whiplash. Spinning around, nobody has ever called him out like that. Aaron adds the tyrant things just to cover. Aaron then thinks about it for a bit and goes, "I don't make deals with people he can't trust." Aaron's standing there in full buffering mode. Then he clenches his fists and admits Aaron's the first person to ever see through him. Well, second after his sister. Everything about him shifts. He goes quiet, stares at the floor, and in this low voice finally says what he actually wants. His brother Zion on the throne. Eren turns Zion, the eldest prince, the bedridden one, and the way Ian spits bedridden back at him, you can feel the rage radiating off the page. His brother wasn't sick. He was assassinated 3 years ago during the uprising in Sisuk. Ian starts yelling about how his brother would have been an incredible ruler and how he would have changed everything. And Eren watches this dude completely unravel. Then it clicks. 3 years ago. Sisuk. He remembers being tied up. Dead silence. Then I accept. Ian whips around in shock, and Eren says in exchange he'll tell Ian everything he knows about that uprising. While all of this was happening, Mother Eren and Sister Eren were busy showing off Lindsay to Luna and Ingrid, and both of them can't believe that our boy got married. Cut to them sitting across from each other over drinks. Ian lays out everything he knows, and Eren stares into his glass, catching his own reflection except it warps into his past life. He remembers the letter becoming a Night Lord Sisuk. Everyone involved had their own angle. Ian raises his glass and says the real problem is they still don't know who actually started the uprising. Eren throws out the obvious one of the princes making a power grab. Ian agrees but says there are too many suspects. Then Eren, rocking the most bored face imaginable, just drops. You know who Goofly is? Ian has to actually think because this dude's apparently a nobody, son of a concubine, prince in name only, with zero real pull. He asks how Eren even knows that name, and Eren's sitting there, hand on his face, thinking about how wild it is that this irrelevant prince somehow ends up next to the throne and eventually becomes emperor. Makes no sense unless you know what he knows, so he asks about the concubine's background, and Ian says Baroness Eren, his father, mentioned she came from a coastal city, probably from, and the second that sentence starts forming, they both freeze. Sisuk. Ian shoots up, slams the table, and starts yelling about how even if he took Goofly out, it wouldn't put his brother on the throne. Eren stands, leans on one arm, and hits him with never say never. Halaxi flashes back to Baltai dragging him by the hair, and everything clicks into place. It's all connected. His blue aura starts swirling, and Ian's watching like, what is happening right now? Remembering the elbow to the face and the dragon aura, and finally realizing what Eren showed before wasn't even close to half his actual power. Right as Ian's trying to process all this, Soldrake just casually appears outside the window. Ian loses it. A white dragon? The thing peeks through the glass. There's a massive flash, and when it clears, that giant dragon has shrunk into a fine baddie. Meanwhile, Soldrake just hops in through the window and goes, I felt an angry dragon's aura. You good? But our boy was lost in thoughts. Yeah, I get it now. Tells Eren he's special, and after getting to actually know him, he's going to trust his gut. Eren smiles back. Sol tugs at him, asking what happened, and he just goes, a lot. Then he turns to Ian, throws up a fist, and says they should head to the summer villa on the outskirts of Sisuk, near Solana Beach. Ian double takes, asking him to repeat that, but our boy's already made up his mind. Next thing you know, they're rolling out in carriages. Cut to Luce, the Empire's biggest port city, and the local gossip network is going absolutely crazy. Everybody's buzzing because House Pendragon and the psycho-tyrant Prince Ian both rolled up to the coast at the same time, which makes zero sense because the governor of this city and the Pendragons have beef like genuine can't be in the same room. One guy at the table starts getting a little too brave, dropping some juicy rumors about the governor and a duchess named Elin, and his friend immediately slaps a hand over his mouth like, bro, do you want to die today? Shut up. But then somebody drops the real headline and the whole table flatlines. Arangus, the king of the sea dragons, the dude who basically runs the entire south, just pulled into port. Everyone's sitting there imagining this massive blue dragon chilling off the shore with his personal attack dog, Viscula, on standby, and someone mutters that Arangus might actually rival the Empire someday. The mood's getting real heavy until some rich businessman named Ron leans over from the next table, all casual-like, and says, relax. When this many powerful people show up in one spot, it just means more money for everyone. Meanwhile, at the beach, the sun's doing its thing on the water, and Princess Ingrid pops up from under her sun hat, going full main love interest mode on Eren. She whips the hat off and asks what he thinks of her swimsuit. Custom made and shipped in from the capital by some famous tailor, and our boy just completely blue screens. Worst possible timing too, because now Eren and Lindsay show up in matching fits. Lindsay is all shy, saying how she hasn't seen the ocean in forever, and Luna is standing behind him with a face that could curdle milk. There are way too many women here. Eren's just sitting there like, we didn't even come here to have fun. What is happening right now? Then Ian struts up, jabs both thumbs at himself, and tells the girls to forget about Eren and come hang with actual royalty. Every single one of them takes one look at his swim trunks and just starts dying laughing. Ian standing there completely lost. Like, what? What's funny? And before he can recover, Eren just casually stands up, says he's going to go catch a fish or something, and pulls off his shirt. And now Ingrid, Lindsay, and Luna are all turning red, staring at his build while Ian's in the background furiously pointing, going, I look better than him. I literally look better. But right as the beach episode energy hits its maximum, Eren glances up, sees something falling from the sky, and boom, a whole whale carcass slams into the ocean, and a tsunami just eats the entire group. It's Sol. She's fluttering down all proud, standing on top of this dead whale like, look Eren, I caught a fish. And Eren just sighs internally because yeah, to a dragon, a whale technically is a fish. Man's genuinely wondering how their enemies are supposed to take them seriously when his dragon's out here playing fetch with marine life. Meanwhile, Karth, Killian, and Elsa are taking a stroll through the park. Killian still can't wrap his head around the fact that Prince Ian just tagged along with them like they're all childhood friends. Karth's eyes go full anime sparkle the second he clocks how many mercenaries and warriors are walking around. This dude's basically drooling, going, "This place is heaven. I want to fight every single one of them." But then the street gets weird. Everyone starts staring because a pack of orcs is dragging a chained-up griffin through town, and these aren't regular orcs. They're the Malt, the most psychotic pirate orc tribe from the deep south, rocking actual skulls around their necks like accessories. The lead pirate grins and talks about how people are already shaking just seeing them walk by. Then he spots Karth and goes, "Look at this guy. Went soft, huh? Rolling around with humans now." And that sets Karth off. He's ready to go full Hulk smash on them, but Killian grabs him like, "Not here, not in front of everyone. You're a Pendragon now, remember?" The pirates just laugh harder. A proud orc playing house with humans from the weakest orc race on the planet, too. The disrespect is unreal. Karth's shaking with rage, and Killian glances over only to catch Isla's hand already on her sword, fully ready to start an international incident on what was supposed to be a beach trip. Killian's internally screaming because he just wanted one relaxing day, and instead he's babysitting a rage-fueled orc and a sword-happy maniac. But he's also got that main party member instinct kicking in because something about this whole trading city feels off, too quiet, too convenient, and too many powerful people in one spot for it to be coincidence. And he's right to be suspicious, because over at the governor's mansion, old man Segunda's watching everything from his window, asking his guy Vincent where Aaron's crew wandered off to. The two of them start quietly scheming about something involving a baroness, a hidden beach spot, and old debts. Segunda admits all these cats and snakes crawling around his city piss him off, but then he hits this creepy little smile and shrugs it off. The Dark King will clean up the mess for him anyway. So the Pendragon crew wraps up day one at the Cybele coast, vibing over some scenery and stuffing their faces with whale meat. And by nightfall, Aaron's just posted up on the balcony nursing a glass of wine in peace, which naturally means Ian comes strolling in to ruin it. Man pours himself a drink and goes, "Toasting to your sleepless nights or what?" And you can already feel Aaron's soul leaving his body. Ian's in his usual mood, which is to say, insufferable, whining that he invited girls over and these clowns keep cock-blocking his entire evening. Aaron's just sitting there like, "Bro, it's like this every single day. You are the problem." But then Ian pivots and starts poking at something real. He's like, "You don't even care about your concubine, huh?" And brings up Soul, dropping this little grenade. "Wait, are you that dragon?" And Aaron's brain just goes static for a second because yeah, he remembers playing it cool by the fire, telling Soldrake he was a Pendragon, and now Ian's connecting dots he really shouldn't be connecting. Aaron plays it off, swirling his wine, catching his own reflection in it, internally going, "She's beautiful, sure, young, special, the whole package, but there is nothing like that between us." Anyway, Aaron snaps back into mission mode because the actual reason they're on this vacation is to dig into who tried to murk Prince Ian, and he lays it out. Prince Goofly, his mom Baroness Jarlin, and Governor Segudo are all related and conveniently out here surveying the night sea. Aaron's logic is clean. If you're the one behind the assassination, the second you hear a royal prince like Ian rolls into your city, you start moving. Ian, ever the gremlin, goes, "So you're saying these people are going to try to kill me?" With this grin like he's been waiting his whole life for an excuse. Aaron's basically holding his leash like, "Not yet, we need them to take the bait first." And Ian just sinks into thought. But here's the thing, the dude's actually impressed. He's watching Aaron piece together the enemy's entire playbook from basically nothing, remembering that crazy aura Aaron gives off sometimes, wondering if it's pure instinct or something way deeper than that. He's looking at Aaron's serious face like he's trying to figure out what he's even dealing with. Really, is this guy even human? Cut to the List dungeon, some grimy mercenary den near the Orc archipelago. And there's a bar with a busted-up killer whale on the logo, packed with orc pirates who clock this random man walking in and immediately go, "Lunch just arrived." But homie's just calmly downing his beer, unbothered, and one pirate's like, "Okay, he drinks like a real man, respect." He sits down across from this pirate. There's an orc named Puck, the same bastard from this morning, snoring in the corner. The messenger tells the request to this tame Jack Sparrow and gets to business. The governor wants the snake and the cat handled. The pirate's intrigued and asks if he means kill, and the stranger's playing it mysterious, dropping cryptic lines, mentioning something that went down in Sisak 3 years ago, and warning the pirate not to stick his nose in his business. The pirate loves this saying, only Elle and the orcs ever talk to him with that kind of spine. Vincent slides over a paper with the plan. 3 days, the target invites the snake and cat over, and since the cat's a show-off, just bait his ego a little and he'll come running. The pirate's all in, crushing the paper in his fist, gleeful about getting to mess with that little tyrant from the imperial capital. Then the stranger goes, "Can I ask you something?" And the air just drops as a dark aura starts leaking off him. "Are you actually human?" Just as he said that, Tame Jack Sparrow's whole vibe shifted. He let out his aura, and 1 second he was standing, and in the next he was airborne, flipped through the air and slammed to the floor. The pirate appears behind him grinning. "You landed on your feet, you're better than I thought. That's impressive for a human." So the pirate's having the time of his life and calls over Puck like, "Hey, do you want to eat orc meat?" And Puck's thrilled with thinking about cannibalism, His mind is already filled with ideas of how delicious the orc meat is going to be, and Jack is filling his brain with other fantasies saying how these particular orcs have been marinating in the forest for decades, and would be delicious. The pirates locked in now, decked out in a dark aura, declaring they'll eat the cat and the snake, kill all the men on sight, and charming devour all the girls too, just cackling about it. Meanwhile, Vincent is freaking out mentally, thinking how this guy was never a human to begin with. The Dark King Orangus is definitely a monster. So the next morning, the girl gang's chilling on the balcony. When Killian comes through with news, they've all been invited to some fancy ball at Count Segunda's estate, the governor of Laws. Lindsay and Ingrid are instantly hyped, but then Killian goes, "Oh, the invite's for everyone," and Aaron just gets this slow little smile like, "Perfect, this is exactly what I needed." Ian catches that face and internally he's like, "Yeah, we're 100% thinking the same thing right now." Meanwhile, when the second Aaron's mom hears the name Segunda, she straight up starts panicking, and you can feel there's a whole backstory loading in the background. Aaron reads the room instantly. This woman wants nothing to do with that man, so he turns to her and tells her to sit this one out and rest. She's a little embarrassed, but mostly relieved. On his way out, he glances up at Saul, doing her usual rooftop gargoyle thing, and goes, "Watch over my mum," then catches himself, clears his throat, and upgrades it to, "I'm entrusting the Duchess to you." Saul naturally says absolutely nothing back. Iconic. They pull up to the estate, and it's giving full red carpet, royal gala, evening sky, fancy courtyard, nobles everywhere, absolutely losing it. Some guy out front is basically already bowing before the carriage even stops, gushing, "We're so honored you came." And then Aaron steps out with all the girls looking elite as hell, and the crowd just detonates. Everyone's gawking, calling the ladies gorgeous and hyping Aaron and Ian like they're A-listers. And you've got actual nobles going, "We're nobility ourselves, but it's an honor to breathe near you," which is glazing of the highest order. Then right on cue, Karth comes stomping over, looking deeply betrayed, yelling, "Yo, you said there'd be cool stuff here. Where are the warriors? All I see are dressed up pigs." And Aaron's just standing next to him, totally unbothered, fully immune to his nonsense at this point. Before it gets weird, this dude Vincent slides in smooth glass in hand, thanking Aaron for coming and introducing himself as Segunda's knight. And the second he does, his eyes flicker yellow with mana. Aaron clocks it immediately. That's aura flow, meaning this guy's got real combat mileage on him. He's internally like, okay, this party just got interesting. He stays sharp, plays it cool, and turns away. But Ian's watching too, mentally checking off the list. Dude hasn't flinched once. Perfect posture, dead calm face. This man is dangerous billboard. Even Isla's giving him that cold, appraising stare she does when she's deciding how hard someone would be to kill. Vincent walks them in, and the ballroom is straight up fantasy movie territory. Chandeliers and sparkle everywhere. And Segunda greets them personally, all warm smiles, chatting up Ian like an old buddy. Has it really been 3 years? Then turning to Ingrid about how she's blossomed in 5 years, the standard politician's charm offensive. But then he gets to Lady Aaron, and something about the way he looks at her makes Aaron tense up on instinct. Finally, he turns to Aaron and brings up everything he's heard about the young Pendragon. The pact with Soldrake, leading Griffons, and leading orcs, calling it truly magnificent, except his eyes are doing that dead killer thing that tells you he's the opposite of impressed. He asks where the Duchess is. Aaron smoothly lies that she's ill, and resting back at the estate with her sister, and Segunda runs the whole oily "oh how unfortunate. I'll send healers, maybe I'll visit personally," which Aaron shuts down instantly with a polite little threat. "I appreciate it, but no, and if anything happens tonight, it's on you." Segunda's smile glitches for half a second before he recovers and tells everyone to enjoy the evening. Once they're clear, Ian's like, "Is this guy always this much of a creep?" And Aaron fills him in. Turns out Segunda proposed to his mum like 20 years ago, got rejected, and has apparently been marinating in that obsession ever since. Ian adds that Vincent, the Count's most loyal attack dog, showed up 2 years back and clawed his way to the top, handling all the dirty work, and Aaron files that away, wondering how the guy ties into whatever's brewing in Isak. Ian tells him to relax and not drink too much. Aaron hits him with "That's my line." And meanwhile, outside the estate, a guard stops some sketchy weirdo asking why he's dressed like that, and this pirate-looking MF just shrugs. Heard there was a party. The guard tries to stop him, gets dropped in one hit, and the pirate calmly peels the dead man's outfit, pops the hat on, and goes, "Perfect, now I'm dressed for the occasion," and strolls right in, ready to set the whole night on fire. Back inside, Segunda's doing the thing slimy politicians do best, scheming in a back room. He looks at Vincent and goes, "So what's your read on our boy Aaron Pendragon?" And Vincent admits the kid could actually see his aura, which is no small thing, but Segunda just waves it off, smirking. Please, he's a small fry. Vincent's not letting it slide though, pointing out that the brown-skinned guy is the real deal. And when Segunda asks how Isla measures up against him, Vincent just sips his wine like, "No clue. I'd have to fight him to find out." Then he goes quiet, and you can tell Isla rented space in his head, because internally he's like, he's a Valor's knight. Those types are narrow-minded but absolutely fearless. And then he pictures Aaron and genuinely cannot compute why someone of her caliber would serve this little thing. Segunda couldn't care less about the character study. He just tells Vincent that Isla's his problem to handle, and even if he can't put her down, reinforcements are basically already here. Then he flips over the big card. The son of the Sea Dragon King is rolling in to deal with the cat and the snake. He asks if Vincent ran into him at the dock, and Vincent immediately starts sweating bullets at the memory, plants his hands on the table and just goes, "That thing is a beast. Nobody can stand against it." Segunda starts cackling like a villain who just top-decked his win condition, because if even Vincent's shook, then everything's going to plan. He butters him up, calls him the smartest and fiercest guy he knows, and promises him anything he wants if tonight lands, and Vincent does the humble, closed eyes, "I don't deserve such honor" bit. Then Segunda strolls out onto the balcony over the ballroom, slaps on his innocent face, and goes, "Remember, I had nothing to do with this. I'm just an ordinary victim, like all those carefree fools down there." Eyes landing right on Aaron's girls as he says it. Vincent just sips and agrees. These two are genuinely disgusting. Then everything goes to hell at once. The ballroom windows explode and pirates come crashing, smash through the glass and start racking up damage instantly. Temu Jack runs a guest straight through the chest, another swing takes some dude's head clean off, and a body gets yeeted into the chandelier. Temu Jack just tells the orc to kill everyone and take everything, and the pirates aren't even just killing, they're eating people, because of course they're that kind of monster. Up top, Segunda watches the slaughter and complains that the pirate overdid it, and now the blood won't come out of his floors because naturally that's his concern. Vincent notes the job's clean on their end, no heat lands on the governor, then ruffles his hair, says it's his turn to clock in, and vanishes. Meanwhile, Ingrid's herding the girls up a staircase trying to escape. Lindsay's screaming about how nobody can run in heels, and Aaron's telling her not to fall. And then Temu Jack lands in front of the girls, takes a good look and lets out his aura, and it's so overwhelming that no one can move, and the freak starts pointing at them one by one, picking who to eat off the buffet. Lindsay, Aaron, Ingrid, Luna, back and forth before settling on Luna with an "I choose you." Luna's frozen solid, flashing back to when Aaron's orc-level killing intent paralyzed her the exact same way, just thinking internally, "Oh no, not this again." Temu Jack swings, laughing, and Luna can only cover her face because there's nothing else she can do. Aaron's just there, blocking the swing with two swords, planted right in front of Luna like he teleported in. Lindsay and Aaron nearly hit the floor from relief. Luna's staring at his back as he glances over his shoulder, going, "You okay?" And she's so flustered she can't even string a sentence together. Temu Jack just grins and calls him a fool who got a little strong and got way too cocky off it. But then Ian rolls up in the doorway, takes one look and hits him with, "No matter how I look at you, you're just a giant pig." Then casually asks if the pirate really thought he'd only be dealing with one opponent. Ela and Karth appear behind too, Karth with his axe slung over his shoulder, grinning ear to ear, going, "Now we're talking. This is finally getting good." And just like that, Temu Jack's boxed in from every angle, Aaron in front, Ian at the door, Isla and Karth at his back, and for 1 second it actually lands that he's the one who walked into the trap. He looks around at each of their faces, slowly, one by one, and then starts laughing. "Fools never change," he said. "No matter how many mice show up, they can't take down a cat." So Aran just takes one look at our boys' squad and goes, 4 people? That's barely a snack." But fighting 4 people at once is still annoying, so he decided to clear out the small fry first. He winds up, packs a bunch of dark mana into his fist, and Aaron immediately clocks it, "Oh, that's not good," and yells at everyone to move. Dude slams his fist into the floor and the entire staircase just gives out. Isla and Karth got the worst of it and crashed all the way to the first floor, landing right in the middle of the rebel crowd. The governor's just chilling up top, watching the whole thing come down in a giant dust cloud like it's dinner theater. Karth comes crawling out of the rubble, plops down next to Isla and goes, "The hell is wrong with that clown?" And of course, the second they catch their breath, orc pirates roll up behind them. So this one orc, Pack, struts up running his mouth about how he's tired of eating pigs and now he wants some orc meat, doing the whole first come first served, and Card is like, "We'll see who eats whom, you idiot." Meanwhile, back upstairs, Temu Jack's posted up with his sword on his shoulder. Orang just looks around, does a head count, and goes, "Alright, just the cat and the snake are left. Finally, I can actually enjoy this." He points at Ian, calls him kitty cat, and grabs his blade. Ian goes, "Yeah, your strength isn't going to cut it against me, you pig." And Ian lights up in this orange aura and hits him with the classic, "You really think raw strength is all that matters in a fight?" Off to the side, Ingrid is in full fangirl mode. "OMG, that's my brother. He's literally the best technique fighter in the capital. I've never seen him lose." The girl's about to pull out a foam finger. Ian goes off, lunges in and starts chaining attacks so fast. Aaron's watching like, there's no way the pirate's keeping up with this. Except, Aaron's quietly going, "Yeah, no, he is." Because Orangus is parrying everything without breaking a sweat. Every time the swords connect, Ian gets nothing back, and it's slowly dawning on him. Wait, is he reading all of my attacks? Then Orangus, looking almost bored, just casually taps Ian's sword down to the floor. Ian's standing there completely dumbfounded. Ingrid's and Aaron's hearts hit the floor. Orangus smirks. This is the famous capital tyrant. Seriously? And winds up a glowing haymaker aimed right at Ian's face. And Aran slides in and cracks the pirate across the jaw instead, and tells Ian that this guy is different. "We're doing this together." Now Orangus is just standing there with his hand on the fresh cut. Processing, he looks at his bloody palm and goes, "Damn, that's actually impressive. When's the last time someone made me bleed?" Our boy had let out his aura too. He pulls out a shield, plants it in front of him, and tells them to give it their best shot because if they lose, he's eating them and the girls. Cut back down to Karth and Isla, finishing their orc. Isla slits its throat clean, then immediately bolt up the stairs at lightning speed to go help. He gets to the top and sees Eren and Ian fighting 2-on-1. He was about to jump in on the fight too, but just then a hooded dude with 2 blades materializes behind him, going for his back. Isla somehow reacts in time, dodges, keeps dodging this guy's flurry, then disarms him clean, knocks one blade right out of his hand and sends it clattering down the steps. The stranger's hand is shaking now. Isla just goes, "You're the knight from before, aren't you?" Dude freezes. Isla adds how a Valor Knight never forgets the aura of someone they've fought before. Vincent finally drops the act, points his blade forward and goes, "Up till now I had no reason to go all out. Guess I have to actually kill you." So Ian's already got a plan ready. He tells Eren, "I'll make an opening, and the second I do, you finish him." Eren just gives him this side eye with his one good eye like, did this show-off prince really just say that out loud? And Ian's not thrilled about it either. He basically admits through clenched teeth that yeah, he's one of the capital's best, but after trading blows with this monster, he knows there's no way he's winning. Only Eren can, because Eren's the stronger of the two. Eren catches what he's getting at. Oh, he thinks I'm stronger than him. Then looks up like, you really think I'd just let you die down here? Ian flashes this little villainous smirk. Nope, and they both bolt straight at Arrangus. Meanwhile, the main hall's a mess. Isla's going blow for blow with Vincent. Karth's stuck wrestling Puck, and the backup squad is having a terrible day. Karth's running the math in his head and hating it. He's pinned by orc pirates on floor 1. Some masked weirdo is bullying Isla on the stairs. Eren and Ian are getting cooked on floor 2, and there's no way to get up there and help. Just wonderful. Isla goes for a gut stab, but Vincent slips it, leaps into the air, lands behind him, raises his sword and goes, "Yeah, you're not making it to the second floor." Then Arrangus comes crashing back in screaming. Arrangus blocks with both swords. Ian jumps him from behind, and Arrangus just throws up his shield and stops it cold. They hit him with everything, and somehow this guy still wins the exchange. He's got one eye lazily closed, like, that's it? That's all you've got? Then a sword nearly takes his head off, and Ian's furious he even dodged it, thinking, how is he moving that fast? Arrangus full on screaming now. Arrangus pops up behind Ian and swings. Ian tries to block, but his sword just gives out and shatters. One weapon down, only one more to go. But that's the whole setup. Ian chucks the broken hilt and grabs Arangus's sword hand. Eren sees it lock into place. This is the moment, and Ian's screaming, "Kill him now." Eren charges. Arrangus sees him coming, lets go of his sword, flips Ian over and launches him straight back into Eren. They both go down, and Eren clocks it too late. Arrangus was airborne, shield wound back. The shield comes down on his arm and the bones just go. Eren spits blood but does not let go. He cracks Arrangus in the face, hard enough to knock him off, but Ian takes one to the stomach so hard he's coughing blood and flies clean through a table. The sisters are screaming for their brothers. Arrangus looks completely unhinged now. "You people are just food to me," and starts cackling. Isla watches her friends get scattered like bowling pins and loses it, screaming Eren's name, but Vincent just thrusts his sword, nicks her cheek and goes, "You really thought you could look away mid-fight?" Up on the first floor, Arrangus launches into his villain monologue, eyeing Ian bleeding out and Eren on the ground going, both the cat and the snake are down, and then turns to the 4 sisters and casually asks which one he's eating first. But our boy's not done. He stands right back up, completely busted, arm hanging useless, katana in the other hand. The girls all scream for him at once. Arrangus can't even process it. How does a man take all that and get back up? Eren steadies himself and goes, "Arrangus, you're definitely strong. Yeah, it's true, you've got me beat on strength and technique both, but if that's all you've got," then the line lands, "He's killed plenty of guys just like him." Arrangus is completely thrown off by what our boy just said, and he asks our boy again, for real this time, if he has actually killed someone like him before, or did he go crazy after all that beating and start making up things in his mind? Eren just closes his eyes, gives him this little smile and goes, "Trust me, you wouldn't get it even if I spelled it out for you." And while he's saying that, Eren's sizing him up, thinking, yeah, you're strong dude, but you're not even in the same area code as the guy who wiped out half the Demon Slayer Corps. And that's when we get a quick flashback to him throwing hands with the Troll King, this absolute nightmare of a creature with its tongue lolling out, the most twisted, vicious thing he'd ever seen. Blood's dripping off Eren's hand right now in the present, but then the hand just moves on its own, because this is the same body that came out of that fight. Back when he was Raven, the moment he put the Troll King down, he walked away with a full-on immortal body. Arangus's eyes go wide. Eren slides into his stance and levels the katana at him. And over on the side, Arrangus is just staring like, hold on, how is his right arm even moving? That thing should be snapped in half. Cut to the peanut gallery for a sec. Ingrid leans over to Eren and asks if there was ever really anything like this in his past. And Eren goes, nope, my brother never got himself into messes like this. Lindsay tilts her head like, okay, are we all just hearing this wrong? And Luna gets this flashback to the first time they met, thinking there's no way the guy she remembers had this kind of strength, this kind of backbone. Back to the fight, and Arrangus drops the surprise, gives Eren this nasty grin, and tells him to quit trying to look cool when he's already half dead. Then he lights up red and swings that cutlass straight at him. Eren slips it, ducking right under his arm, and Arrangus is genuinely shook like, you should not be able to move like that right now. Eren swings back. Orangus throws up his shield and blocks it clean, and now it's Eren going, "Huh, how'd you catch that?" And before he can think too hard, Orangus just shield bashes him across the room. Eren goes flying but drags his feet to slow himself down. Then Orangus comes barreling in behind the shield, and Eren can't see a thing past it or find an opening, so he ducks his head down low so he does a 200 IQ move and watches the sword's shadow to anticipate his next move. Seeing how the shadow was coming straight at him, Eren was sure that a stab is coming, and he was 100% ready for it. And yep, Orangus did a stab attack and Eren dodged it effortlessly, and then Eren just goes, "Like I already told you, I fought guys at your level and put them in the ground." The sword pointed right at him, but in his head he was thinking how clean the coordination between his sword and shield was, and that technique. It has to be Rachuan. Quick lore drop time. Rachuan was this city the ancient dwarves built straight on top of the ocean until the orcs rolled in a few decades back and took it, and now it's the biggest orc kingdom on the map. The orcs fought planted behind their shields, and somewhere along the way they took the sabers from the archipelago, bolted them onto the court shields, and cooked up this one-of-a-kind fencing style. And Eren clocks it because Orangus used the same technique Ayla had used on Killian. And also this bastard seems to be well-versed in the southern technique as well, meaning that he's either a famous warrior in the south, or he's the byproduct of some orc-chasing noble with a weak pull-out game. Meanwhile, Orangus was thinking how Eren has clearly regenerated and also how he's reacting to his Rachuan style. This is not normal. His skill folds anybody, even that royal brat, so now he's thinking if what our boy said about defeating opponents like him was true, and Orangus is the best there is at strength and technique. He knows it, but he can't figure out what's off about this kid. So he glances over at Ian. The guy I dropped in one hit might actually get back up if his friends reach him. Then he looks down the stairs where Ayla and Karth are still going at it and goes, "Yeah, if those two come up here, this gets bad fast." So he makes the call for his old man, the Sea Dragon King, and the whole ambition thing. He's got to put this Pendragon down right now. He bares his teeth, slings the saber over his shoulder, throws his arms out wide and tells Eren he's real good at dodging, calling him a little rat that's about to get caught by the cat. Eren says nothing. Then Eren just turns his head and goes, "You know, I hate dragging fights out," and grins this evil grin and adds, "Even worms have a sense of loyalty, huh?" And Eren's eyes shoot open because he knows exactly where this is going. Orangus spins and books it the other direction, straight for Ian on the table, and Eren takes off after him. Orangus grabs Ian by the leg, hauls him up into the air, and starts cackling, like, "Since you keep dodging, I'll just turn your buddy into a smoothie." And there's Ian hanging upside down, eyes absolutely murderous, and in his hand a broken bottle. He whips it into Orangus's face with everything he's got, and it punches straight through his cheek and into his eye. Orangus grabs his head, screaming, teeth bared, howling that Ian just blew out his eye. Then he lands on his feet and says that Worm doesn't know how to run away. And he's also good at counterattacking, and as Orangus was busy cursing Ian, our boy comes in from behind. But somehow this slippery bastard senses it at the very last second, and dodges. Then he parried the follow-up attack, and Ian, seeing all of this from the background, was freaking out, thinking, how the hell did he just block that fast? Problem is, the katana in Eren's hand picks this exact moment to shatter into little pieces. So now our boy's standing there with no weapon. Does he panic? Nah, Eren just grabs Orangus's arm, climbs straight up him like he's free real estate, and slaps a leg around his neck, choking him out from his blind spot. And Orangus is genuinely baffled, like who chokes a man with their leg from an angle that shouldn't even be possible. So Orangus throws down his own sword and cooks up a plan, which is basically just raw strength, grabbing Eren with those big hands and chucking him away while screaming that this little gremlin stuff won't work on him. But here's the thing, as Eren is flying through the air, he clocks that Orangus left his palms wide open. Our boy snatches the thumb on the way down and just starts bending it the wrong way. It hurts so bad, Orangus's pupils shrink to like 2 tiny dots, and while he's busy seeing God, Eren, still airborne, grabs his whole hand. They both crash onto their backs, and Eren's calmly working on snapping this dude's arm in half. Cut to the other side, Ayla going toe-to-toe with Vincent. And at this point, Ayla has had enough of this bastard, so he decides to end it and goes all out. He winds up one massive swing that not only breaks the hooded guy's sword to pieces, but also slices clean through his arm. Ayla just stands there holding both his blades and goes, "Yeah, these flimsy little needles are made for stabbing people in the dark, not for actually fighting someone, dude." While Vincent is staring at his shattered sword in shock, he clutches the spot where Ayla cut him, and there it is, some kind of tattoo with towers on it. Right as Ayla clocks the tattoo, a heart-shredding scream rips down from the floor above, and both Ayla and Vincent turn around to see who's screaming. As Vincent clocks in, it's Agrus. He's shocked for a second, thinking, no way that monster got defeated, as he was dealing with it on the second floor. Karth has wiped out those pathetic excuses for the orcs, and now he's standing there, swinging his axe and his arms around, yelling that the orcs from the Ancona forest are the strongest, all while a literal mountain of corpses is piled up next to him. Vincent is now thinking about bolting out of there because his plan is falling apart. The entire orc squad got wiped, looking at Ayla and Karth like he has no idea what these monsters even are, with sweat just pouring down his face. So he does the smart thing and bails, jumping off the staircase and booking it. Ayla watches him go for half a second, then snaps his head toward where Eren is and rushes off to help. Back with Eren, Arrangus is now standing there with a busted finger, and our boy's facing him holding a sword, grinning ear to ear. He goes, "Things have kind of changed, huh? Annoying, isn't it?" And Arrangus instantly got offended by that. He started screaming how one broken finger isn't enough to take him down. That's exactly when Isla and Karth come sprinting up behind him, and Eren starts straight up celebrating, calling them by name just to rub it in, which makes Arrangus even angrier. So Arrangus loosens his shield, winds up and chucks it right at Ian as a distraction. Eren manages to boot it away but drops to one knee doing it, and by the time he looks up, Arrangus is already climbing onto the window, turning back with pure venom on his face, promising a rematch where he'll break all their necks. Eren bolts for the window, but the guy's already gone, whistling for his pet. And just as he's plummeting through the trees, a griffin swoops in under his feet and carries him off. The boys are at the window losing it, yelling that this coward jumped on a griffin and flew away, and they will not be forgiving that. Eren just looks down and goes, "I jacked up his eye so he won't be able to come at us for a while." Then Isla drops the bomb, saying the guy who attacked him earlier was the knight Vincent. The boys are like, "Wait, what?" And Ian gets all heated, remembering that name, going, "So this whole thing was planned from the start." He scratches his chin and admits that alone isn't enough to actually prove anything, then asks Isla if this Vincent was strong. Isla thinks about it and says, "Yeah, that fight was dead even. This Vincent was no ordinary knight." Then he looks back at Eren, points at his shoulder and goes, "You know you've got a tower tattoo right there too, right?" And Eren is genuinely thrown by this. He clearly knows something about that tattoo. But then the scene shifts to where Sol and the rest of the Pendragon family were. Right now, Helena's sitting there reading a book out loud to Mia when she turns her head and spots somebody flying across the moon. Cut back to Angus, who's still booking it away from our boy and the crew, when this old bastard comes flying at him, screaming his real name and calling him a useless piece of crap who couldn't even finish a simple job. And Arangus is like, "Didn't you promise you'd never call me that?" To which the governor fires back, "You really expected me to keep my word to a guy who broke his end of the contract?" Then Segunda fully loses it, flailing his arms around, chewing Arangus out for wrecking his estate, and failing to take out the targets. Arangus just looks at him all smug and goes, "Hey, the snake's still in one piece, but the cat caught a whole lot of wounds," and then his eyes go wide and he adds that he'll tell the witch doctor to finish the job. This sets Segunda off even harder, shaking with rage, demanding to know what healer he's even talking about. So Arangus hops off his griffin and explains that he wanted to snatch Eren's mom. That's why he sent the orcs over there. Then, with this nasty little grin tacked on, he says that this witch doctor specializes in brainwashing and murder. As he heard that this bastard's legs gave up on him, he was trembling head to toe at this point. And Arangus said if the guy were here, there'd be zero problems before suddenly turning it around on Segunda, snapping that he's the one who sent him to the villa. That's why everything went sideways here, all because of his lust. Segunda, still shaking, tells him to shut up since he bragged so much about his skills and then did absolutely nothing. Arangus flicks him in the face so hard that the man spits out teeth and his monocle goes flying. Segunda hits the floor clutching his mouth while Arangus goes, "Yeah, I should have just done that from the start." Then he starts kicking him, explaining he's doing this so nobody suspects him of organizing the whole thing. And after that he strips Segunda down, swipes his cane and his stuff and calls it his reward. So now Segunda is just lying there, beaten and butt naked in the dirt. Cut to the villa, it's full-on chaos here. Griffins are fighting in the sky while the Pendragon Knights are busy slapping the shit out of these orc bastards. The green orcs are tearing through the blue orcs one after another, and the blue ones are screaming that this is impossible. They had the numbers advantage, but it doesn't matter because these green guys are just stronger and pissed. Two of them come charging with that green glow around them, and Killian winds up and drops one of them in a single swing. Barrio and Reed are standing behind him, absolutely shook, yelling, "Did you just one-shot that thing?" Helena looks at Killian's sword glowing green and goes, "That's a shamanic enhancement skill." And sure enough, there's Kartul standing there casting buffs on everyone while griffins swirl around him, looking dead confident and chuckling to himself, saying that after the whole centaur incident he had every reason to go learn this spell. Meanwhile, somebody's watching this entire orc beatdown through a magic ball. There are a couple of guys staring at the screen. One guy goes, "No way, the most famous orcs of the archipelago are getting pushed back." The second one adds, "Yeah, and by Pendragons, no little armies either." Then there's a third dude with them holding some kind of centipede, going, "It's all because of that enhancement spell," before just casually chewing on the centipede and adding, "Looks like I'm not the only one who can pull this off, but mine's a whole different tier of magic." Then he grins like a complete psycho and a red aura flares up around him as he says, "Naturally, every single one of them is weaker than me," and the other two are straight up terrified, feeling this ominous aura roll off the medicine man, realizing this power could wipe out hundreds of knights and mercenaries, no problem. Galota, that's our skull-faced freak's name, says this is nothing, just small fry until the worms get dealt with. The worms being the family whose mom they want to kidnap. Then this Boda guy turns and reminds everyone the Dark King personally gave the order, starts pouring dark magic into the ball, and asks in this frantic voice where their lady is right now. Cut to Helena, hugging Mia tight and shaking with fear. They're all locked in a room, crammed into the corner, with Todd whimpering that he's scared and doesn't want to die while Kazal insists he's not scared. Helena tries to hype everyone up even though she's terrified out of her mind herself, saying there's nothing to fear because their soldiers are fighting right outside, and she stares ahead and adds that she really wants to believe that. That's exactly when the door, the one thing keeping them safe, starts glowing bright red. They're all so stunned by the light that they forget to even be scared until they realize the door is melting. And Helena fully short-circuits, because that's a thick metal door. Behind it stands Golota and his squad casually pulling the flame off his finger. He goes, "Hey, how are we doing?" Then orders her to tie herself up so they can leave, pointing at everyone in the room and warning that if she resists, all of them will turn to ash just like that door did. Mia bursts into tears and the kids start trembling again, crying that they don't want to die. But Helena stares him down, then stands up and walks right at him and asks if this was the governor's order, and Golota just waves his hands like, "Enough chatter, or I'll make you," before the bandage on his hand unwinds on its own, shoots out, and ties the princess up in seconds, even gagging her mouth. She drops face first onto the floor as the maid screams her name. Golota gestures to his brothers, the guy behind him watching it all with this smile, thinking how stupidly easy it was to kidnap a duchess, because a witch doctor's just a completely different class than normal people. When suddenly his face splits clean in half and his entire squad gets vaporized in milliseconds, Golota whips around with his jaw on the floor to see what the hell just happened. And there, standing among the terrified kids, is Sol, who wiped out the whole squad with her arm extended into a flaming sword. Helena lights up seeing her, and Golota, jaw practically on the ground, can't even process how she incinerated them so fast that not a single drop of blood came out, and the only thing he manages to ask is, "Wait, was that an aura blade?" Watching Sol just casually delete his whole squad, Golota standing there shaking. Just then a thought pops up in his mind. I've killed thousands, knights, nobles, bandits, orcs, and who knows what. How am I scared of one girl? Helena is still on the floor trying to make muffled noises through the gag, while Golota's eyes go bloodshot with pure terror because he genuinely can't believe he's afraid of her. He stands across from Sol, who's still got that aura blade lit up and ready, and the dude grits his teeth as it finally clicks. This is not a person. Not with stones embedded in her forehead and wings coming out her back. He watches her wield that blade and his memory dredges up dragons, and he realizes only one single race can pull this off. Dragons. But bro couldn't even finish the sentence, because in the next second his head just hit the floor. Sol strolls right past him, not even glancing at the body. Cut to Isla behind the wheel of the carriage, driving the crew back to the villa. Ian's stomach starts growling, so he slaps a hand on it, and Ingrid turns and asks if he's doing okay. Ian goes, "Yeah, way better actually. That shield's healing ability works absolute wonders," then tilts his head and squints at Aaron like, "Hold up, what's the deal with your body?" He leans in all confused and adds, "That monster's shield slammed straight into you, and you just got back up and kept fighting like nothing happened." Aaron lowers his head and says, "That's all, thanks to Soldrake's power," and Ian just leans back in her seat like, "Man, Soldrake's power is on a whole nother level." Cut back to the villa where Gryphons are still doing laps overhead, and Killian throws his sword forward with this huge grin, yelling for everyone to look, pointing at the pile of defeated orcs on the ground and going, "We completely wrecked these Lin orcs." And the whole squad erupts at once, chanting that they won, that they're the invincible army of the Pendragons. Cart's over there petting a griffin's head. Griffins are everywhere and Sol just quietly watches it all. That's when Helena comes out to Sol and thanks her for the save, tilting her gaze away and crossing her arms because she's a little embarrassed. Sol, still stroking the griffin, goes, "I was ordered to protect you." Helena gets a little embarrassed and tells her that she knows that Sol didn't really have to protect her. She's only obligated to save her contractor. Then Helena looks down and remembers something. Back when Gordon was still alive, she once saw a white dragon in human form, and when she saw her by Gordon's side, she felt jealous the two of them were just locked into this conversation. Back in the present, she closes her eyes and tells Sol there's pain in the way she looks at her son. Sol listens intently like it's stirring up some very old memory. Helena, looking super awkward, says she's only now starting to understand this feeling, then bends down and asks Sol to protect her child, now and always. It's uncomfortable for her, but she pushes through and says what she really means, that she's realized maybe her son is a completely different person now, and through tears she says that even if he's become someone different, even if there's somebody else inside him, she'll still love him from the bottom of her heart. Helena's just sobbing sincerely, and in this trembling little voice she tells Sol that she's trying to love him. Sol and the Griffon look at each other, and Sol tilts her head and admits she doesn't fully get Helena either. She looks at the crying woman and says that whether he's Ravenvault or Aaron Pendragon, she still sees him as Alex, and out of everyone she's made a deal with, Aaron's her favorite. And right on cue, they hear loud stomping, coming up from the lower floors. Aaron and the girls come sprinting in, our boy completely winded, gasping out a question to his mum. "Are you okay? I heard you got attacked." Helena wipes the tears off her face and says she's fine, all thanks to Sol, then asks if everyone's alright on their end. Aaron waves his arms and goes, yeah, everything's totally fine, nothing happened to us at all. While Aaron is giving him side eyes, she's like, "Bro, you were 2 steps away from being dead." Helena folds her hands over her chest and thanks him for coming back safe, then reaches out and pulls him into a hug like they really are mother and son. Then she goes to hug her daughter, asking what happened, while Aaron tips his head back and starts pondering the meaning of life, staring up at the moon and goes, "Mother." Cut to a few moments later, and now it's bedtime. Aaron's standing by his door with the girls lined up in front of him, his mum and sister wishing him goodnight with a smile. Then Aaron's eyes drift to his wife Linda, and she gets all flustered, while Luna watches him pull her in for a hug and call her his dear wife, the poor girl turning bright red. And just as Aaron starts to leave, Luna calls out to him, saying there's something important she needs to talk about with him right now. Then the scene shifts outside and there are a bunch of dead orcs scattered all over the floor. Karth and Kartul are just standing there looking at their fallen homies, and instead of being sad about it, Karth lowers his head, then turns to Eren grinning, and goes, "Man, I'm actually jealous of these guys." Eren and Luna are like, "Jealous? Of the corpses?" And the orc explains that dying in battle was literally the dream for these dudes, so they basically hit the jackpot. The orcs all start cheering and smiling, and Karth turns to Kartul like, "Alright, let's send them off to the Earth God, but let's do it with some style instead of the boring way." Kartul's staff lights up green, and a second later these little sprouts start popping up next to the bodies, and then flowers bloom out of them, glowing brighter and brighter until the whole room is basically swallowed in light. The orcs are dancing and crying happy tears, yelling that they're all brothers, and Luna's just watching this whole thing with a tear rolling down her face going, "Okay, that's actually kind of beautiful." Eren tells her only people who fought alongside the dead get to see this ceremony, and the fact that they're showing it means the orcs see them as family. Then he changes the topic and goes, "You said you had something important to talk to me about. Let's go somewhere quieter." Cut to the two of them sitting on some steps looking out at the ocean, and this is where it gets heavy. Luna basically opens up and says maybe things could have been different if she hadn't broken off their engagement. Like maybe they'd be married. Eren just frowns and says nothing, which is brutal. She keeps going, saying she regrets it now, after seeing how much he's changed, but then catches herself like, "But calling off the engagement was my family's call, so there was nothing I could do, so I gave up." Then she straight up confesses, telling him that ever since he saved her from that pirate, she can't stop looking at him, can't stop thinking about him, and she's basically crying her eyes out at this point, saying these feelings probably aren't going anywhere. And our boy Eren, he just goes, "I'm sorry, it's not mutual." Luna's frozen for a second, then quietly goes, "I understand." She starts beating herself up, remembering how she used to treat him like garbage back when he was a failure. And now that he's successful, she's crawling back and she hates how pathetic that feels. But then Eren surprises her, looking out at the water and saying she's got it all wrong. That's not it at all. He doesn't hate her, doesn't think she's pathetic. The real reason is way darker. He tells her that in his entire life, he's never had real feelings, that he's just a pawn on a board that moves wherever it's told. No room for emotions in there at all. He grabs his head and says he'd tell the exact same thing to anyone who tried getting close to him. Then stands up, apologizes again, and tells her to get some rest. And then he turns towards the bushes and goes, "You too, Princess Ingrid." After that, Eren walks off thinking he's better off alone. But then the picture of when his mother hugged him pops into his mind, but he knows very well that he can't keep things like this. Sooner or later, he has to go to his hometown sis. Meanwhile, we jump over to the port at the Chamber of Commerce, where some guys are sitting around a table gossiping hard. One of them's like, "Did you hear? The Lachuan orcs crashed the party and made a big mess. Even the governor got wrecked." His black-haired buddy cuts him off while going. The crazy part is the Pendragons happen to be invited to that exact ball, and their knights wiped out the whole orc squad. At the next table, there's this dude in a white vest, eavesdropping on everything, staring at a scale loaded with mountains of gold coins. He's running the math in his head, weighing it all out. Ron is remembering how Eren overpowered that monster who was basically considered undefeated in the south, and his knight Isla gave him a run for his money. But he just goes, "Doesn't matter," and tosses a few more coins on the scale. Then somebody comes sprinting over yelling, "President Ron! President Ron!" Ron spins around all annoyed like, "What do you want?" And the guy goes, "There's an incredible business opportunity. Eren Pendragon himself came here." Cut to inside Ron's office, and our boy Eren's just standing there looking around the place, and Bro's genuinely impressed by how luxurious this place is. Then he turns to Ron and goes, "A small or medium business wouldn't be able to afford it, so Ron must be raking in serious cash." Ron's not loving the energy, so he frowns, grabs a glass and starts pouring himself a drink while Eren keeps poking, going, "The governor really cooked the Louis economy good, huh? You must have some fantastic people working for you." Ron holds out the glass like, "Here, let's drink," and Eren smiles and reaches for it. But right as he does, the glass slips out of Ron's hand and starts falling, and when Eren instinctively goes to catch it, Ron swings a kick straight at his head. Eren clenches his teeth and dodges at the last second. Then it's just a flurry of punches, Ron throwing blow after blow and Eren blocking every single one without breaking stride. Ron's glaring dead into his eyes the whole time, and finally Eren just grabs his fist and goes, "Yeah, that's about what I'd expect from the cunning fox." Ron grabs Eren by the collar and says, "Look, since you took down the Dark King, you're obviously strong. But if you think I'm easy to kill, you've got the wrong guy. He's not going down easy, especially since he's still got a couple things left to do in this world." Now here's where Eren flips the whole table. He calmly tells Ron exactly what his secret master plan is. Use the power of this Chamber of Commerce to close the economic gap with the Empire and pump up the economy. Ron's eyes go wide because nobody knows this. Eren lets go, smiles and says, "Relax, I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to recruit you because I know who you really are. Master of the Tower of Twilight." Ron basically freezes, and Eren's sitting there like, "How did I not clock this sooner? Vincent's such a forgettable name." He flashes back to Isla mentioning a tower tattoo on the shoulder, and it clicks. The Tower of Twilight is this secret crew where everyone's got the tattoo, everyone's insanely talented, and their leaders get called masters and walk the path of justice for the whole world. Eren remembers hearing the legend back in his past life around a campfire, so he lays it all out. He says Ron's real game is uniting all the small and medium businesses to gang up on the big merchants and nobles, choke their income, and stop them from getting too rich and too dangerous. Ron's just standing there with his jaw on the floor like, how the hell do you know all this? I never told a soul. Turns out in Aaron's past life, Vincent was a legit hero, one of the famous ones. Aaron crosses his arms and goes, what I don't get is why a guy of your caliber is working for Count Segunda. Ron goes quiet, then steps aside and explains the Count's actually a noble dude who taught him to ignore people's social status and use power wisely to build up the economy, and thanks to him, the whole population got richer. Aaron admits that's exactly why when he first showed up, he wanted to kill both Ron and Ian, and then drops, oh, and maybe Prince Ian too. Ron turns and goes, yeah, that's right. He grabs the bottle off the table and starts ranting about how the stupid nobles in the royal family are all just shaking for power and don't care who lives or dies, while all he cares about is keeping people healthy and safe. He sips his champagne and adds that honestly, every noble is basically a copy of Count Segunda. Ron smiles and goes, even me? A Pendragon? Ron just glares. So Aaron makes his pitch. Come swing by Pendragon territory sometime and stay with us. See for yourself. And if you decide it's better for the people to cut our income or straight up kill me, go for it and do whatever you want. Ron, stumped, takes another sip, and figures if he allies with Aaron, he gets to learn all of Count Segunda's teams, and Aaron just smiles like, yeah, that's one of the perks. Everyone at the table grins, and Ron finally goes, alright, I'll try working with you. Aaron says he'll be waiting. On his way out, he flicks a couple gold coins onto the scale, and they land with such a heavy thud the whole thing crashes down. Ron stares, confused, and Aaron waves over his shoulder going, that's for the special beer you scared me with, my treat. Ron turns to the scale, looks down, smiles, and goes, Aaron Pendragon, you really are something. Cut back to the castle, and Aaron and Ian are just chillin', sharing a drink, talking about the battle they just had. And then Aaron asks Ian if his wounds finally closed up. Ian's like, yeah, all good, thanks to the healer. And then he stares off at the sky going, man, that was one hell of an adventure. Ingrid's probably scarred for life after that one. And Ian instantly gets heated, jabbing his finger at Aaron like, you're not taking my Ingrid anywhere. That's final. Aaron just closes his eyes, smiles, and goes, yeah, that's your call. Deal with it, however you want. Then he drops the actual plan. The investigation's not over, and this time he's rolling out with Isla and Sol. Ian's confused, like, just the three of you? You don't even know what these guys are planning. But Aaron's chill about it, because Sol alone is stronger than all of them put together. And Ian laughs, like, obviously she's a literal dragon walking around in a human body, a straight-up monster. Though he catches himself like, hey, monster's not really the right word. Then he flashes back to that pirate leader who tanked his attack, snapped his sword in half with one swing, and went toe-to-toe with two of them laughing the whole time. And Rin figures the dude was probably half orc, plus he knew all these southern fighting styles, which means somebody way bigger than the Count is pulling the strings here. And Rin also tells Ian he's low-key glad he's on his side because without him he'd be dead, and Ian gets all flustered and shouts that Aaron hits like a truck even with a busted head. Then it clicks. Oh right, they still have to hunt down this goofly guy in the Imperial Palace. Morning rolls around and Aaron's whole squad, family, the Harpy, the Goblin, and all head out to this black carriage to see Ian, Luna, and Ingrid off. His mom, his sister, and his wife are all smiling. And Princess Luna's just staring out at the sea, lost in thought. Vincent too is riding off into the sunset. Now cut to late at night by these two big towers with a ship sailing past, and inside one of the rooms there's this guy Segunda, completely losing it. He's grabbing his head, freaking out like, what am I supposed to do now? Because this morning everything went sideways. Ian went to the Imperial Palace, the assassination flopped, they couldn't get Duchess Helena, and Vincent straight up vanished. Segunda punches his own leg, screaming, what the hell? Then starts panicking that he's gotta make Goofly a prince like right now. His hands are shaking and he's spiraling. Like, what if they actually came to dig into the assassination attempt on Prince Ian? What if they head to Siskas and find the evidence sitting right there? Speaking of Siska, if we cut over there, there's nothing but giant mountains everywhere. And there are two guys booking it on horseback screaming their lungs out because two massive falcons are diving after them. One of the guys turns around like, how the hell did these things even get here? I knew I should never have come to this cursed island. Then out of nowhere, arrows. One falcon drops, then the other, both dead before they hit the ground. The guy looks up and there are three dudes on the hill with crossbows pointed right at the birds. But there's one more giant falcon screaming straight at him, claws out. So this guy just calmly slides his sword out, leaps up onto the thing midair, and slices it clean in two with one swing. The merchants watching are shook, fully convinced these are mercenaries about to rob them blind. But the swordsman just turns and walks off. One merchant rides up like, please don't take our money. And the guy wipes the blood off his blade, eyes closed like, nah, I just wanted to test it out. They're relieved, thanking him and asking who he even is, and he doesn't turn around, hair blowing in the wind. He just lowers his head and goes, Raven? And yeah, plot twist, Raven's our boy Aaron in his new look, and he turns to Isla and Sol, and the three of them head off together. The investigation's officially on. Then the scene shifts, and the gang has stopped to catch their breath and grab some food, posted up at this random tavern to eat and dig up some info at the same time. This waitress strolls over, drops some glasses on the table, and asks if they've decided what they want. Then she leans real close to Aaron and basically whispers the full menu. She's got drinks, she's got food, and if he wants, she can keep his bed warm too. And before this turns into a whole situation, Aaron just raises his hand and dumps a fat pile of gold coins onto the table. Aaron goes with 2 beers, steamed pork, and the fried chicken with herbs. Then he pulls his hood off and adds, "Oh, and bring out that famous rice you guys are known for." A few minutes later, the table's loaded with food that genuinely looks elite, and they start digging in. Allie takes a bite of the rice and goes, "No way. I thought this kind of rice only grew down south." And Aaron drops the info that the whole region's boxed in by mountains, so normally crops are a no-go. But the area gets hammered with rain, so rice actually thrives here. Isla and Sol just stare at him like, "Bro, how do you know all that?" Isla even says it out loud. "You know a suspicious amount about this place." And Aaron just kind of shrugs it off in his head and goes, "Probably." Meanwhile, Sol couldn't care less about any of this, just calmly chewing on a chicken leg. Now the tavern's loud as hell, everybody yelling about something, and right on cue, one of these adventurers grabs the waitress by the butt and tells her she's cute, while other dudes are squaring up and staring each other down. Aaron clocks the whole vibe and thinks, yeah, these cursed mountains are crawling with mercenaries and demons, and starts wondering why the place even got its nasty reputation. Cue the lore drop. About 10 years back, the local count paid an absolute fortune to buy the rights to this whole territory. And since he rolled in with this massive private army, the imperial troops packed up and went home. Problem is, he blew half his fortune just buying the land, so he couldn't actually afford to keep the place protected. So naturally, bandits and demons moved in and made themselves comfortable. And now it's one of the most dangerous spots around. Since the Lord had spent half of his fortune, he had no choice but to lean on the locals for defense, and he is burning his leftover cash hiring mercenaries to plug the gaps. Then his thoughts shift. He's thinking about how his own vault family trained soldiers to protect their people either, and that cracks open the trauma vault. We get flashes of his past life, a huge building going up in flames, him on his knees chained, his family getting executed. And just as the man's having his villain origin flashback, a body comes flying across the room and slams straight into their table, sending all the food and the table itself flat onto the floor. And listen, Aaron just watched his whole bloodline burn in his memory. But Isla watches his plate of rice scatter across the entire tavern, and you can see his soul leave his body. The adventurer who got tossed gets up talking trash to some red-haired girl, calling her an amateur who's playing with fire. The girl that Skyla slaps her hand on her belt and fires back that he's the one playing with fire, grabbing at places he's got no business grabbing, and if he wants to touch, he better pay up. The guy goes for his daggers, lunging, screaming that she's his, and that's when Isla stands up to teach this bastard the lesson that you never ruin a southerner's time by ruining their rice, bro. He couldn't forgive the rice crime. The whole tavern just erupts in laughter. Then the boss of this circus walks over, pats Skyla on the head, and apologizes to Aaron's crew for his rude employee. Dude just invites himself to sit down, slings an arm around the girl and waves at the table like, "Please help yourselves." "Sorry again." He points to himself. "My name's Jonathan Barson, but call me Jody." Points to the guy with the split eyes. That's Gus. And the short red-haired menace is Skyla. Then he looks at Aaron like, "And you guys are." Aaron's instantly like, "Is that really necessary?" But Jonathan's all, "Come on, we're mercenaries. Connections are everything." So Aaron goes, "My name's Raven," and Jonathan just chuckles like, "Yeah, that's obviously fake, but it'll do." Aaron introduces the other two as his relatives, Elkin and Sol, and casually mentions Sol's his wife, which gets a hun. Don't see a whole family of mercenaries every day. Jonathan figures they're here for the monster work since the place is overrun and nobody, not the locals, not the government, has a clue how to fix it, so skilled mercs are in crazy demand. Then he adds, "You know, if you're actually strong enough," and Aaron and Isla just give him this dead, unfriendly stare. Skyla, meanwhile, has zeroed in on Isla, telling him he's so cute, totally her type, and he should come with them for some pleasant bonuses. Gus just sighs like, "Here she goes again." She gets more unhinged every single day, and Jonathan waves it off like, "Yeah, they're always like this, ignore them." Then Aaron leans in and gets to the actual point. "So this lord, he's the one hiring?" Jonathan says, "Yeah." Aaron, head down, asks if it's the guy who runs this entire region, and when the name surfaces in his memory, the one who mocked him, he looks dead at Jonathan and says it, Tylen. And the temperature in the room just drops. Jonathan goes pale, completely thrown, sitting there thinking, where in the world is this murderous aura coming from? He plays it cool and says, "Yeah, that's him. They're already lined up to meet the guy. It pays pretty good." Aaron takes a slow sip of his beer, asks if that's true, and stares off, all calm. Then he looks at his crew still happily eating like nothing's happening, stands up and tells them it's decided they're rolling with these guys straight to Tylen's estate. So Isla's totally shook by Aaron's decision, but our boy's already made up his mind, and before anyone can even process it, Skyla literally launches herself across the table, grabs Isla's hands and starts going off about how they're going to travel together and fight together, and at night they'll be doing other things together. And she's like, "Don't even be shy. I'll teach you everything." Isla's looking around at Aaron and Sol like, "Somebody please save me." But nah, everybody's pretending he doesn't exist. Meanwhile, Aaron walks up to Jonathan and drops this whole "it was destiny that we met" speech, talking about connections and fate and all that deep stuff, and Jonathan just smiles and goes, Yeah, bro, I was literally thinking the same thing. Honestly, kinda wholesome, if you ignore Isla dying in the background. Cut to later that evening, and they're all squeezed into some back room at the bar, and Isla's standing there, arms crossed, frowning at Eren, basically demanding answers like, why are we suddenly rolling 6 deep? Eren grabs his sword, gives this calm little smile, and explains that they're already crossing the Empire gathering info anyway, so more people just means better cover. Then he looks right at Sol and goes, especially because she stands out way too much. Cut to a few moments later, Isla has left the room, so Sol finally got the chance to ask our boy the question that she wanted to ask. This man is Ruv Tylan. Is he the one who framed Raven and destroyed the entire Vault family? At this point, our boy is all depressed and sad. This brought back some old scars. Flashback time. Little Eren is standing in front of Tylan, all bright-eyed and excited, yelling about how he's going to become a knight in the Brescia family. Tylan's there nodding along with his son Jeff, who's holding a letter and telling Eren his skills are crazy good and that's why he got recommended. Eren takes the letter, grateful as hell, and Tylan tells him, since he's the one who put Eren's name forward, he just needs Eren to deliver this letter to some guests staying in the country. Simple errand, right? Eren rushes home, bursts through the door screaming at his dad and brother that Lord Tylan recommended him for knighthood, and he just needs to do this one last thing, and he's in. His dad smiles and says that's huge because Tylan is the Count's most trusted man, so his word basically means everything. Life was perfect for about 5 minutes, then it all went straight to hell. Knights with yellow horse crests rolled up to their house, swords out, screaming traitors and pointing blades at Eren's whole family. Eren's watching in horror, thinking this has got to be a mistake. There's no way. Turns out that letter Tylan gave him to deliver was addressed to Prince Zion, and when the prince opened it, the ink was laced with poison. Dude dropped dead on the spot and the letter burned itself up with some kind of magic built into it. And since Eren was the delivery boy, guess whose family became suspect number 1? Cut to the dungeon and Eren's tied to a pole, beaten half to death after days of torture, when Tylan walks in with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face like he's visiting an old buddy. This man tells Eren that his father confessed and says he was paid 5 gold bars to have Eren swap the letter with a killing device. Eren's looking up at this dude he used to respect like a second father, and Tylan just keeps twisting the knife saying his dad forced his worthless younger son to do the dirty work so his older brother could inherit the family name. Then he hits Eren with the coldest line, who's anyone gonna believe, the Count's most trusted knight or the second son of some nobody family? Even an idiot knows that answer. Eren is shaking with rage, blood on his hands from gripping the bars, calling Tylan everything under the sun. But Tylan's not done. He tells Eren a deal's been made. Eren gets shipped off to the Demon Slayer Corps, and if he somehow survives 10 years in that hellhole, his crimes get forgiven. Then he smiles and tells Eren to thank his father for confessing, basically admitting the old man only took the fall to save Eren's life. Eren completely loses it, slamming the bars, screaming that he'll survive every single one of those 10 years and rip Tylan apart with his bare hands. Tylan just walks away without looking back. Back in the present, Eren's sitting in a chair with his head in his hands. He tells Sol his father lied to protect him, that the whole family got branded traitors and everyone except him was hanged. His hands are shaking as he says this time they're not just putting on disguises to get close to Tylan, they're going to find the right moment, capture him, and force him to confess everything. Then this dark energy starts radiating off our boy. He clenches his teeth and in the most terrifying voice goes, I will kill all of these bastards. So the scene cuts back to the 3-bar dudes our boy decided to drag along, and Gus is already second-guessing everything. He's looking at Judy like, bro, are you sure about rolling with these people? And before Judy can respond, Skyla just hits him with, if you don't like it, leave, which shuts him up even though he's still salty. Then Gus starts thinking about Sol, and he's like, nah, there's no way that girl is actually a mercenary. Something doesn't add up. Judy gives him this confused look, going, she's literally the strongest person in our group, and Gus crosses his arms doing the classic anime denial pose. But then Gus actually uses his brain for once and pieces things together, remembering Eren's murderous aura from earlier, and it clicks that these guys are not your average travelers. Judy just chugs his beer, throws a thumbs up, and goes, relax, my intuition never misses. Sure, buddy. The squad comes downstairs and tells everyone they're heading to Rove Tylan's estate. They hit the streets, and Judy says from Elma, it's about half a day on foot. But right then this fancy carriage rolls through the main gate and the driver's screaming at everyone to bow because the young lady of the Brescia family has arrived, the so-called first beauty of Sisux. Sitting inside is Sophia Brescia, fan in hand looking at everyone like they're NPCs in her personal world. She bangs on the window going, excuse me, I'm not just the beauty of Sisux, I'm the beauty of the entire empire and someday I'm going to dethrone the prince and become queen. The ego on this girl could fill a continent. Everyone drops to their knees and Gus just goes, those rumors about the Count's daughter being a terrible person aren't even rumors, they're just facts. Skyla asks if Sophia's prettier than her, and Gus immediately goes, nope, which is the only correct answer if you enjoy breathing. Judy tells everyone to walk past and not get involved, but the second Eren saw that Brescia banner bro snapped, he was ready to commit murder. The bar trio's losing it, trying to pull him away, but he's staring at the Brescia family crest and everything hits him at once, flashing back to swords pointed at his family, his dad shielding them while soldiers screamed, traitors. Saul grabs his hand to calm him down while blue flames are flickering off this man, and after a second he closes his eyes going, no, not now. They start walking away, but Sophia leans out screaming at Eren, calling him a stinking mercenary and demanding he get on his knees. Gus goes, yeah, we definitely just made things worse. Her own commander tries to tell her she's being reckless, but she cuts him off, waves her fan, and orders her guards to grab Eren. 3 guards rush in and get absolutely deleted by Ayla, who grabs one by the face, trips the others, and launches all 3 in one motion. Ayla looks at them with those half-lidded eyes and calmly goes, if you want him, you go through me first, and then his expression shifts and he looks genuinely terrifying. Sophia's shaking with tears and snot, stuttering about being the daughter of a count, and Ayla just goes, I don't care about your bloodline. Eren tries to get Ayla to chill, but this man is already swinging his sword, leaving traces in the air from sheer force. The commander steps in and blocks it, and the impact sends Sophia tumbling out of the carriage face first into the mud, which is kind of poetic. He actually apologizes to Ayla, calling her a Knight of Valar, and Ayla gives him this smug look like, yeah, that's right. Sophia's lying in the dirt going, what even is a Valar? And the commander explains they're warriors from the Isle of Chaos, insanely strong, and they will kill anyone who threatens their master, no matter if you're noble or not. He basically tells Sophia to stop thinking her blood makes her untouchable, which is the most polite way anyone's ever told a noble to sit down. He asks Ayla for his name, and Ayla hits him with, I have no desire to tell you that, and they bounce. Sophia's screaming from the carriage that she'll tell her father. It's really scary stuff. Eren watches them go, remembering the commander from childhood as this incredible warrior he wanted to be like, and says it's a shame. A guy that strong serves under Bracia. As they walk through the city, Skylar runs up to Ayla, begging her to teach that throw, and Judy's hyping him up too. Gus watches quietly, thinking if Ayla's a Valar Knight, there's no way she'd follow someone weaker, then glances at Eren and it clicks, this guy is way stronger than Ayla. He turns to Judy with a little smile and goes, yeah, your intuition really didn't miss it. Meanwhile, Skyla had shifted back to waifu mode, grabbing Ayla and showing him around. She points her finger at the castle and goes, see, we are almost there to the Tylan's estate. Cut to inside Rue's castle, and the whole crew's standing in front of this smug bastard who leans back and goes, so you guys want to work for me or what? Judy steps up like, yeah, we've got combat experience for days, and Skyla's just grinning going, look, as long as there's money on the table for every enemy we drop, we're in but we're nobody's lapdogs. Got it? Rue props his head on his hand, kind of impressed these guys actually have some bite to them, and then his eyes land on Eren, Ayla, and Sol, and he's like, and these 3? Because even he can tell they're different. Eren, meanwhile, is so done with this guy, he just closes his eyes so he doesn't have to look at his face. Robert does the whole half-lidded smug villain thing, waves his hand and goes, alright, consider this a tryout. Go clear out the monsters on the edge of my territory, a little place called Monza. And the second that name leaves his mouth, Eren's whole face changes. He's baring his teeth and the crew clocks it immediately. Like, what's his problem? Because Eren knows that name. That's his hometown. The rice fields, the village, the whole thing. That's the land the Vault family ruled. Cut to Monza, and it's basically a bad day for monsters there. It turns out these 3 randos could actually pull their weight. They are pretty good at fighting and well coordinated. But our boy and the gang decided to aura farm today. Ayla pulled out this beautiful spear and thrust it straight through the boar. The knights can't believe what they just saw. But just as he was done, this giant bear was winding up to turn him into a chew toy. And before Ayla could even react, Eren was already airborne, landed on the thing, and drove a katana straight through its skull. He hit the ground with blood gushing everywhere, pulled out his second sword, and one swing later, the bear's head was just gone. The knights have fully checked out of reality at this point. And then there's Sol. She doesn't need to aura farm, she is aura herself. She just casually turns all of these monsters into meat cubes. One little drop of blood on her cheek, cold stare down at the pile. The knights are looking at this girl who just meal prepped a pack of beasts, and you can see them rethinking their life choices. Cut to the squad kicked back at a table with rice fields full of workers behind them. Skyla's a few beers deep, cackling about the soldiers' faces. She's the only one laughing, going on about how they were so shook they couldn't even speak. Judy points out the trio did all the heavy lifting, and nobody expected that out of Sol. Gus closes his eyes with a little smile like, oh, we're getting hired for sure. Judy's glad they teamed up. Judy notices and asks what's eating him, and Eren brushes it off, saying it's nothing, just thinking. But he's watching the workers dragging rice out of the water, all of them in clothes that are basically rags. And he finally goes, why are the farmers here so poor? Judy just says they're not farmers. That stops Eren and Ayla cold. Judy lays it out, these people have no money and no freedom. They're serfs. Eren is floored. Gus picks it up from there. When House Bracia bought this territory, they tanked most of their fortune. So to claw it back, they jacked up taxes, and when that didn't work, they just stripped these people of everything except food and turned them into prisoners who've never known anything but work. Gus takes a long pull of his beer and adds that Bracia got so blinded by money that this is what they became. Skyla leans over annoyed, telling him to keep his voice down because the soldiers can hear, and Gus just waves her off. Ayla says it flat out. These people are rotten to the core. Eren's sitting there shaking and he slams the table with a trembling hand because none of this is how it used to be. When his father used to manage the estate, things weren't this bad. At times he would himself join in on monster subjugation, his father defending the village from monsters. Things weren't perfect, but they were happy. The village was happy. Back in the present, a single raindrop lands on Isla's head and Aaron's eyes drop. Then the sky just opens up, a full downpour soaking Skyla and everyone at the table. Aaron stands up into the rain and starts walking off, and Judy reaches out like, "Hey, where are you going?" But our boy gets all sad and tells the team to leave him alone. Then the scene shifts and our boy is standing in front of these ruins. So Aaron's standing there staring at his family's old vault banner, lying in the dirt. And you can tell the guy's in his feelings. Then Sol comes up behind him and is like, "So this is what happened to your hometown, huh?" Aaron gets all startled for a second, but then immediately switches to annoyed mode, going, "Didn't I literally tell you to give me some space?" And Sol hits him with, "I was worried about you," which completely throws him off because he was not expecting that. She tells him he's been acting off ever since they got to Sisek, and Aaron just goes quiet, closes his eyes, and walks over to these 3 graves sitting in the middle of the town square. Sol follows him and asks if those are his family's graves. Aaron reads the names and confirms it, but then he's like, "They got labeled as traitors though, so there's no way Thailand put these here." Right on cue, this beat-up-looking old man in torn-up clothes comes shuffling over, with a long beard, glasses, and rain dripping off his hat, asking who they are. Aaron's about to brush him off as just some random villager. But then he takes a closer look and it comes to him, it's Romelda, the Vault family butler. Romelda walks up to the graves, all bitter, and basically asks if they showed up just to disrespect dead traitors. Then he gets all sad and mumbles about how he served this family his whole life, and his master never changed. Aaron, running on pure emotion at this point, tells Romelda he heard Grey Vault was a proud warrior who protected his people, and that he doesn't believe for a single second that this family was traitors. Romelda starts shaking, barely holding it together, asking if Aaron really means that. Aaron gives him a small, genuine smile and asks if Romelda made these graves himself. The old man says, yeah, he just wanted them to have a proper send-off at least. Then Romelda just completely breaks down and starts telling them everything. He says Lord Grey always believed there was no real difference between a lord and his people, just different roles they had to play. His son Reed was the same way, a brave dude who put his life on the line fighting off wild animals to keep the village safe. Aaron's just soaking all of this up with this warm, nostalgic look on his face. Romelda keeps going, saying Grey's wife Shino used to share her own food during famines and even went out to the fields herself to help with crops. A genuinely good family through and through. But then Romelda's whole mood shifts and he says something changed when Reed went to the state of Brescia to deliver a letter, and that's when everything went to hell. Aaron freezes, like completely freezes. He goes real quiet and asks, wait, the one who delivered that letter wasn't Raven Vault? And Romelda just stares at him confused, going, Who? Who is that? And Aaron snaps. He grabs the old man by the collar, screaming, they had a second son named Raven. How do you not know your own family's kid? Romelda's yelling right back, saying there was no second son. It was only Grey, Reed, and Shino, 3 people, and that's it. And this is where everything crashes down on Aaron because it hits him like a freight train that Raven Vault straight up does not exist in this world. His entire life starts flashing through his head. All the battles he fought, learning the sword, killing monsters, all of it done to revive the Vault family name. And now he's realizing none of it mattered because there's nothing left to revive. The person he thought he was basically got erased. He grabs his head and just starts screaming. Sol panics and rushes over to him as he collapses in the mud, clutching his skull, completely falling apart. She's hovering over him trying to comfort him, but you can tell she has no idea what to do because this dude is genuinely broken right now. Romelda's just standing there watching this random kid have a full meltdown in the rain. And what nobody notices is that behind a wall, Isla has been spying on the whole thing, and he's absolutely shook by what he just witnessed. Aaron ends up sobbing into Sol's shoulder while the rain keeps pouring down. Both of them just sitting in the dirt as he screams about why all of this is happening to him. Then we cut away from that whole emotional wreck to the princess riding in a carriage, absolutely losing her mind. She's biting her own fingers. She's so mad, screaming about how she'll never forgive these mercenaries, that she'll rip their eyes out, make them crawl, and sell them off. Her attendant Fillmore is basically like, ma'am, please calm down, you're being insane right now. But she keeps going off about how she's royal blood, daughter of the count, and nobody disrespects her like that. Meanwhile, up on a cliff, this dude Ballet is watching her whole tantrum play out, and you can just tell he's already scheming because he's figured out exactly how to use these fools for whatever he's got planned. Cut to Brescia Castle, and it's a complete mess right now. Getting attacked by monsters, and Fillmore is out front handling business. He chops a wolf demon's head clean off. But the thing keeps moving, and he's standing there like, bro, what? I literally just killed you. He figures out there's some glowing seal on its forehead, keeping it alive, so he just stomps the hell out of it, and that does the trick. The servants are all hyping him up, bowing and calling him captain. And he's feeling himself. He walks up to the castle doors, swings them open all confident, ready to announce that the monsters are dealt with and everyone can chill. And then his whole mood just dies, because inside there's this psycho named Baltai sitting there with the biggest, creepiest smile on his face, holding the princess on his knee with a massive axe right next to her head. She's gagged, crying, and shaking the whole nightmare scenario. And scattered around the room are 3 dead guards, and not just random ones either. These were the best of the best, and this dude killed all 3 of them without anyone hearing a thing. Fillmore pulls out his sword and demands to know who this guy is and what he wants. Baltai just hits him with some vague, it's all part of the great plan nonsense and refuses to explain anything else. Then he looks at the princess, looks back at Fillmore and goes, Actually, having both of you here works out perfectly. Fillmore tells him he doesn't care what happens to him, just leave the princess alone. And Baltai grins like that's exactly what he wanted to hear. This maniac points at Fillmore's face and tells him to rip his own eyes out. Just like that, Fillmore freezes, obviously, because what kind of demand is that? So Baltai starts squeezing the princess's face, making it super clear he's about to take her eyes instead, if Fillmore doesn't do it. His fingers start creeping towards her eyes while she's crying and screaming through the gag, and then there's blood everywhere. Baltai spins around completely shocked because Fillmore actually went through with it. This man is standing there holding his own eyeballs in his hands with blood running down his face. And does Baltai keep his word? Of course not. He starts laughing like a maniac, calling Fillmore an idiot for actually doing it, saying there's no way he can win now without his eyes. And then he cuts the princess's head off anyway. Fillmore can't see anything anymore, but he feels her head land in his hands and he just completely loses it. He charges at him screaming at the top of his lungs, and Baltai just takes his head off in one clean cut too. Then stands over both bodies talking trash, saying no smart person would ever serve someone as dumb as the princess. This dude's villain rating is actually off the charts. But here's where it gets even crazier. Baltai picks up this summoning staff and says it belongs with a worthy master now. The staff starts glowing purple. The blood on the floor literally starts flowing backwards, and the severed heads float up and reattach to the bodies. Fillmore and the princess both stand back up, except they're not themselves anymore. They've got fangs, dead empty eyes, and these glowing purple marks on their necks. Baltai hits them with that nightmare smile and tells them they're his puppets now, and both of them just drop to their knees and say they'll do whatever he wants. So yeah, the strongest knight and the princess are now this psycho's undead dolls. Then it cuts away to a hotel somewhere, and the mood completely shifts. Judy and the rest of the group are standing around looking worried because Raven hasn't come out of his room since whatever went down at the ruins. Judy's asking Isla what's going on with him. Then the scene shifts to Ruve, and he's being useless as always, lounging on his throne, asking his servant how things went with the 6 mercenaries he hired. The servant standing there sweating, going, well, they're basically the best in the business, but there's a tiny problem with their leader. What problem? Ruve asked. Cut back to our boy Aaron, who's still in full depression mode, sitting on the edge of his bed staring holes into the floor. Saul walks in with a tray full of food, looking at him all sad like, you have to eat something. After a bit of time, Aaron finally speaks. Raven Vault doesn't exist anymore. House Vault can never come back. And then he just snaps, shaking with rage, screaming, so who the hell am I supposed to be now? Why am I even alive? He turns to Saul like she's got the answer, demanding she tell him why he's still breathing. Cut to the Sisuk Lord Castle and meet the single most punchable man in this entire story. Lord Sisuk, Count of Brescia. This dude's got a ring with a different colored rock on every single finger, coughing into his hand all dramatically and whining that Sophia's gaze has become so cold lately. His 2 minions immediately start glazing him. No, my lord, that's not true at all. And this idiot lights up like a Christmas tree and goes, you're right, I should buy her another gem. Something so expensive it could pass for royal mithril. And how's he gonna pay for daddy-daughter bribery? Raise the taxes. The servant tries to object, but Brescia cuts him off with, anyone who can't pay becomes a serf. That's a Dean problem. Then he gets this light bulb moment face like he just invented fire and adds, oh, and our most important vassal, Love Tylan, will have to sign off on this law too. The servant's just standing there with dead eyes, already seeing where this train wreck is headed. Suddenly a third servant bursts in yelling that Lady Sophia and Sir Fillmore have returned. Brescia launches out of his chair like it's on fire, and sprints out and boom, there she is, right in front of him. Sophia's rocking a whole new fit, a black dress with a leg slit, cane in hand, standing next to Fillmore, and she greets her father all calm and composed. Fillmore enters the hall and goes, we're back. Seeing Sophia, this old bastard starts blushing, then trembling, then blushing harder. This man is straight up checking out his own daughter's curves. Man, what the fuck? She's your daughter. This is weird on so many levels. He can tell something's off though, these two are not the same people who left. Fillmore gives him this half-lidded look and says, we have a problem. Dismiss the guards, we need to talk about it privately with them. Guards get booted from the hall. So the Lord plops back on his throne like, okay, what happened? And Fillmore drops the bomb. Love Tylan is planning an uprising. Brescia's brain blue screens, no way, not Tylan. Fillmore keeps stacking the deck. They tried to kidnap Lady Sophia. Ambushed us in the mountain, hired mercenaries. We should strike first before it's too late. Notice how our boy Fillmore is just cooking this story from scratch. This is the frame-up of the century. The Lord starts literally chewing his nails, muttering, but Tylan and I have always been on good terms. Then he looks at Fillmore and thinks, but this man is my fiercest warrior and most loyal subject. Then Fillmore goes for the kill. He pulls out a blood-soaked bag and before the Lord can even ask, 3 severed heads roll out across the floor. Brescia screams like a man who has never seen consequences before. Fillmore calmly explains, Ruve Talon's assassins killed them. Then Sophia starts walking forward while Fillmore adds the finishing touch. I saved her ladyship, but they got to her first. He points to the mark of Sophia's dishonor. Sophia immediately throws herself at her father, sobbing, tears streaming, begging, please protect me, father. And this man is trembling and blushing, while his crying daughter hugs him. The artist drew a face on this dude that honestly cannot be described with legal vocabulary. Red cheeks and all, he decides then and there, he will protect her. Smash cut, and Brescia is now in full armor. sword raised, screaming in front of his entire assembled army with his eyes practically popping out of his skull. The Thailand family is our enemy, for our honor, for Sophia. All troops move out, and the whole army starts cheering like they're heroes marching to save the world, when in reality they just got played like a fiddle by two people and a bag of heads. Sophia clings to her father's arm with the most evil little smile you've ever seen and coos, "You're the best in the whole world," and this clown blushes again. "Sir, that is a war declaration based on zero verified evidence. Please stop giggling." And lurking in the crowd is Baltai, laughing to himself like, "This is perfect." His blunder means all the evidence gets destroyed. Then, with the nastiest grin, he says one name. Love Thailand. So we cut back to Iran's squad and things are going absolutely horrible. This giant serpent monster has its tongue all over Skyla, literally squeezing the life out of her while she's screaming, "What is this thing?" And then because apparently one tongue wasn't enough, this freak opens its mouth wider and out come more tongues. Bro, you are in the wrong genre. Anyway, these extra tongues snatch the weapons right out of Gus's and Jody's hands, so now the entire squad is disarmed, getting dragged toward this thing's mouth. Skyla's staring straight at death, screaming that it's over, when out of nowhere, Isla comes flying in at stupid speed, slicing through the tongues, seeing Gus is losing his absolute mind and yelling, "It's him!" The monster tries one more time, opening wide for a last-ditch attempt, and Isla just leaps forward and chops every single tongue off at the root. And just like that, the fight is over. So after that whole mess, the squad ends up in some small village, chilling around a table, and everyone's just staring at Isla with those "you're actually insane" eyes. Jody's gassing him up, saying, "You saved our asses, man. That's a Valor Knight right there. A whole different breed." Skyla's laughing and talking about how she wants to visit Valor with him someday. And right when she says that, Isla gets hit with this flashback of how his home used to be all happy and peaceful, and then what it turned into. He snaps out of it, picks up a spoonful of rice, and just mumbles. It's the same everywhere. The conversation keeps going though. Gus is still shook that they even ran into a monster like that, and Jody's like, "Yeah, one wrong move and we'd all be dead right now, so maybe they should stop freelancing and actually become officers for some noble family. Because this mercenary life isn't it." And which family does Jody bring up? The Pendragons, the hottest name in the streets right now. Isla immediately chokes on his rice. As the Pendragon name was mentioned, Skyla's eyes lit up, starting fangirling hard, going, "Isn't that the hero of Laos? The one who wiped out all the orcs and the pirates that attacked the governor of Segunda? I heard the Duke is crazy handsome too." Jody throws in that he heard they can fight, and Gus just leans on his hand with that tired look like, "Here she goes again." Jody turns to Isla with a grin and asks what he thinks, but before our boy has to fumble through an answer, Gus saves him by jumping in with, "I'm not becoming anyone's dog." He starts ranting about how awful Sisk is and how the nobles just bleed the common people dry, calling them a bunch of scumbags, and says he'd rather go back to being a raven than serve under any of them. Skyla points at him laughing, calling him out for his past thieving life. That's when Jody drops something that actually makes Isla's ears perk up. He says, "The Vault family used to rule here. They weren't like that." Isla looks up and Jody explains what he knows. The Vaults went up against Love Thailand and Brescia crushed them for it. But their lord? Dude personally led soldiers out to fight monsters and protect his people. A real one. Skyla mentions that Thailand's people call the Vaults traitors, but Jody shrugs it off, saying he doesn't know why they got that label, just that their name went to trash afterward. But in the village of Monza, people still remember them as wise and generous. Isla's sitting there absorbing all of this real quiet. Before anyone can dig any deeper into that conversation, some dude comes ripping through the village screaming at every mercenary to listen up. Get to Love Thailand's estate now. That idiot Brescia is marching here with a whole army. The squad spins around confused as hell, and we cut to a full formation of armored knights riding under a flag with a golden horse and 2 branches on it. Yeah, war just showed up at the front door. Isla bolts to the inn to tell Aaron what's happening, kicks the door open and goes, "Aaron, we gotta go, like right now." But Aaron's doing his whole sad, depressed thing, just sitting there with Soul beside him looking like he lost the will to do anything. Isla tells him again, and Aaron goes, "What is this? Love's orders?" Doesn't even look up. He starts talking about how whether the soldiers delivered the news or did nothing at all, he'd end up dead either way, and their whole investigation into Prince Zion's assassination would be pointless. Isla screaming at him that this is exactly why they need to move now, and Aaron, still being a sad sack, mumbles, "But I'm not a Pendragon or a Raven, so why does any of this even matter? Give me one reason to fight." And that's when Isla snaps. She's had it with his whole pity party, so she straight up smacks him, grabs him by the collar, gets right in his face and goes, "Is this the man I decided to follow? Are you really this weak, Pendragon?" Aaron finally snaps and asks what the hell is wrong with him, because the dude's been acting like a zombie ever since they came into Sisk. Aaron just looks at him with this blank, empty stare, and Isla's like, "Yeah, we're doing this right now." He grabs his sword, looks down, and starts talking about how Six reminds him way too much of his hometown. Same endless wars, same greedy lords throwing regular people and soldiers into the grinder like they're disposable. Same cycle of pointless death. Aaron's just sitting there with wide eyes, and Hezlaw, gripping his sword so hard his hand is shaking, admits that the more people he killed, the more he forgot why he was even fighting, so eventually he just dipped, lost every reason he had to call himself a knight. Then he drops the bomb, says all of that was true until he met Aaron. He was different after their fight and swore to be his sword. But instead of standing there acting all high and mighty about it, Aaron got down to his level and told him they're equals, just with different roles, then hit him with that stupid big grin of his. Isla straight up admits he walked into that fight planning to break Eren, and instead Eren broke him with kindness. First person to ever pull that off. But Eren, being the walking pile of trauma that he is, just turns away and mutters something about how none of it matters anymore, because the Vault family and the Raven family are gone. And Isla is absolutely not letting that slide. He grabs Eren's shoulder and screams Pendragon right in his face. So he switches it up and yells Raven, and that one lands because Eren spins around looking confused as hell. Isla stares at him with this dead calm expression and says, look, he doesn't know what happened that rainy day or what connects Eren to the Vault family, but what he does know is that family was the only one in this entire garbage place that actually gave a damn about its people, and everyone knew them as proud warriors. Then he gets this flashback of watching Eren charge out against that centaur completely alone. Before Eren can even process that, Isla grabs him by the collar, gets right up in his face, and tells him he's got the power to change the world, even this rotten Ciscus. Just then, Eren remembers what matters the most. All of the good that he did, like him saving a goblin from getting skewered by a centaur, fighting the Pirate King, saving that little village. Regular people thank him with tears streaming down their faces, and then he thinks to himself, what happened? If the Vault household is gone, their will is still alive within him. Then Isla cocks his fist back and asks how long Eren's going to let his sword rust. Says he won't forgive him for this and swings. Dust and debris go flying, souls watching in pure terror, but Eren caught the punch. Our boy rises up off his knees holding Isla's fist and starts laughing. He goes, you know, you talk completely differently than you usually do today. And Isla just raises an eyebrow and smirks, saying, well, your face was looking unusually boring, so somebody had to step up. These two idiots just stand there roasting each other while Sol quietly slips out of the room. Then Eren walks over to the table, grabs some bread with a real genuine smile on his face, turns to Sol and goes, I'll need that dragon armor now. And this girl's eyes fill up with tears and she flashes a wallpaper-worthy smile. Cut to a big house where Gus is standing with Jody and Skyla, arms crossed, saying he's done with all of this. And Isla's probably bouncing too, so there's no point sticking around with Tylan anymore. Jody sighs and agrees, since they did kind of make the Lord's sister their enemy. Just then they hear a sound. Skyla and the company whip around. And was our boy apologizing to them for making the wait? Then he stares straight ahead and says they're heading to the Tylan estate. Bring the horses. So the whole squad's just standing there staring at Eren after his glow-up, and everyone's having their own little mental breakdown. Jody's over here like, why does the air feel weird all of a sudden? Completely oblivious to what just happened. Skyla's too busy drooling over Eren, because apparently the man looks even more attractive now. Priorities, am I right? And then there's Gus, who used to be a whole bandit, and has seen all kinds of sketchy stuff in his life, but he's looking at Eren's new armor, and his brain is short-circuiting because he's never seen gear that clean before. One look at Eren's face, and Gus is like, yeah, no, this dude is definitely not just some mercenary. Then Eren hits him with, we're going to the Tylan estate, get the horses ready, and all three of them lose it at the exact same time. Jody's screaming about forming alliances. Skyla's yelling about how Tylan's literally in the middle of a war right now, and Gus is going off about how the whole Tylan family is garbage, and they'd get nothing out of helping them. Eren just stands there, lets them get it all out of their system, then calmly explains that whether they like it or not, Tylan dying right now would screw things up for him, so the guy needs to stay alive. He hops on his horse, tells them this is his fight and he's not dragging anyone into it, gives them a smile, says take care, and just rides off. Isla and Sol don't even hesitate. They call their horses and follow him immediately. Isla hits them with the coldest line ever, just turns around and says, I'm his sword, and bounces. Jody's standing there with his hand out like, are you guys actually serious right now? Skyla, being the down bad queen she is, sees two attractive people riding away, and her body moves before her brain does. She's on her horse screaming, wait for me, before anyone can even blink. Gus is losing his mind, yelling at her to stop, calling her crazy, but Jody just sighs and goes, look, we owe them after that whole monster thing. And then he clenches his teeth and admits he's got this gut feeling that if they let these people go now, they're going to regret it forever. So he takes off too, and that leaves Gus, just him, standing there alone, staring at nothing. He drops his head, frowns for about 1 second, and then he's angrily jumping on his horse, screaming, you're all idiots, while chasing after them at full speed. But the mood does a complete 180 real fast because Eren, Isla, and Sol ride into a village that's straight up burning to the ground. People are running everywhere. Kids are crying next to their mom, who's trapped under rubble. The whole place is a disaster. Eren sees all of it, and you can literally watch the anger settle into his face. Isla asks him what he thinks is going on, and Eren says this doesn't add up because it's not like Brescia to just randomly declare war. Even Tylan's own soldiers got blindsided by this. He's thinking someone's pulling strings behind all of it. Maybe the same person who tried to get Prince killed, or maybe someone even bigger. Isla's already got her hands sliding toward her swords, ready to start chopping people up, but Eren tells her to chill and not kill the soldiers because they're just doing what their ruler told them to do. Isla looks at him all confused for a second, then she just smiles at him. They finally get to the castle and the place is a whole mess. Everything's on fire and these knights in blue cloaks are charging the building with their swords out. Isla sees it and yells that they're too late. But Eren's like, nah, if they're still attacking, that means whoever they're after is still breathing. And this is where his past life memories come in clutch, because he remembers Tylan from back then, not the type to get himself killed over something stupid like pride. Aaron's thinking this man is a survivor, so he shouts at everyone to split up and find him while he's still alive. Then they hear yelling behind them, and everyone turns around to see Gus, Skyla, and Jody absolutely flying toward them on their horses. Aaron smiles and goes, "Looks like we got more help," and Isla grins, saying, "That's a Valar night for you, already winning people over just like that." Aaron faces forward, pushes his horse harder, and the whole squad's right behind him now, fully committed. The Blue Cloak Knights are tearing through the palace, cutting down everyone in their way, and Aaron, this man takes his horse and jumps clean over the burning fence. So we open on genuinely one of the nastiest scenes this show has given us. Creepy old man Brescia is just sitting there, watching the Tylan estate burn to the ground, laughing his head off, with his daughter Sophia on his lap. He's cackling, "This is the end of the fool who dared to mess with me." And Sophia hugs her father sweetly, telling him, "Daddy, you're so smart and brave, I adore you," while a castle full of people burns in the background. Man, this family needs therapy. Immediately, cut to the palace entrance, and it's a graveyard. Bodies everywhere. Brescia's knights raise their swords and one of them shouts, "Dead serious, Tylan's worthless mercenaries are still alive. Kill them all." "Bad call, my guy." Aaron holds his sword out, dashes forward and deletes 3 of them in one swing. One, and he's not even locked in. He's thinking, "I don't have time for this small fry. I need to find Tylan." That's what these knights are to him. Meanwhile, Isla's fighting her own crowd and Bro is going full ham on them with the sword. With the sheath still on, one after another they are hitting the floor and he's genuinely surprised by how weak these guys are. He's looking down at her 2 sheathed swords when someone behind him goes, with a smile, "Why didn't you kill them?" He turns around. It's the commander of these knights, hand resting on his belt, smirking at them. "You're awfully soft for a knight." Isla turns around and immediately recognizes him. He goes, "So you are the knight from before." But then his valor senses tingle. The aura coming from the knight was completely different than before. As he clocks that, he pulls out his sword from the sheath. Their swords cross and he asks him, "Who are you?" Fillmore just furrows his brows and gives her this deranged smile back. Then a blue aura tears across the screen at stupid speed. It's Sol, swinging her sword and taking a monster dog's head clean off. She's standing there, blue aura still humming around her, silently staring at the corpse. And then she notices it. The dead dog's paws start twitching. Cut to Jody's crew and they are having a terrible time. These dumb dogs are everywhere. Skyla's swinging her sword, screaming, "Where did these monsters even come from?" And Gus, our resident complainer, yells the actual problem. They keep moving without their heads. Jody grits his teeth and makes the call. "Forget about them. Move." So they leave the dead but not really dogs on the floor and rush up the stairs. A few moments later, Aaron walks on the same floor with dog heads on the floor, still growling and still shaking, and there's a seal stamped on it. Monsters that keep living without a head. He looks at the burning staircase covered in corpses and starts connecting dots. Sure, on the surface this is a surprise attack from Brescia. But this, he stares at that severed growling head. This confirms it. Someone's behind all of this. And then a man walks out of the flames and goes, "You're pretty strong for a mercenary." And our boy could recognize that voice anywhere. He turns around all mad, remembering all the pain this bastard caused him. Balti is walking down the stairs, saying how he'll have to deal with him himself for the sake of their grand plan. That is, seeing this stupid bastard's face. Our boy is as mad as he can be. He screams out his name and was ready to throw hands. Then the scene shifts back and Isla and Fillmore are still going at it, and neither of them wants to quit. Fillmore comes in swinging with this big dumb grin on his face, like he's having the time of his life, and Isla just meets him head on, blocks the hit, drags his blade down Fillmore's sword with this disgusting metal screech, and pins the whole thing into the ground. And does Fillmore panic? Nah, this dude is laughing. He's actually enjoying this. He lunges at Isla before the guy can pull back, catches his sleeve, rips it clean off, and just goes full psycho mode. Every swing gets heavier, dude's screaming with each one, and then he brings his sword down on Isla with absolutely everything he's got. But Isla reads it, sidesteps at the last second, and Fillmore's blade just eats dirt. You can literally see the "oh crap" moment hit Fillmore's face when he realizes he whiffed and he's wide open. Isla does not let that slide. He plants his feet and drives forward with his own blade, and Fillmore barely gets his sword up in time. We're talking a last millisecond type of save. But Isla's already moving, dashes left, locks Fillmore's weapon down, and they both swing at the same time. Blood goes flying everywhere. Fillmore looks up with a mouthful of blood, pure terror in his eyes, and Isla just casually walks up and puts the sword straight through his neck, following it up with a massive slash that should have ended this whole fight right there. Fillmore starts falling, but then mid-fall, this absolute psycho clenches his sword and stabs forward, catching Isla right in the shoulder. And then the part that genuinely makes your skin crawl. Fillmore is still standing there. His arms start moving on their own like some kind of puppet. He reaches up, grabs his own drooping head, and just clicks it back into place like he's popping a dislocated thumb back in. Black steam hisses out of the wound, and Isla is watching this happen, looking like he wants to be literally anywhere else on the planet right now. Fillmore hits him with this absolutely unhinged smile, holding his own head in place with one hand, and goes, "This body might not be good enough to fight you." Isla is dumbfounded. He stares him down and says flat out, "You're not human anymore." And Fillmore doesn't even try to deny it. He puts his hand on his chest all dramatic and starts yapping about some grand plan for the great Lord of the Night and how he got this immortal body specifically so he could kill people. Isla asks what plan, and Fillmore closes his eyes, still rocking that creepy smile, and hits him with, "Insignificant creatures don't need the details." Isla lowers his head, gripping his bleeding shoulder, and just goes, "Yeah, I get it now, you're just a puppet." And man, you can tell that one hit different, because Fillmore's whole face changes. He glares at Isla but doesn't say a single word. A second later, they both swing their swords and fly at each other again. Now we cut over to Eren and Baltai, and these two are going just as hard. Baltai lets go with one hand, swings his axe wide, and Eren barely catches it with his sword. Baltai's grinning the whole time, asking how Eren knows his name, whether they've met or if he's just that famous. Eren doesn't care about the chit-chat though. He's blocking hit after hit and shouts back to just answer the question. He swings hard but completely whiffs because Baltai's already behind him. Baltai brings the axe down on Eren's back with everything he's got, and right when you think our boy is done, Eren spins around and blocks it with one hand, just his right arm holding a sword against a full-power battle axe swing. Baltai's brain is buffering, trying to process what just happened, and then it gets so much worse for him. Eren starts radiating this crazy energy. His eyes go full red, these magical scales start shimmering all over his body, and he swings his sword forward, not even at Baltai, just into the air, and the sheer force sends Baltai flying sideways like he got hit by a truck. Baltai catches himself, looks back, and his face says everything because he has zero clue what he's looking at. Then this massive red dragon just materializes behind Eren out of nowhere, towering over everything, and Eren's just standing there in front of it calm as anything with this wild grin. The dragon opens its jaws and roars so hard it shakes the whole scene. Baltai stares, thinking of dragon aura, and instead of panicking, Baltai smiles. He looks at Eren and goes, "Well, things just got interesting. Now this is something worth hunting." Meanwhile, Eren's fully locked in. His dragon aura is going absolutely nuts, and Baltai, this bastard, is going to feel the heat of it. But right now, dude is way too chill. He's grinning and mocking our boy, treating this fight as fun time, but our boy is anything but chill right now. He's already at Baltai's throat. And what does Baltai do against a whole dragon-powered psycho rushing him? He puts two fingers in his mouth and whistles. Next thing you know, a whole pack of wolves drop, surrounding Eren from every direction. Our boy is pissed. He came here for one guy and one guy only. And now he's stuck dealing with a dog park from hell, and he has no time for these small fries, so he cranks his aura to the max and lets the flames take care of them. When the smoke clears, Eren looks up and sees Baltai riding away on a wolf. Eren's not letting that slide though. He swings his sword and launches this massive fire attack, and his red energy actually catches up fire blooms right in Baltai's face. Eren, blood dripping down his own face, points his sword and screams that he's killing him right here, right now. And Baltai just grins, because this whole fight is going exactly how he planned it. He wants Eren mad. The angrier the better. Meanwhile, Skyla, Jody, and Gus are hauling ass down a road that's literally on fire on both sides. Skyla checks behind them and figures the monsters are dealt with. Gus confirms he wiped them out, nothing's following. Jody's feeling good about it, and says that's one problem sorted. And now they just have to find Tylan and use all this chaos to get ahead. Then he stops. Because there's Tylan face down on the ground with Brescia Knights standing over him. One of them is going off about how Tylan's a traitor, and he's getting executed today by order of some count. Tylan's on the ground losing his mind, screaming back that they're insane for believing that idiot. The knight swings anyway, saying the tip came from Sir Fillmore, the most honest knight ever, who apparently never gets things wrong. Clang, Jody's sword catches the blow just in time. He turns around giving Tylan this chill little hey like he didn't just save his life. Tylan screams, "Mercenaries," and then it's over. Skyla and Gus jump in from behind. Gus flattens one knight with a full swing. Skyla slices up the second, and Jody erases the last one so fast the guy probably didn't even see it coming. And within moments the knights were done, and does Tylan say thanks? Nope. This dude starts yelling at them going, "You're late. If you're this strong then why?" before catching himself and asking where the other three are. But Gus is not taking any BS from this bastard. He straight up grabs him by the throat, tells him to shut up, calls him a country worm, and makes it real clear they're not here because they want to be. And if he keeps running his mouth, he's losing his head. Skyla pulls her sword too and promises she'll go after his whole family for money if he keeps it up. These are the good guys, by the way. Jody breaks it up because a massive crowd of warriors is now heading straight for them. Skyla sees them and goes, "That's a lot of them." Jody looks at the crowd and goes, "Yep," so we run. Back to the main event. Eren's mana has fully shaped into a dragon now and he's ripping through wolves left and right. But it's taking a toll. One wolf bites into his arm. An arrow punches through the other one and all sorts of injuries are slowing him down, but his eyes stay glued on Baltai, who's just sitting on his wolf looking comfortable and entertained. Baltai's grinning, taunting him. "All you're doing is fighting monsters. I'm getting bored. Don't you want to kill me?" Eren's face after that is pure murder. He rips the wolf off his arm and slams it into the dirt. Two more jump him and he splits them both with one swing. Baltai's watching all of this and taking mental notes. He's thinking about how insane this power is and how nothing is stopping him. Eren is bruised and battered but is not budging at this point. He's looking more like a monster than a human, but this is what makes it fun for this bastard. Suddenly the whole dynamic changed. This isn't a battle anymore for him. Now it has become a hunt, so he loads up his crossbow and calls out to Eren, basically telling him to keep going, keep raging, and burn through everything he's got until there's nothing left in the tank. Aaron, right on cue, throws his head back and screams. Baltai aims the crossbow at him, thinking how he's going to add killing a dragon to his Steam achievements, but nah, dude, that's not gonna happen. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Isla's still going at it with Fillmore, and things are getting rough. He's blocking his hits, but his hand's literally shaking at this point from holding on so long. And Fillmore's basically taunting him, saying he did good to last this long, but this is where it ends. Right then, a bunch of knights come running, yelling that they're gonna help Fillmore, and he looks over like, yeah, if these guys back me up, Isla's got no shot. Then this bastard decided to act cocky, and told Isla that right now he's only got two options. One is that he either runs away and becomes a deserter, or he's going down today. Isla's frozen for a sec, sweating, eyes closed, and then he just drops his blade. He hooks Fillmore, grabs him from behind, and just yeets him over the edge of the balcony, straight onto some concrete stakes below. One of them goes right through his chest, and he catches fire, screaming in pain. Everyone watching is shook. The Brescia knights start running over trying to help him, and even messed up like that, Fillmore still got the audacity to grin and say something like, that won't actually kill him, and Isla looks him in the eyes and goes, yeah, I know, but this fight is over. And with that, he grabs his sword, and in the next second, Fillmore's head was rolling on the floor. On the first floor, Aaron's condition isn't any better than Isla's. He's surrounded, injured, and way too mad to care about any of that. He yanks an arrow out of his own hand like it's nothing, and just slices through another monster, clearing out more wolves, while Baltai watches and laughs, basically egging him on because he wants Aaron to get angrier. His whole plan is that rage makes Aaron hit harder, but way less accurately, so he's just burning himself out for nothing. Baltai's chilling on top of a wolf, watching Aaron cut another one down, and points out that yeah, Aaron's swings with his dragon sword are strong but sloppy, and this whole zombie wolf army is more than enough to wear him down, before Baltai swoops in with his axe for the kill. He rides up next to Aaron all smug, crossbow pointed at him, monologuing about how everything's already decided. This fight's outcome, Ruve's fate, and his idiotic stubbornness are only going to kill him faster. But then this bastard did the mistake of his lifetime. He kept talking, saying how he's going to win. Siskus is going to be a ruin and all of its people would end up being slaves, and that hits Aaron. Suddenly a quick flashback hits him of how the people of the Siskus are living, forced to live as slaves. Aaron then thinks about it for a moment, about how stupid he was being. He calms down and the rage is gone. Right as he's having this moment, the dragon aura wraps around his back and two wolves jump him, but he doesn't even flinch. He's just standing there like, what am I even doing? Baltai fires a crossbow bolt at him, and Aaron just casually slices the arrow out of the air, which actually catches Baltai off guard this time. Then Aaron gets fully wrapped in this blue dragon aura energy, and the weaker monster nearby starts shaking. Baltai's sitting there realizing how in just one move he dealt with the mobility of his zombie army, and now he's realizing that he's fucked. Meanwhile, our boy is standing there all calm, thinking to himself how idiotic he was being right now. He's in no position to be angry, knowing how cunning this bastard is. If anything, he has to be careful. Then he grabs his blade with both hands and basically announces he's the heir to the Vault family's will. He has to be someone his dad would be proud of. Meanwhile, Brescia's army is charging into a burning estate, its roof already eaten up by fire. A bunch of warriors are blocking Gus, Skyla, Jody, and Tylan from getting out. The soldiers point their swords at them and basically say, it's over. You've got nowhere to run. Jody steps up front to shield the others, clearly terrified. Tylan spins around like, why did we even come here? We're cornered. And Skyla yells back that they didn't have a choice. This was the only spot the fire couldn't reach. Gus, still kind of in shock, snaps at her that if she keeps screaming he'll just cut her head off so she'll finally shut up, and he's grinning while he says it, which is unhinged. Jody mutters that this might be their only shot at surviving. Then the knights charge, warriors sprinting across the cracking fire-damaged roof, and suddenly blue mana starts glowing at Brescia's feet. The roof splits open right next to everyone. Jody, Skyla, and Gus just freeze, and then they look up and see Sol floating in the sky. Nobody can believe it, even the Brescias are stunned. Blue energy's pouring off her hand, winds blasting everywhere, and everyone's just trying to process that this is actually Sol. Skyla's still kind of numb from everything, asks if those are wings. Tylan just says it's insane. Sol sees the roof cracking open and rockets down at full speed, spots Jody, Gus, Skyla, and Tylan surrounded by fire, grabs two of them in each hand and blasts straight up into the sky with all four of them. The warriors just watch her go, completely stunned, wondering who this girl even is. Sol's flying off, holding all four of them. Everyone is still shook. Tylan points out she's carrying all four of them with basically just her fingers, calling it terrifying. Skyla's like, you're surprised by that? Jody and Gus just hang there looking grim, while Sol's silhouette shrinks against the burning estate below. Back inside, the room's fully on fire. Isla's standing there with a sword in front of a crowd of knights, blood dripping off the blade. Isla's watching everything completely calm. The injured Fillmore turns to the soldiers, shock all over his face, and gives this speech about how these are the knights he trained, the ones he was proud of, calling them his most loyal people. And then his body just catches fire, and he orders them to finish this thing off. The soldiers are freaking out, asking if that's really Captain Fillmore. Then one of the shaking knights screams that it's not him at all. It's a fake. Then the soldiers started talking, saying how one of them said how it was the captain who said something to Count Brescia, and it made it look like Tylan had betrayed everyone. Isla's just watching all this from the side, But now the soldiers are starting to think the Thailand betrayed us story was actually fake and that they'd all been played somehow. Everyone's staring at Captain Fillmore, who looks completely shaken by whatever Brescia just told them. One guy loses it and yells that something felt off from the start, and Brescia basically agrees, saying, yeah, we've all been thinking that. The whole group are losing their minds at this point, demanding to know how Fillmore tricked them and where the real captain actually is. Then they just draw swords and charge at him. Fillmore's panicking, screaming that he is the real one, that he went beyond the limits of a man and that it was all part of some bigger plan. Isa just watches him get torn apart, blood everywhere, face all messed up. Then Isa looks at the sword dripping with blood and kind of sarcastically wonders if this guy was just a puppet that surpassed human limits. He catches his own masked reflection in the blade, narrows his eyes, closes them, sheathes his sword with a click, and just walks off while everyone's still hacking away at Fillmore's body. The entire estate's already on fire at this point. Meanwhile, Saul's flying over the square where a bunch of shocked warriors are gathered. Jody tells Gus to look down because something is telling him that it seems like they have stopped attacking. Meanwhile, back inside, the soldiers were still arguing. They were like, the captain was a fake, what the hell are we still fighting for? Meanwhile, Aaron's standing in the corridor facing off with Baltai, just frowning at him. Baltai glances at Fillmore and calls him a useless puppet. Aaron says no more backup is coming, so they might as well finish this now. Baltai's studying Aaron's wounds, noticing they're already healing, and starts wondering if this dude's body is basically unkillable, like a zombie's. Then he corrects himself, nah, it's more like those monsters. Then he shifts his attention back to our boy and asks him, so how the hell does he know his name? And more importantly than that, who the hell is he really? Aaron, eyes closed, calmly says he knows exactly who he is, talks about his past self, and reveals he's actually Raven Vault. Blue energy starts wrapping around him, mana rolling off him in waves strong enough to make Baltai flinch. Baltai's just standing there like, what the hell is happening right now? Aaron's armor starts turning white, piece by piece, his leg, his breastplate, all of it, and his hair goes back to blonde. Behind him, a massive blue dragon rises up. Baltai's completely stunned and finally puts it together, saying, "You're Aaron Pendragon, the one who made a pact with the white dragon." Then they both just launch at each other. Baltai swings his axe, Aaron blitzes toward him at insane speed with blue mana pouring off his sword, lighting up his face as he moves. Baltai gets a hit in and screams as a massive burst of blue energy explodes from the clash, but Aaron ends up cutting straight through him. So Aaron figures cutting this guy clean in half is going to do the job, but nope, Baltai's just lying there in two pieces, still running his mouth, grinning up at him all bloody, and saying Aaron's actually something special. Aaron looks down at him, and instead of freaking out, Baltai just laughs and says it doesn't even matter because that whole body was just a puppet anyway. Then he asks Aaron how he pulled off that regen ability and how he even knows his name. Baltai stares him down and starts roasting him, bringing up how Aaron used to be that pathetic little Pendragon kid everyone made fun of and called a coward. Aaron just stands there clenching his fists while Baltai keeps talking, saying he's been watching him this whole time and clocked early on that Aaron was going to be trouble. Then, with this smug grin, Baltai swears on his name that he's coming for Aaron no matter what. Right after that threat, his face literally starts melting. This creepy purple light shoots out of his eyes and his whole body just dissolves. Aaron watches it happen, stays completely calm, tells himself nothing's really changed, and walks off. Cut to somewhere else, three girls are huddled under blankets in front of the actual real Baltai, and this guy's pissed because it turns out all the damage his puppet took just transferred straight back to his real body. He's bleeding, wounded, and dead serious, saying he needs to report this immediately since the city's under siege. So yeah, that puppet stunt wasn't free and Aaron just made himself a way more dangerous enemy. Meanwhile, back at Tylan's estate, the whole place is on fire. Sol, Gus, and the rest of the squad are standing behind Tylan, who's on his knees sweating like crazy. Aaron's looking down on him, thinking to himself how this situation is the same, just the roles are reversed. Aaron presses his sword right against Tylan's throat and asks him straight up, did he send a poison letter to Vault's house 3 years ago to kill Prince Zion? Tylan goes pale. Aaron lays it out, saying he knows Tylan sent that poison specifically to frame the Vault family as traitors. While this is happening, this insane aura starts pouring off Aaron, so intense his own crew is shocked by it. Jody's watching from the side, completely stunned, thinking an aura like that only belongs to warriors who've survived thousands of battles, saying out loud that he's never felt anything this powerful in his life. Tylan's shaking so hard he can barely speak, Aaron's blade just resting on his shoulder, his face totally blank, which somehow makes it scarier. He orders Tylan to talk. Tylan finally caves and admits the Vault family was against his policies and had become a real problem for him, so he couldn't just leave them alone. Then he tries to soften it by saying he didn't know the poison would actually end up with the Crown Prince. Aaron's not having it, and demands to know who gave the order. Tylan drops down, sweating even more, and says it was an orc, which catches Aaron completely off guard. Tylan keeps talking, saying it wasn't a regular orc, but a half-orc, half-human hybrid who happens to be the boss of the pirates. This guy named Arangus is the one who handed him the poison letter and told him to use it on the guests. Tylan admits he had second thoughts but couldn't say no because Arangus promised nothing bad would happen even if he got caught. Isala, listening the whole time, looks just as shocked as everyone else. Tylan describes the meeting, saying Arangus was wrapped in red energy, making it clear this guy wasn't just some random pirate, but something way more dangerous. The second Tylan says the name Arangus, Aaron completely loses it internally, everything clicking into place. Regression isn't just a pirate. He's the ruler of the southern territories, the Duchy of Regression, and the king of the sea dragons. Just as he said that half-orc bastard's face came to Aaron's mind. While all this is happening, Gus and his crew are standing in the back completely lost. No clue what Aaron and Tylen are even talking about. So Isla just turns to Aaron and asks what the hell's going on. Aaron slides his sword back into its sheath and says they finally found the people pulling the strings behind all of this. But before anyone can even process that, Count Bracia shows up carrying his daughter Sophia's dead body. And the man is completely destroyed. He's crying, screaming, asking what they did to her, calling her his diamond, the most beautiful woman in the Empire and his beloved daughter. Then his grief flips straight to rage the second he spots Tylen. He starts screaming at his men to rip Tylen's eyes out, make him crawl on the ground like a dog, and then kill him. Gus and the others just stand there watching this whole meltdown, still trying to catch up. Aaron looks at the Count holding Sophia and puts it together. He already saw Fillmore getting controlled like a puppet, so he figures Sophia got the same treatment. He turns to Bracia and drops the truth on him. They were both being manipulated, and the entire war he started was based on a lie from the beginning. Bracia doesn't want to hear any of it, and you can basically watch his brain trying to reject what Aaron's saying. Aaron steps in and tells him if he thinks they're lying, he should just ask his own soldiers why they stopped fighting. That shuts him up fast. He's trembling now, scared, and turns to his knights expecting backup, ordering them to capture Aaron and the group. Nobody moves, not one soldier reacts. He screams the order again, louder, demanding to know why they're just standing there, but the soldiers already know the truth and aren't budging. Aaron tells him straight up, it's because he's the one who started this pointless war. Aaron piles on, saying countless citizens and soldiers died because of what Bracia did. Innocent people losing their homes and families, and an image flashes through Aaron's head of people running through a burning settlement trying to survive the mess this man caused. But even after all that, the Count's response is disgusting. Instead of showing any remorse, he screams at Aaron to shut up, asking why he should even care about the townspeople and soldiers, then flat out calls them his property. The moment that comes out of his mouth, Isla snaps, draws his blade, presses it against the Count's throat, and tells him to shut his mouth because he doesn't get to talk anymore. Then Aaron turns to Sol, and everything shifts. Sol floats up behind him, grabs his shoulders, and massive streams of mana start pouring off her. The next second, there's this huge blast of blue energy that kicks up a wall of dust and wind so strong it knocks the Count clean off his feet. Gus, Jody, and the rest are shielding their faces from the gusts, and as the dust clears, a massive shape starts forming in the fog. A dragon. Sol's face emerges through the haze, and Jody's just standing there, jaw on the floor, asking if Sol actually turned into a dragon. Tylen, still shaking on the ground, confirms it in pure terror, saying she's a white dragon, the strongest living creature that exists, capable of burning an entire country to the ground on her own. Bracy is shaking so bad he can barely stand, and then he watches Isla drop to one knee and bow his head. His brain's completely short-circuiting because none of this is making sense anymore. Then Aaron steps forward in his true form and gently strokes Sol's face. The Count actually looks at him this time, really looks, and it hits him like a truck. Immediately he started denying the reality. He's like, no way. There is no way that it's happening. What is Aaron Pendragon doing here? Sol's not about to let this trash keep talking in front of her. So she flaps her wings and the gust alone sends Bracia flying across the ground like a rag doll. He screams and eats dirt face first. And when he looks up, his face is a bloody mess. But that's not even the worst part, because standing right there is a crowd of armed peasants, and every single one of them looks ready to kill. Bracia's confused, asking if these are just peasants, and that ends up being his last dumb question because one of them drives a spear straight through his back. The rest swarm him, screaming about how his stupid war burned their homes and they're done taking it, beating him within an inch of his life and then past it. He's screaming for his knights and soldiers to help, but they just stand there watching. Nobody moves. Isla steps up next to Aaron and says it's finally over. Aaron watches it all happen and agrees, adding that at least they managed to help the people of Sisek a little. Cut to a bar somewhere and Jody's slamming his mug on the table, still trying to process that Aaron is the Duke of Pendragon, saying he always knew Aaron was different but this is next level. Skyla cuts in, gushing about how strong, handsome, and young Aaron is and straight up offers to work for him on the spot. Gus shuts that down immediately, calling it stupid and saying if she wants to ditch the group over some guy she can go ahead, but reminds everyone they're mercenaries who don't work for anyone. Then he kills the mood further, looking out the window and saying they'll never see Aaron again. Jody and Skyla both look crushed, but right on cue the bar door swings open and Aaron walks in with his crew, spots the three of them and goes, "Oh, you guys are here, just like I thought." Jody asks if he wasn't supposed to be at some fancy noble reception. Aaron sits down and says all that fake flattery killed his appetite, so he came for a real drink instead, and on top of that he's got a request for them. Later that night, Aaron steps out onto a balcony and Isla follows, asking if everything got sorted. Aaron looks out at the night, serious, and tells Isla that the only reason he kept fighting was because of him. Isla's caught off guard. Aaron opens up saying when he woke up from his coma, he had zero reason to live and didn't even know who he was anymore until Isla punched some sense into him. Looking up at the sky, he vows that as ruler of the Pendragon Duchy, he'll achieve everything he set out to do. Isla grins, leans on the railing, and tells him if he ever falls that low again, he'll just beat him up, because that's what a sword does for its master. Aaron laughs, and before either can say more, they notice Sol flying off into the distance. Eren glances back, notices the drinks, and smiles. Then the two sit down and drink until dawn. Morning hits and the streets are alive, peasants talking about how Duke Pendragon showed up and got rid of that disgusting Count Brescia. A crowd gathers to watch Eren and his crew ride out. Skyla's going way overboard, rearing her horse up and screaming. She's the one and only girl of the Pendragon cavalry, a battlefield Valkyrie. Jody leans over and says she's massively overacting. Eren just smiles and tells him not to stop her. He basically travels with two mutes, so it's kind of fun to have a loudmouth around. Then he turns to Jody and thanks him for agreeing to work with him. Jody says there's nothing to thank him for. This is literally his dream. Behind them, Tylan's being dragged along looking miserable. Eren tells the group they're strong and, more importantly, a team that's been through life and death together, pointing out even Isla seems to like them, and Isla's total lack of reaction is basically his version of agreeing. Jody looks at Gus, surprised the guy who hates nobles actually tagged along. Gus just blames it on them. He can't just leave behind these idiots. You know, and also, Eren is different from every other worthless noble he's met. Meanwhile, Romelda watches Eren ride past and squints his eyes to take a good look, and he's confused as hell. Something about this Eren Pendragon feels familiar. Sunlight catches Eren's face, and for a split second, Romelda sees someone else entirely. His eyes go wide and he whispers, "Grey Vault?" And tears start rolling down his face as Eren disappears down the road. Eren turns to his crew and says it's time to head back to the Pendragon Duchy. Cut to across the sea, and Baltai's on one knee in front of a man surrounded by girls from every race imaginable. The boss asks if Baltai really came crawling in with bad news, right after his son got defeated. Baltai bows and asks to be punished, but the boss waves it off, saying he respects strong people and they'll need loyal warriors like Baltai for enemies this tough, then asks with a slimy grin if they've got a backup plan. Baltai smiles and says he's glad to hear that. And honestly, this throne guy might be a villain, but you've got to respect the lifestyle. Dude's got a harem spanning every race. Bro's a true man of culture. Then Baltai addresses him by his real title, King of the Sea Dragons, Duke of Arangus. Meanwhile, this man was sitting on the throne thinking he should like the video and help Mamoru to make juicy content and activate that cheeky little bell, and I'm out.